collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Bees. This is the prelude, given in Dornach, February 3rd, 1923. Good morning, gentlemen. Since our last meeting, have you thought of any questions you would like to ask me? A question was asked about the difference between bees and wasps. Dr. Steiner responds. In asking his question, the gentleman in the audience, as an expert bee master, draws attention to the differences between the life of the bees and that of the wasps. There's much that is similar here, and I have recently described the life of the wasps to you. The life of the bees much resembles it, but on the other hand, in the beehive there is a very special and remarkable life. How can we account for this? Life in a beehive is established with extraordinary wisdom behind it. Anyone who has observed life in the beehive will say that. Naturally, you can't say that bees possess a knowledge or science such as human beings do. They simply don't have a brain as we do. They can't take up into their bodies a general understanding of things in this world. However, cosmic influences have a tremendous effect upon the beehive. You would be able to gain a correct and true understanding of life within the beehive if you were to allow for the fact that everything in the environment that surrounds the earth in all directions has an extremely strong influence on what goes on in the beehive. Life in the beehive, much more so than with ants and wasps, is based on successfully cooperating and working with the other bees in the hive. If you try to figure out how this comes about, you will, after careful observation, draw the following conclusion. The bees have a life in which the element is suppressed, very strongly suppressed, which in other animals is expressed through their sexual life. With bees, this element is very much repressed. You see, with bees, it is always the case that only very few chosen females, the queen bees, take care of all the propagation of the species. With the rest, the sexual life is more or less repressed, but in this sexual life, there is another element, love life, which is, above all, a matter concerning the soul. Only when the soul element works on certain organs of the body do these organs become a manifestation, an expression of love life. Since this love life is held back in all the bees, except a single queen, the sexual life of the beehive is transformed into all this activity that the bees develop among themselves. That is why those much older and wiser people of a time long ago knew about this in a very different way than the way we know things today. They knew that the wonderful activity of the beehive pointed back to the condition of the bees' love life, the love life that these people associated in their minds with the planet Venus. About this we can say the following. If you try to describe, on the one hand, wasps and ants in this regard, then they are considered animals that remove themselves more from the influence of the planet Venus. Bees, on the other hand, are completely open to this influence and develop this love life throughout the entire bee colony. This is a very wise form of life, for you can imagine how wise it would be to be. For you can imagine how wise it would have to be. I've told you various things about their method of propagation. There is unconscious wisdom in it, a wisdom that they develop in their observable activities. That which we experience within ourselves only at a time when our hearts develop love is actually the very same thing that is present as a substance in the entire beehive. The whole beehive is permeated with life based on love. In many ways, the bees renounce love, and thereby this love develops within the entire beehive. You'll begin to understand the life of bees once you're clear about the fact that the bee lives as if it were in an atmosphere pervaded thoroughly by love. But the thing that a bee profits from the most is that it derives its sustenance from the very parts of a plant that are pervaded by the plant's love life. The bee sucks its nourishment, which it makes into honey, from the parts of a plant that are steeped in love life. And the bee, if you could express it this way, brings love life from the flowers into the beehive. So you'll come to the conclusion that you need to study the life of bees from the standpoint of the soul. This is less true with ants and wasps. If you study how they live, you will see that they are not like bees in this respect, that they engage in a more sexual behavior. The bee, with the exception of the queen bee, is a being that would say, if I may put it this way, as individuals, we want to renounce all sexual life so that we make each one of us into a supporter of the hive's love life. They have indeed carried into the hive that which lives in the flowers. When you begin to think through all of this properly, you will have unlocked the whole secret of the beehive. The living element of this thriving, germinating love that is spread out over the flowers is also contained in the honey the bees make. You can study this matter further by eating the honey. What does the honey do? Honey creates sensual pleasure, at the most on the tongue. At the moment when you eat honey, it creates the proper connection and relationship between the airy and fluid elements in a human being. There is nothing better for a human being than to add a little honey to the right quantity to food, to food. In a very wonderful way, the bees see to it that a person learns to work on the internal organs by means of this soul element. By means of the honey, the bee colony returns to humans the amount of effort the soul needs to expend in their bodies. Whenever someone adds honey to food, that person wants to prepare the soul element for properly working upon the body, for breathing, as it were. This is why beekeeping can be a great aid to human culture. It makes human beings strong. You see, when you consider that bees are influenced most of all by cosmic forces, then you will also see that bees provide the detour for humans to take into their beings what is right and necessary. Everything that is alive will function in the proper manner when it is combined in the correct way. Whoever looks at a beehive should actually say, with an exalted frame of mind, making this detour by way of the beehive, the entire cosmos can find its way into human beings and help to make them sound in mind and body. Thus, you will arrive at the point of expanding wisdom about the nature of humans to include true knowledge of the cosmos. The end of the prelude. This is a reading of a collection of lectures on bees by Rudolf Steiner, given to the workmen at the Gratianum. Lecture 1, given at Dornach, November 26, 1923. Good morning, gentlemen. I intended to make several comments regarding Mr. Müller's explanations. Footnote, this lecture was given after a report by Mr. Müller, a beekeeper. End of footnote. You might find these comments interesting, although there naturally would not be enough time to really apply such things in apiculture in a practical way at the present time. Since Mr. Müller has presented everything you need to know in such a fine manner, a manner frequently employed today, there's really not much more, if anything at all, to be said about the practical aspects of beekeeping. Perhaps you noticed something about the entire nature of beekeeping, something I would say of the nature of an enigma. The beekeeper is understandably interested above all in what must be done. Actually, every human being should show the greatest interest in this subject, because much more than you can imagine, our lives depend upon beekeeping. Let's look at this matter from a broader perspective. You see, bees, if you remember Mr. Müller's lectures, are capable of gathering what is already contained in the plants as nectar. In reality, they collect only the nectar, and we, as human beings, take only a part, not even a very large part of what they collect in their hives. You could perhaps state that the amount removed by humans is approximately 20%. This is how much we take away from the bees. Besides this, however, the bee can remove pollen from the plants because of its body shape and the way it is organized as an insect. The bee collects from the plants that very thing which is uncommon and difficult to procure. By means of little brushes located on its hind legs, the bee collects the comparatively small amount of pollen available to it, and then either stores or eats it in the beehive. In the specific case of the bee, we have an animal that collects and uses in its household this substance that has been prepared by nature to be in an extraordinarily refined state. Let's continue. After the bee, and this is perhaps the least apparent feature because people don't think of this at all, has transformed the food in its digestive system into wax, this wax the bee makes by itself, it creates a small vessel to deposit eggs, but also to store its provisions. This little container is a great curiosity, I would say. This receptacle looks like this. From above, it's hexagonal. From the side, like this. And there's a drawing below. See Table 2 in the section of Blackboard drawings, beginning on page 161. And on the one side, it is closed off like this. Into this receptacle, the bee places the eggs and also the provisions. One is right next to another. These things fit together very well, so that in the honeycomb, by means of this plate with which one such cell, this is what it is called, is attached to another, the space in the honeycomb is used to its best possible advantage. If you ask just why it is that the bee can construct instinctively such an ingeniously shaped cell, people usually respond by saying that they do this to use space efficiently. Yes, this is also true. If you were to imagine any other form of cell, there would always be an empty space between cells somewhere. With this form, no such gap arises, but rather everything is compact, so that the space in the honeycomb is completely utilized. Well, that certainly is one reason, but it is not the only reason. Just consider the following. If the maggot or larva is in the cell, then it is completely closed off from the environment. You should not believe for even a moment that whatever exists somewhere in nature is without certain powers. This six-cornered little case, this six-sided shell, has energies within it. It would be quite a different situation if the larva were inside a sphere. The significance of being placed into such a hexagonal house has a very different effect on its contents. The larva internalizes these forms. In its body, it senses that in its youth, while its body was as soft as it would ever be, it was in such a six-sided cell. Out of this same energy that it assimilates as a larva, it will, as an adult, produce such a cell out of itself. In it resides the energies that help the bee do all other kinds of work as well. The environment is the cause for everything the bee does externally. This is the first thing we have to pay attention to. But you have heard from the explanation Mr. Müller gave that there is yet another very remarkable fact. In the entire beehive, you find various types of cells. I think a beekeeper can easily tell the female worker bee cells apart from the male drone cells. That isn't very difficult, is it? An even easier task is to distinguish the worker and drone cells from the queen bee cells, because the latter do not have this form. Their form is actually more like a pouch. There are also very few of them in a beehive. The worker bees and drones develop in such six-sided cells, but the queens develop in a pouch. Hence the latter do not take any notice of what such a many-sided environment means to the other bees. Add to that something else. To reach full maturity, the queen needs only 16 days. At that time, it is already a fully grown queen. A worker needs about 21 days, a longer period. You could say that nature uses more care in creating the final shape of workers than it does with queens. You'll see shortly that there is another reason for this. Well, so the workers need 21 days. The drones, which are used up fastest by the beehive, these male bees are killed when they have fulfilled their purpose, need 23 to 24 days. You see, this is an entirely new matter. The various bee types, queens, workers, drones, need a different number of days to achieve maturity. Well, gentlemen, with regard to these 21 days a worker needs to develop, there is something rather peculiar. 21 days is not a random number without any particular significance for all the things that happen here on earth. 21 days is the approximate time span the sun needs to revolve once on its axis and return to the point where it can begin a new cycle. Just imagine, the worker bee's development is just barely completed at the same time that the sun has completed a single revolution on its axis. By following this cycle, gentlemen, the worker bee has experienced every different effect the sun can have on it, and all of these effects are now within the bee. If this process were to continue beyond 21 days, the workers would only receive more of the same and repeat that to which they had already been exposed. If you then imagine the worker here, a drawing on the blackboard, table 2, upper left, inner circle, and the sun over there when the egg is laid, then this is the point that lies opposite the sun. The sun turns on its axis once in 21 days. Then it will arrive again at this point and begin repeating this movement. The worker uses from the sun just what it needs to achieve its full development. If the worker were to continue in its development beyond this point, it would leave the sun development and come into the sphere of influence that the earth would exert upon its development. It would thus lose its sun development because it had already completed it and enjoyed it to its fullest capacity. The way it is now, the worker enters into earth development and experiences it only as an already completely developed animal, having achieved its full maturity at 21 days. At most, it needs to experience only, I would say, a moment of earth development for itself. After this, the worker is cut off from further development and is a sun animal, containing the results of all the possible effects that the sun can have upon such a form of animal life. Now consider the drone. It doesn't feel, as I would put it, that it is completed at 21 days and wants to continue into the earth development phase before it is finished maturing. It is definitely an earth animal, while the worker is a sun child, complete within itself. And what about the queen bee? It doesn't even finish the entire sun cycle of 21 days. It lags behind and remains forever a sun child. The queen lingers to a certain degree in its larval stage, or at least closer to this stage than the other bees. The drones have distanced themselves farthest of all from this larval stage. Because the queen remains closer to the larval stage, it is capable of laying eggs. With bees, you can really see what it means to be under the influence of the earth or of the sun, depending upon whether a bee waits to complete the sun development phase. It will turn out to be a queen, a worker, or a drone. The queen can lay eggs because the sun effect is always within it, and it hasn't anything at all of the earth's effect upon development. The worker continues its development for 4 or 5 days longer. It makes use of every influence the sun has to offer, but then it enters slightly, for just a moment, into the earth's development's sphere of influence, just at a point when its body has become hard enough. Because it has absorbed itself completely, it can't return to the sun development's influence. This is why it can't lay eggs. The drones are fertile males. This fertilization capability comes from the earth. The drones acquire the power to fertilize from the few days longer they are exposed as incomplete insects to the influence of earth development. This leads us to the conclusion that with bees, you can see clearly that the male's fertilization powers come from the energies given by the earth, whereas the female capability to develop eggs derives from the sun's energies. You see, gentlemen, you can comprehend the great significance of the particular length of time that a being needs to develop. During a certain period, something occurs that does not happen in a shorter or longer period, but in a shorter or longer period, something else happens. There is one more thing to consider. The queen develops in 16 days. Here is its point of complete development. There's a drawing on the blackboard, table 2, upper left, outer circle, that it took as it stood opposite the sun. It remains within the period of sun development. The workers complete this sun rotation period, but they remain within the sphere of the sun's influence and do not enter the earth development phase. Because they belong to the same sun development cycle, they feel related to the queen. They feel themselves tied to the queen. The drones, they say, are traitors. They have already split away from the group and have fallen to earth. They no longer belong with them. They only tolerate them because they need them. And what do they need them for? It sometimes happens that a queen is not fertilized, and nevertheless lays eggs capable of development. The queen does not need to be fertilized in all instances. She will lay eggs anyhow. This is called, in the instance of bees, a virgin brood. The queen has not been fertilized. Some other insects are capable of doing the same. Parthenogenesis is the scientific term for it. But from the eggs that are laid in this way, only drones will hatch. If the queen is not fertilized, no more worker bees and queen bees can be produced, only drones. Such a beehive has no practical use. You can see that with a virgin brood, only the opposite sex can arise, never the same sex. That is a very interesting fact, a fact that is very important for maintaining nature's entire household. Fertilization is necessary so that the same sex will be reproduced, naturally only in the lower animals, not in the higher ones. That's why it is that out of bee eggs, only drones can be created if no fertilization has taken place. Fertilization, on the whole, is a very special matter with bees. It is not as though there were a marriage bed somewhere to which they retire during fertilization, but rather the complete opposite takes place. For fertilization, they appear in public, in full sunshine, and specifically, this may seem very strange, they go as high as possible. The queen flies as high as possible toward the sun, to which she belongs. I have described that for you already. The drone, still able to overcome its own earth-based powers, despite the fact that it has unified itself with these powers, flies highest of all, and can fertilize the queen way up there in the air. Then the queen comes back again and lays her eggs. You see, bees don't have a nuptial bed. They have instead a nuptial flight. When they want fertilization to take place, they strive as much as possible to fly in the direction of the sun. It is also the case that they need good weather for their nuptial flight. During bad weather, nothing will happen. All this demonstrates how the queen maintains a relationship with the sun. After fertilization has taken place, the workers are produced in the corresponding worker cells. At first, as described to you by Mr. Müller, the little maggots, larvae, develop, which in turn grow into adult workers in 21 days. In these pouch-like cells, a queen develops. In order to gain insight into what follows, I need to tell you something you will naturally at first admit into your thoughts with reservation and doubt, because you would need to spend more time to really study this matter. It just happens to be this way. I need to tie this in with the infertile worker bee we have just discussed. When the worker, having reached maturity, flies out to seek flowers or trees and can assume a secure position on them by means of its claws, there's a drawing on the blackboard, table 3, page 162, lower right, it then can suck up the honey nectar and collect pollen. It carries the pollen on its body where it has deposited it. There is a special accommodation, the so-called brushes, on its hind legs where the pollen is deposited. But the honey nectar it sucks up with its proboscis. Part of this honey serves as food for its own digestion, but the greatest portion it retains in its honey stomach. The contents of the latter it will regurgitate when it returns to the hive. So when we eat honey, we are in reality eating the regurgitated product of the bee. We need to be clear about this, however. It is a very pure and sweet form of vomit, not the way such products usually are in nature. So you see, the bee collects what it needs to eat, to store away, or to use in making wax, and so on. Now we need to ask ourselves how the bee finds its way to the blossoms. It makes its way to these blossoms with utter confidence. This is hard to understand if you look at the bee's eyes. The worker, the drones have somewhat larger eyes, has 2 little eyes on each side and 3 very small ones on its forehead, drawing on the blackboard, table 2, upper right. If you examine the worker's eyes, you will come to the conclusion that they can see very little, and the 3 tiny eyes, at least at first, seem to be able to see nothing at all. This is what is so strange. The bee does not approach a blossom by means of sight, but by means of something closer to smelling it. It moves in the direction of the scent, which directs it toward the blossom. What leads the bee to the blossom is a certain sensing ability situated midway between smell and taste. The worker bee already tastes the nectar and pollen as it flies toward the blossom. Even from a distance it can taste it. That has brought the bee into a situation where it does not use its eyes. Now just imagine very clearly the following. Think of a queen bee that has just been born in the realm of the sun, without having completely absorbed all the influences that the total sun cycle of 21 days could offer it. This queen has been held back somewhat in receiving all of the sun's influential powers. A whole army of workers has completed the entire sun cycle of influences, but has not gone over and allowed the earth's influences to take over. Now these workers feel related to the queen, not because they have experienced all the same influences of the sun, but rather because they have remained within the sphere of the sun's cycle of influences. In this regard, their development was the same as the queen's. The drones do not share this parallel development, since they separated themselves from the rest. But now the following takes place. Whenever a new queen is created, a nuptial flight must have preceded this birth. The animal, the queen, has come out into the sun. A new queen bee has been born. At this point, a very strange event occurs for all the workers that feel related to the old queen. Their tiny eyes begin to see at the time when a new queen is born. This is something the bees can't stand. They can't bear the fact that something the same as they themselves is arising from somewhere else. The 3 tiny eyes of the workers originate from deep within their bodies and are permeated with their inner blood, among other things. These eyes have not been exposed to the external effects of the sun's influence. Because the new queen, having been born of the sun, brings new sunlight into the beehive with her own body, the workers with their tiny eyes suddenly begin to see. I would like to say they become clairvoyant and can't stand to see the light emanating from the new queen. The entire horde begins swarming. It is as if they are afraid of the new queen because she seems to blind them. It would be as though you were looking directly at the sun. This is why they swarm out of the hive. At this point, you must try to establish the beehive again with the old queen, attempting to retain most of the workers that still belong to it. The new queen must attract a new community of bees. A part of the swarm remains behind, but that is the portion that was born under other conditions. The reason bees swarm out of the hive is simply that the workers can't endure the new influence of the sun that the new queen brings into the hive. Now you might ask, why do the bees become so overly sensitive to this new sun effect? Gentlemen, there is a remarkable thing at work here. You know that sometimes meeting up with a bee can turn into an unpleasant experience. It can sting you. Being as large as a human being means that you will usually suffer only an inflammation on your skin, but unpleasant it remains. Little animals can die from the sting. All this derives from the fact that the bee has a stinger that is actually a duct. In this duct, something resembling a piston goes up and down, retrieving from the poison sac the poison it causes to stream downward. This poison, which causes such unpleasant problems for anyone who encounters it, is extraordinarily important for bees. It is not even a pleasant experience for a bee to have to sacrifice the poison while engaged in stinging. The reason it does so is that it has difficulty tolerating all types of external influences. It wants to remain within itself. The bee's world is its own beehive. Every influence from the outside disturbs it. It defends itself against this foreign influence with its poison. But this poison has another significance as well. This poison is present within the bee in such a way that only tiny amounts are absorbed into the bee's body. Looking at the worker's eyes, you can see that these tiny eyes can't see. The reason for this is that poison constantly enters these small eyes. This poison is limited in its effect upon the bee when the new queen, the new sun's influence, is present. The poison loses its effectiveness. Suddenly the eyes can see again. You could say that the bee actually owes to the poison it carries the fact that it lives in a continual twilight. If I should try to give you a picture of what the bees experience when a new queen crawls out of its sac-like cell, I would have to say that a little bee, like the ones we are examining, lives in a continuous twilight. It feels its way about by means of a sense midway between smell and taste, and lives in a twilight that is appropriate for its life as a bee. The appearance of the new queen can be compared to our going out on a dark June night and seeing glowworms, lightning bugs, or fireflies flying about. In the same way, the queen appears to give off light for the swarm of bees, because their poison no longer has an effect strong enough to keep each one within itself. The bee needs to be shut off from the world with a twilight barrier. This barrier it carries along with itself when it flies out, because the poison can help the bee remain within itself. It needs the poison whenever it becomes afraid that something external might attempt to influence it. The whole beehive wants to be completely by itself. So that the queen can remain in the realm of sun influences, it may not be in such a cell with corners, but rather in one with round sides. There it will be totally under the sun's influence. Table 2, middle right. And now, gentlemen, we come upon something that should make everyone become interested in apiculture. Inside the beehive, things basically happen the same way, only with slight differences, as they do in the head of a human being. The only difference is that the substances do not develop and mature as much. In a human head, we have nerves, blood vessels, and also individual protein cells, which remain round. They are always somewhere in there. We have three types of things in the human head. First, we have the nerves, consisting of individual cells, which do not grow and develop into animals because they are covered on all sides by nature. They really want to become little animals, these nerves. If the nerve cells in the human head could develop in all directions like the beehive, then these nerve cells would become drones. Second, the blood cells flowing in the arteries would become worker bees. See drawing below, see also table 3, upper left. Third, the protein cells, particularly those in the middle of the head, having undergone the shortest development, can be compared to the queen bee. So you see, we have the same three powers in the human head. Well, the workers bring home what they collect from the plants, manufacture wax within their own bodies, and then construct these wonderful cells. Gentlemen, this is what the blood cells in the human head do as well. They go from the head into the entire body. If, for example, you look at a piece of bone, you will see everywhere these hexagonal cells. The blood that circulates in the body carries out the same task that the bees do in the beehive. The only difference is that other cells, for example the muscles, where it is also still similar, for muscle cells are also similar to the wax cells of the bees, soon lose their form as they are dissolved. They are still soft, so you don't notice it as much. But if you study the matter more closely, you will notice this form in the bones very clearly. So now we can say that our blood has the same powers that a worker bee has. Yes, gentlemen, you can study this even in connection with time. Those cells that you find developed before everything else in the human embryo, and which then remain, the protein cells, are the very cells that are present in the earliest stages of embryonic development. The others, the blood cells, develop somewhat later, and last of all the nerve cells appear. It happens the same way in the beehive, the only difference being that a human being builds up a body that only seems to belong to the individual, and the bee also constructs a body, the honeycomb, the cells. The same things happen with the construction of wax that happen in the forming of our bodies. With the body, it is not easy to prove that the blood cells make it out of a type of wax, but we are made of a kind of wax, just as the bees make their honeycomb in there or in the box. So we can say that it is like this. The human being has a head, and the head works on the entire large body, which actually is the beehive. And the beehive contains within it, in the relationship between the queen and the workers, the same relationship that the protein cells that remain round have with the blood. And the nerves are constantly being ruined. Continually the nerves are being worn out, for we exhaust our entire nervous system. When this happens, we do not immediately engage in a battle of nerves. We would die each year if we did that, the way the bees engage in a battle against the drones. Nevertheless, our nerves become weaker each year. It is actually because of this weakening of the nerves that the human being dies. We are then no longer able to sense the body as well as we once did, and human beings always die because they have frayed their nerves and worn them out. If you now examine the human head, which represents the beehive, you will find that everything in the head is protected. If you bring something forcibly up to it from the outside, there will be a terrible injury. The head can't tolerate it. The beehive also can't tolerate the appearance of a new queen, and would rather leave than try to live with this new queen. It is for this reason that apiculture has always been considered extremely important to human beings. Humans take 20% of the honey away from the bees. You could easily say that this honey is extraordinarily useful to us, because we would otherwise obtain very little honey in all the other food we eat, since it is so sparingly distributed among plants. We would otherwise manage to eat only tiny amounts of honey. We also have bees in us, specifically our blood, which carries this honey to the various parts of the human body. This very same honey is what the bee needs to make wax, from which it can construct its body, the honeycomb of the beehive. Honey has an extraordinarily beneficial effect on humans, particularly when we grow old. With a child, it is milk that acts in this way. Honey assists in maintaining the form of our bodies. For this reason, the consumption of honey is highly recommended for older people. However, it is important not to eat too much of it. If you overeat honey and don't use it to simply garnish other foods, then you will develop too much form. Then the body form will become brittle, and you will contract many diseases. Well, a healthy person senses how much should be eaten. Particularly for older people, honey is an extraordinarily healthy form of nourishment, because it actually gives the body a solidness, a real power of resistance. If you were, therefore, to follow this rule also with children who have rickets, to be sure you would not do this during the very first weeks of life, when children normally would live only on milk, because honey would not have any effect then. If you gave such a child at about 9 to 10 months of age a properly dosed amount of honey, and then had the child continue this diet until age 3 or 4, the rickets would not become as bad as it would normally be, because the nature of rickets is that it keeps the body too soft, so that it begins to collapse into itself. but honey contains the power to maintain a shape and form of the human body, to give it solidity. You need to gain insight into the interconnections of these matters. You really could say that we ought to pay much more attention to honey production and beekeeping than we currently do. The following is also possible. In nature, there are remarkable connections between all things. Those particular laws that people can't comprehend with their ordinary understanding are actually the most important. It is true, isn't it, that these laws operate in such a way as to always allow for a slight amount of freedom or latitude. Take, for instance, the balance between the sexes on earth. There is not a completely equal number of men and women on earth, but the number is approximately equal. Over the entire earth, the number is just about equal. The wisdom of nature controls this. If the time should ever come, I think I told you this before, that we are able directly to manipulate the birth of children by sex and leave the choice to the parents, then the whole matter could immediately become chaotic. Currently, the situation is this. If, for example, raging wars have decimated the population in some region, then the population becomes more fruitful and more children are born. In nature, every deficiency, every shortage calls forth an opposing power. It is also true that when bees seek out honey nectar in a certain region, they remove it from the plants. But they take it away from the plants that we need for other purposes, such as for fruits and so forth. The strange thing is that fruit trees and similar plants thrive better in regions where there is apiculture than in regions where there is not. When the bees remove the honey nectar from the plants, nature does not look idly by, but creates even more fruitful plants. So it is that the human being derives benefits, not only from the honey the bees provide, but also from that which is offered by the plants that bees have visited. This is an important law into which you can gain deep insight. Connected to all of this is the thought that if you could see to the bottom of things, you could express the following. Nature has placed a truly wonderful wisdom into the entire manner in which a bee society functions. Bees respond to certain powers of nature that are extremely important and really wonderful. That is why you will feel a certain reserve that will keep you from indiscriminately and perhaps crudely trying to put your fingers on these powers of nature. It is still true today that wherever we intrude upon these powers of nature, we tend to make things worse rather than better. But we don't worsen things immediately, since nature has limitations everywhere. Despite these constraints, nature operates in the best way it can. We can remove certain limitations and thereby make things a little easier for nature. We have, for instance, seemingly really helped nature very much in regard to beekeeping by using, instead of the older beehives, the newer type of beehive boxes that are arranged with comfort in mind for both bee and human. But now we come to this whole new chapter concerning the artificial breeding of bees. Gentlemen, you must not believe that I can't understand, even from the standpoint of non-anthroposophic science, that beginning with the very first steps, much can be said for artificially breeding bees, because it does simplify quite a few things. But the strong bonding of a bee generation, a bee family, will be detrimentally affected over the longer period. In certain respects, you will be able to only praise artificial breeding if all necessary precautions are taken, as Mr. Müller described to us. But we'll have to wait and see how things will look after 50 to 80 years. Certain forces that have operated organically in the beehive until now will become mechanized, will in themselves be mechanically carried out. It won't be possible to establish the intimate relationship between a queen bee you have purchased and the worker bees the way it would arise all by itself in nature. But at the beginning, the effects of this are not apparent. Obviously, I would not like to see initiated a fanatic movement against the artificial breeding of bees. Such things should not be undertaken when we know that other, more practical means exist. Being fanatic about this would be about the same as something else I want to tell you about. We could figure out approximately when the Earth's reserves of coal will be exhausted. Then we could decide to extract a smaller amount of coal, so that the reserves would last until the Earth reaches the projected end of its existence. You can't say that you must do this, because you really ought to be optimistic and put some trust in the future. You must then tell yourself, well, all right, we'll rob the Earth of all its coal, which means in reality that we'll rob our descendants of coal. But they will be able to find another source of energy, so that they won't need coal. In the same way, you could, of course, talk about the disadvantages in the artificial breeding of bees. But, nevertheless, it doesn't hurt to be conscious of the fact that by introducing a mechanical, artificial element, we are actually disturbing what nature has produced in such a wonderful manner. Beekeeping has always been considered an activity full of wonder. Particularly in earliest antiquity, the bee was regarded as a sacred animal. Why? From the manner in which this revered animal carries out its tasks, you could begin to understand much about how things happen within the human being's body. If you take a piece of beeswax into your hands, you are actually looking at an intermediary product arising from a mixture of blood, muscles, and bones. More precisely, that which lies between the latter three. Humans undergo such a stage of wax production. The wax does not solidify, but rather remains fluid until it can be transformed into blood, muscle, or bone cells. The beeswax that you can see physically is within you in the form of certain powers and energies. When, in olden times, people made candles from beeswax and lit them, they really saw in them a remarkable sacrament. Quote, "This wax burning there before us, we obtained from the beehive. There it was a solid substance. When the fire melts this wax and it evaporates, then the wax takes on the same condition that it has in our own bodies." Unquote. Back then, people sensed in the burning candle wax something in their own bodies that flies toward heaven in a similar fashion. This put them into a special mood of reverence. It caused them to regard the bee as a particularly sacred animal, because it prepared something that the human being must continually prepare within. For this reason, it is also true that the more we go back in time, the more we will find that people revered the existence and conduct of bees. Of course, this was when bees were still in a wild state in nature. People looked upon them as a revelation. Later they were domesticated. But in all the things that occur among the bees, there are truly marvelous riddles. The only way to understand bees is to direct the efforts of our study toward what it is that actually happens between the human head and the rest of the body. Now, I have finished making these comments. Wednesday we will have our next session. Perhaps you will think of some questions to bring up at that time. Mr. Mueller may also think of one thing or another to ask. I wanted to make only these comments, which are not open to doubt because they are based on true knowledge, gained by expending great effort in obtaining these insights. But there still may remain a question of perhaps trying to clarify this matter or that. The end of Lecture 1. This is a reading of a set of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Bees, given to the workmen. Lecture 2 was given in Dornach, November 28, 1923. Good morning, gentlemen. Has any question come to mind that you would still like to ask me? At this point, someone reads aloud an article printed in the Swiss Apiculture newsletter, new series numbers 2 and 3, February and March, 1923. The article by Professor Buttel-Riepen is entitled, "Can Bees See Colors Invisible to Human Beings?" Dr. Steiner. Let's talk about this a bit. These experiments, carried out by Forel, as well as Kuhn and Pohl, demonstrate clearly how thoughtlessly such experiments are conducted at the present time. Footnote: Auguste-Henri Forel, 1848 to 1931, a Swiss psychiatrist and natural scientist, who wrote, among other things, titled The Psychic Capabilities of Ants, 1901, and titled How Insects Live Through Their Senses, 1910. Alfred Kuhn, 1885 to 1968, a German zoologist who wrote and compiled titled An Outline of General Zoology, 1922. No information on Pole. End of footnote. You cannot imagine anything more absurd than the manner in which this experiment is interpreted. Simply consider for a moment that I could also interpret it in the following way. Assume, for instance, I have a substance, such substances do exist, that is particularly sensitive to ultraviolet light. By that I mean those colors in the color spectrum that lie beyond the visible blue and violet colors. Take as a specific example the substance mentioned in the article, the acid salt hexacyanoplatinate. Hexacyanoplatinate. The latter will give off light, even if I have darkened all the colors of the visible spectrum. Page 163, Table 4, upper left. For this purpose, I create a device that will eliminate red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, so that they will not be visible. As a result, I will have here the so-called ultraviolet rays, which are invisible to the human eye. If I put this chemical compound, hexacyanoplatinate, a white powder, where it will be exposed to these rays in a darkened room, then it will begin to phosphoresce. As human beings, we can see nothing in this completely darkened room, but now we allow light rays to enter. At this point, we apply the device to remove the visible spectrum, thereby allowing only ultraviolet rays to enter. But when I place the hexacyanoplatinate where the rays should fall, what happens? Then this substance, quote-unquote, sees. The whole procedure would be about the same if you were to use ants for an experiment instead. Rather than taking hexacyanoplatinate, I take ants. Ants are attracted to sugar. As a result, I say to myself that they can see. But they do not have to see the sugar to find it, just as little as the hexacyanoplatinate needs to be able to see in order to begin glowing and giving off light. All I can assert now is only that when I have a certain substance, it has an effect on ants. More than that, I am not permitted to maintain and say is true. The learned scientists who wrote the article are extremely careless in their thinking, and are asserting such things as can be considered only pure fantasy. The only possible assertion that can be maintained is that something did affect these insects through their sense organs to a greater or lesser degree. The scientists in the article proved that no more stimulation of the insects took place when they lacquered their eyes shut, but it was typical for them to apply by analogy to ants and wasps what they had noticed in working with bees. This demonstrates how carelessly such experiments are carried out. To this we can still add the following point. If you continue going in this direction, see drawing below, also Table 4, upper left, you will come to the so-called ultraviolet rays. Here we have red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and then, still further, indigo and violet. There, pointing to the left side, we have the infrared rays, and there, pointing to the right side, the ultraviolet rays. These ultraviolet rays possess the peculiar property, as stated in the article, of having a very strong chemical effect. Whatever you place in the vicinity of these ultraviolet rays will be very strongly affected through a chemical process. As a result of this, if I expose an ant to these rays, it is immediately affected by them. The ant senses them. That statement is true. The ant senses them primarily through its eyes. For the ant, being exposed to the ultraviolet rays creates a feeling as if someone were tickling it. It is the same with the hexacyanoplatinate that is affected when it is placed in the realm of chemical activity. If I draw the shades in a room and allow only the ultraviolet rays to enter, the fact is that the ant notices immediately that something is happening here. Specifically, if you had ant eggs with larvae there in that room, they would undergo a complete change. They would die wherever such a strong chemical effect was being produced. That is why ants, in an otherwise dark room, will move their eggs away from the ultraviolet rays in order to save them. Well, what it really boils down to in this article is a chemical reaction. That which I mentioned recently in another lecture is certainly correct. Bees have a kind of sense organ that combines the characteristics of smell and taste and lies somewhere in the middle between the two. This is what the bees sense. With the ants, it is similar. These gentlemen are so unaware of what really is involved that they do not even know that, for example, when human beings sense colors in their eyes, beginning with the visible violet rays, small chemical reactions take place. Here you can see that the perception of colors in human beings tends to go in the direction of chemical processes. You can say that everything that was examined with regard to the bees can be reduced to the process of bringing about an inner chemical reaction in the bees when they live in an environment that exposes them to ultraviolet light. Now consider the fact that bees can perceive everything in the area of black, white, yellow, gray, simply a dark white, and blue-green. Table 4, upper middle. There is, after all, no ultraviolet in all these colors. Because of this, they do not sense the strong chemical reaction that takes place when they come into the presence of ultraviolet light. When a bee leaves an area of black, white, yellow, and blue-green, and moves into an ultraviolet area, it senses something strange about which it can do nothing. The main consideration here is that the bee has a combination sense of smell and taste. It is true that we make a clear distinction between smelling and tasting. Tasting for us is primarily a chemical sense. It is based completely upon chemical processes. But the bee has a sense that lies midway between smelling and tasting. There is no objection perceived in the fact that a bee can distinguish colors, as exhibited when its hive is painted a specific color that it recognizes. Consider that each color creates a different chemical reaction and has a different degree of warmth. Table 4, lower left. If you were to color a surface red and a bee were to approach it, the bee would feel the warmth of the color. How then is it not possible for this bee to have a different feeling when it comes upon a blue color? Table 4, lower middle. On a blue surface it is colder. The bee senses the warmth of the red and the coldness of the blue. This much it can distinguish. But from this you may not logically deduce that this bee sees with its eyes in the same way human beings do. That would be complete nonsense. That is the way it is with many other things that people do. I have already pointed out to you in which direction all these experiments are going. I have told you that there is a certain plant, the Venus flytrap, that immediately closes its leaves when they are touched. The same way you make a fist when someone wants to touch or hit you, so also does the Venus flytrap wait for an insect to come near it, and then snaps its leaves together. Now, people say that this plant, the Venus flytrap, has a soul, just like humans. It perceives when the insect arrives, snaps its leaves together, and so on. Then I always answer, I know of a self-acting mechanism that is constructed in such a way that if an animal approaches it and touches some part of it, this mechanism closes immediately, and the animal is caught. This is what you call a mousetrap. If you ascribe a soul to the Venus flytrap, then logically you must say the same thing about the mousetrap. If you credit bees with a sense of sight, simply because you observe them acting in a certain way in ultraviolet light, then you must likewise ascribe the same sense of sight to the chemical compound hexacyanoplatinate, which can also, so to speak, see. If people truly would think, then they would come upon some very remarkable observations, because hexacyanoplatinate is an extraordinarily interesting compound, consisting, among other things, of barium. This is a white metal belonging to the category of alkaline earth. It is also interesting that such metals play a certain role in human life. We would not, as human beings, be able to have in our physical bodies the proper effect of the proteins, as contained in the egg whites that we eat, if it were not for the presence of such metals in our pancreas. These metals must be there. In barium, We have something that is related to the pleasant feelings we experience in the process of digestion. Platinum, as you know, is a particularly valuable metal, a precious metal that is especially hard and heavy. These metals all possess the characteristic that they, in turn, are connected to that which is called feeling or sensing. Let me remind you of something else. In this compound, there is also cyanide. That is a certain kind of hydrocyanic acid salt, which is also called prussic acid. Now, I have told you before that a human being always develops a certain kind of prussic acid right where the muscles are used. Footnote, see lecture titled Über Blausäure und Stickstoff, Kohlensäure und Sauerstoff, October 10, 1923, entitled Mensch und Welt, das Wirken des Geistes in der Natur, über die Bienen, GA 351, not published in English. End of footnote. So we can say that this entire compound is rather similar to those substances that a human being continuously creates in the body. From this you can see that even a human being is extremely sensitive to the chemical processes that take place in ultraviolet light, specifically in the chemical components of light. This sensitivity is registered in the entire body, not in the eyes. Thus, it is possible for us to judge this matter properly only if we pay close attention to these matters. Only with the help of anthroposophic science will we be led to observe such things as the fact that when hexacyanoplatinate is particularly affected by light, one type of feeling is taking place there. The intensity of this type of activity is present to the greatest degree in bees. Bees sense the colors with particular intensity and see dimly luminous colors when other beings emitting light appear in the vicinity. That is why I continue to say that in general a bee experiences only dim conditions around itself. If, however, a new queen bee appears on the scene, then the other bees experience the queen bee as a phosphorescent source, very much as we can experience glowworms on a June night. That experience is reserved for the three little eyes of the bee. The other larger eyes do have some kind of normal light sensitivity, but it resembles a twilight condition. If this normal light is screened out, the animal then perceives more powerfully the presence of a color that brings about a chemical reaction, for example, ultraviolet, or one that creates no chemical reaction, infrared. At the end of the article referred to earlier, the authors promise future reports on their research with infrared light. To be sure, if bees are exposed to infrared light, they will act quite differently, since the chemical reactions no longer will occur. The facts reported in these experiments are correct, but you need to be quite clear in your minds that the conclusions arrived at by Forel and Kuhn are not correct. This is a very thoughtless way to carry out an experiment. But then people say that the findings have been proved beyond any doubt. Yes, they are, naturally, for a person who can ascribe a soul to a mousetrap. But for someone who knows just how far one can go, just how far thoughts may take one so that the experiment can be carried out properly, the authors of the article have not eliminated all reasonable objections to the proofs they have offered. In everyday affairs, we are not used to pursuing a matter at hand with such rigor. When people experience somewhere in their lives an insignificant matter, they can, as the saying goes, make a mountain out of a molehill. This also happens to our learned scientists. When they consider one aspect of an experiment, they do not stop thinking. Instead, they continue thinking about only that which lies directly before their eyes. From this can arise all sorts of fantastic nonsense. A molehill can become a mountain very easily. When modern science claims something to be true, it can do so only through its power. It controls all the scientific journals. As a result, no one generally will dare to contradict whatever has been presented. However, ultimately, you will not be able to do anything with all this nonsense. I personally believe that if you were to consult all existing beekeepers, you would find out that the best of them would concern themselves very little with the results that Forel and Kuhn published regarding their experiments with bees. This is so because beekeepers need to be practical above all. They do instinctively whatever they need to do. It would be much better if you really understood why these instinctive things are done. I think that I have generally noticed that a beekeeper might be interested enough to sit down and read such an article on a Sunday evening when it is snowing outside. But he will not be able to apply the information in any meaningful way. But you must certainly have some other interesting questions to ask me. Mr. Müller. I would like to add something about the queen bee. We've already talked about the fact that it lays eggs. But we also have unfertilized queen bees, for example in bad weather, and from their eggs the worthless drones hatch. Likewise, the situation arises that when the queen has left, and no young brood is present any longer, the queen bees breed a bee to become a queen. This queen also lays eggs. But as it turns out, unfertilized eggs, from which arise worthless drones. Then I also would like to make a comment about swarming. The first swarm has no new queen bee. It is still sleeping in its cell. Only the older bees have left with their queen. By catching this queen, I can put all the bees of the swarm in the hive. In regard to the bee's ability to see, I would like to say that when we work in the bee house and there is too much light, which is never enough light for the beekeeper, the bees get overly excited. About the bees stinging when they are swarming, all our beekeepers know that a first swarm is rather ticklish, but the subsequent swarm is less so. Our opinion is that young bees don't sting, still don't use their stinger. There are some regions where people don't harvest honey before the priest has blessed the hives. August 8th is such a sacred honey day. It can also happen that a swarm flies out, that the queen takes up a position somewhere else. It then appears that the swarm is done for. But it isn't so. It isn't always completely the case. Dr. Steiner. Regarding what I said, it all seemed to be directed toward the fact that the old queen leaves its own community of bees when the young queen appears, specifically when it shows itself to the bees as a glowworm. When the swarm has swarmed out and you've caught the old queen, then you can bring the swarm back to the hive, and it will just continue functioning as it did before. You can't say that it is not true that the swarm on first impulse left on account of the strong impression of light the young queen made upon the 3 small eyes of each bee. You haven't eliminated that possibility entirely. You need to think very logically here. Let me give you an example from real life. Imagine that all of you were working somewhere for the same company. One day, because the board of directors did something unjust. Let's assume you decide to strike, which is like swarming out. Now time passes, and you are no longer able to buy the groceries you need. You're suffering from hunger and are forced to return to work again. Well, can I now say that it isn't true that something unjust happened earlier? For now you must consider that if you remove the old queen from the swarm that left the hive, and put the swarm back into the hive, then the swarm will swallow the bitter pill that it no longer has its old queen, and will simply have to put up with the new queen, something it does sense. That's why what I said before isn't incorrect. Rather, it's a question of putting all these things in the proper perspective. Then you also spoke about premature swarming, where a young queen isn't there yet, where you really can't talk about something like that. Well, have you ever seen such a premature swarming if the egg of the young queen hasn't hatched? Mr. Müller. 9 days before the young queen hatched. Dr. Steiner. At first, the young queen is in its cell in the form of an egg. Table 4, upper right. After 16 days, she'll be an adult queen bee. At that point, she'll emerge from the egg. But 9 days earlier, she is either in the form of an embryo or a larva. The strange thing is that the egg at that point gives off the greatest amount of light. It gradually stops shining, and the young queen still shines for some time. her strongest radiation appears when she is still an embryo or a larva. So it becomes quite clear why these premature swarms, consisting of the most sensitive bees, leave the hive. And that explains why nothing happens until a young queen appears. What is the young queen? She is already there, even if only in the form of an embryo. If the queen remains unfertilized, then she will not produce any workers, only drones, and as Mr. Müller said, on top of everything, they are bad drones. That's correct. You can't use the blood of an unfertilized pseudo-mother because there are no workers in it. You'll have to see to it that the bees carry out their nuptial flight specifically under the influence of sunlight. Now you see again what an important role the chemical element plays. For it's true, isn't it, that everything that happens is an effect exerted upon the sexual nature of bees. The nature of sex is, however, completely of a chemical kind. When the queen flies up high, naturally, light doesn't cause the influence directly, but rather it is the result of the chemical element present in the influence coming from the light. Here you can really see how super-sensitive bees are to that which is chemical in nature. You also stated that if you are working with the hive, you as a human being need light. But the bees become restless and would prefer to work in the dark. Well, think about this very hard. The bee receives chemical effects from the light. It is affected chemically by the light. But it is the chemical effects that it senses, not the light as such. Now you come as a human being and allow light to shine on the bees. You suddenly introduce light, which affects bees, just as a strong draft would affect you if you were sitting somewhere and opened a window to allow a strong draft to enter. The bee senses the light. It doesn't sense that it is particularly bright, but it senses it more like a shock that causes it to be shaken up to the point of confusion. You could almost say, without my ever having observed this personally, that when the beekeeper allows too much light to fall into the hive, the bees will act extremely nervous because of the chemical effects of the light within their bodies, and they will begin to fly back and forth like small swallows. They dance back and forth. That's simply an indication that they feel in themselves a certain amount of restlessness. Imagine for a moment that the bees did not act restless in this way when they saw the light. They would tend to crawl away into corners so that the light would no longer affect them. In all these matters, you should be clear about the fact that these effects, which are present everywhere, should not be compared to the effects that these same things have upon human beings. In this case, you would anthropomorphize everything too much, and you would never get to the point of being able to imagine the whole matter in any other way than by saying that because the human being sees things this way, the animal too must see them the same way. You should not be allowed to say anything like that offhandedly. You probably have already experienced the following situation. Whoever has observed such things can perceive correctly what is going on. In your mind, put yourself into a kitchen where there is an oven range plate that is slightly warm because of the pilot light directly beneath it. The cat likes to take up a position there, curls up, closes its eyes, and goes to sleep. Now, if somewhere under a kitchen cabinet there is a mouse that the cat can't see with its eyes, it can happen that the cat will jump down suddenly without having opened its eyes, and with complete self-confidence will leap right on top of the mouse. Before you've even had a chance to consider what is happening, the cat comes back with the mouse in its mouth. Well, gentlemen, you're not going to tell me that the cat saw the mouse. It had its eyes closed and was sleeping. Then other people will say, quote, the cat has a very fine sense of hearing, and with this it was able to sense where the mouse was, unquote. Now you would have to reason as follows. The cat hears best of all when it sleeps. That is a rather questionable assertion, because seeing and hearing are those senses that generally play an important role only when the cat is awake, whereas the sense of smell plays an extraordinarily important role when the cat is asleep. This sense is based upon reacting to chemical processes. Something chemical happens in the nose and in the entire brain. And moreover, if you hear something, Are you immediately prepared to jump with confidence in the right direction? That is certainly not the case. Hearing is not a sense you can orient yourself to so quickly. So it can't be a question of hearing in the case of the cat. But what you do definitely find in the cat is a very fine sense of smell, which it has right in its bristly whiskers. And this extremely fine sense of smell is in the whiskers because each bristle contains a canal in which it is contained a substance, drawing on the back blackboard, that changes chemically when a mouse is present. If there isn't a mouse present, then the substance is in a certain chemical state. But if one is in the vicinity, even rather far away, then the cat will sense it through the chemical changes in its whiskers. I once told you about people who live on the 4th floor of a house, in the cellar of which some material, for example, buckwheat, is stored. Footnote: see lecture zur symptomatischen Betrachtung des Astralleibes. April 14, 1923, entitled Vom Leben des Menschen und der Erde, GA 349, not published in English. End of footnote. These people can sense this material and become ill from it. People can easily come to the conclusion that the sense of smell can also function with great accuracy. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any police dogs. They actually do not achieve very much with their eyes, but can accomplish much with their sense of smell. So it turns out that in the animal kingdom, confidence in sense perception does not come from the eyes, but can instead be ascribed to chemical effects. And these effects are strongest of all in ultraviolet light. If you really wanted to help a police dog, it would be very beneficial to the dog for you to go along with it, shine on it a special spotlight that removes the visible color spectrum, and make sure that the dog is always within the beam of ultraviolet light. Then the police dog would pursue its quarry with even more confidence, because even greater chemical effects would occur in its scenting hairs. Yes, dogs also have whiskers for this purpose. Everything that you can know about animals points toward the fact that when you enter the animal kingdom, you need to look beyond such obvious and commonly referred to animal sense organs as sight and hearing, and you must delve into the senses of smell and taste. That means going down to the level of the chemical senses. You are also of the opinion that young bees don't sting. It could easily be explained that young bees simply haven't yet developed the mature organ for stinging, as well as all other inner organs. That will all come later, when it reaches maturity. There is nothing of particular importance about this, and it doesn't contradict what I've already said. Mr. Müller asks about feeding bees artificially. He takes 4 liters of water and 5 kilos of sugar, adds some thyme, chamomile tea, and a pinch of salt. What effects will that have? Dr. Steiner: we should be able to give quite a bit of information about that, because our homeopathic medicines are partially based upon such principles, according to which you acted instinctively. Not all, but a number of our medications are based on them. If you feed bees sugar, it is actually at first glance a bit of nonsense. By nature, bees derive their nourishment from nectar and pollen, not from sugar. Mr. Müller: for example, we have to empty out everything in the apiary, even the combs with unhatched bees, because the bees will otherwise get dysentery. And then sometimes the bees have only 2 to 3 kilos left at the end of the summer. That's not enough. Dr. Steiner: generally, bees are not accustomed to eating sugar, since they normally have their honey as food. That's what they're used to taking in by nature. Now, the strange thing is that in winter, the bee will transform every type of food it receives into a kind of honey. Any animal will transform the nourishment it receives into something it can use. The bee does this as well. But you can imagine that transforming sugar into honey demands more energy from the bee than does eating its own honey. What kind of bees are those going to be that are capable of transforming larger quantities of sugar into honey? Those can only be the strong bees, the ones that you can well use. You won't be able to get weak bees to accomplish this transformation, and for that reason, they are more or less useless to humans. But remember what I said earlier. This whole procedure is understandable from an anthroposophic standpoint. If you add chamomile tea, for example, to the mixture, then you are already taking from the bee a part of the work it would normally have to carry out in its own body. If you mix sugar with this chamomile tea, the chemical substance of chamomile is that part of the plant that brings out the honey nectar within the plant. For the substance contained in chamomile tea is not only in the chamomile plant, but also in every plant that has honey nectar in it. The chamomile plant, however, contains this substance to a greater degree, and that's why you can't use it as a plant source for honey. But if you have before you a plant, there is in it a lot of so-called starch. This starch continually has the tendency of transforming itself into sugar. Now the juice of the chamomile plant already begins working on this starch in the plant in such a way that it directs this sugary juice within the plant to become more like honey. If you give the animal chamomile tea, you are supporting it this way in the inner honey effect that it creates. You are making the sugar more like honey when you add chamomile tea. This is how we also do it with our homeopathic medicines. If you have any kind of metal that you need to give as medicine, you can't give it to a person directly, because it would simply wander through the digestive system without being properly absorbed. What you need to do is compound it with something else, because then it will be more easily assimilated. That's the way it also is with the chamomile tea that you add to the sugar. Salt will also have to be added, because it is salt that makes digestible, otherwise indigestible things. Human beings instinctively add salt to soup, because salt has the unique property of spreading very fast within the body, which helps make food digestible. The end of Lecture 2. This is a reading of a set of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Bees. Lecture 3 was given in Dornach on December 1st, 1923. Gentlemen, Mr. Müller gave me another issue of the Swiss Apiculture newsletter, in which there is an article about the experience people have had with honey cures. Quote, "Our continuing experiences with honey cures at the Frauenfelder Home for Children in Amden," unquote, by Dr. Paula Emmerich. Wesen number 3, March 1923. Several passages are read aloud. And then Dr. Steiner again. "It will be of interest to you to have me add a few comments to this article today. What happened here is that an attempt was made at this home for children to treat with honey those children who were found to be undernourished. According to the article, the children received honey dissolved in moderately warm milk that had not been overheated or brought to a boil, but had remained below the boiling point. Dr. Emmerich has recorded excellent results to prove her success, namely that the number of red blood cells in these children increased in a very extraordinary way. She had, for example, 2 children who were siblings. The younger child, upon entering the home, had only 53% red corpuscles. Upon this child's release, after the honey cure had been completed, the red corpuscle count had risen to 82%. The older child had a count of 70% to begin with, and 78% when this child was picked up by the parents. The latter child had experienced less of an increase, but at least there was an increase. This child had been given only the milk cure, but the red blood cells had, nevertheless, risen from 70 to 78%. This child had not been so weak to start with, but also did not grow in strength as much as the first child did. She also lists quite a number of very interesting experiments, and I ask you kindly, when I mention these experiments, to pay attention to the ages of these children. If you want to research the effect that any particular substance might have on human beings, it does no good simply to do these experiments in a laboratory, but rather is necessary to determine, first of all, and immediately, the age of each sick individual before you conduct any experiments with nutrition or make any attempts to effect a cure. See Table 5, a column of numbers, page 163. We have here the case of an 11-year-old boy. He underwent a honey cure of 8 weeks, and as a result, achieved a very significant improvement in the condition of his glands. His bronchitis diminished, and the red corpuscles, the important constituents of blood, rose in number from 73 to 75%. See upper right. A second example is another 11-year-old who experienced an increase from 55 to 74%. Then there is a 14-year-old girl whose count improved from 70 to 88%. I won't read to you all of the rest of the numbers, but they are, in every instance, significant. Dr. Emmerich also lists the gains in body weight. They too give evidence that the children have become stronger. She also lists 2 aged 10 and 6 boys aged 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, and 13 respectively. These experiments demonstrate that children in this range of ages, specifically of school age, seem to derive the best benefit from this honey cure. In addition to these results, the author of this article tried to determine why it is that these children benefited so much from this honey cure. What she states is remarkably interesting. She indicates something in an extreme way, that which is still applied in many areas by contemporary science. What do the foremost scientists do when they want to assess the nutritive value of certain foods? They do a chemical analysis of these foods in quantity of chemical substances they contain. That's what today's scientists do. This is what happened. A student, Dr. Emmerich says, of the famous professor of physiology, Bunge, B-U-N-G-E, whom you all know by name at least, was in Basel and conducted experiments that involved feeding mice milk. Footnote, Gustav von Bunge, 1844 to 1920, a German physiologist of Russian origin. He was a professor in Basel after 1885 and supported the modern notion of neo-vitalism, a renewal of the theory or doctrine that life processes arise from or contain a non-material vital principle and cannot be explained entirely as physical and chemical phenomena. His main works are titled A Handbook of Physiological and Pathological Chemistry, 1887, and titled A Handbook of Human Physiology, 1901, 2 volumes. End of footnote. These mice had a good life. Their physical condition improved tremendously because they were being fed milk. Then he introduced another element into this experiment. He told himself that milk consists of casein, which is the basis of cheese, fat, sugar, and various salts. He said to himself that mice thrive when they are given milk, and milk consists of casein, fat, sugar, and salts. See Table 5. Hence, he decided to give a similar group of mice these constituents of milk, which are the same as those found in milk. But the mice to whom he gave casein, fat, sugar, and salts died only a few days later. This group of mice had received exactly the same substances, scientifically analyzed, as the first group, but it doesn't make any difference if you know all the parts of a compound. Something else must be involved here. That's what these gentlemen should have told themselves. But what is it they did tell themselves? The gentlemen said that the substances that can be analyzed chemically are all that there can be. These substances are present everywhere. Wherever something happens, a substance must be involved. But those substances contained in milk, casein, fat, sugar, and salts are not responsible for the results in this experiment. Then the gentleman said that there simply must be another new substance in such immeasurably small quantities that chemical analysis does not uncover it. This substance people now call a vitamin. Vita is the Latin word for life. It means makes life. See Table 5. Heine once had in mind to ridicule something. Footnote, Heinrich Heine, poet 1797 to 1856, his statement that, quote, poverty comes from pauperism, unquote, could not be documented. A very similar statement can be found in Fritz Reuter's title Out of My Stormy Time, chapter 38. Inspector Brasik says, quote, the great poverty in the city comes from the pauperism. End of footnote. He said that there are people who, for example, would like to explain where poverty comes from, what the cause of poverty is. Well, the simplest explanation is that poverty comes from pauperism. Aside pauvreta, the French origin of English word pauper, the Latin origin. Let me read that again. Aside, pauvreta, roughly, P-A-U-V-R-E-T, the French origin of the English word, and then semicolon pauper, the Latin origin, end of aside. There are very different words. There you have different words, but they don't really explain anything at all. I was once in literary society where the discussion turned to the subject of where the comical element came from. A number of people present had given this serious thought and came up with some thought-provoking arguments. But then one of them stood up and walked to the podium in such a way that we all knew instinctively that he had much to say about this subject. He expressed his opinion in this way. The comical element simply comes from the fact that a person has the vis comica, or the power of being comical. See Table 5. That would be the same as if an economist were to ask where money comes from and reply that it comes from the power of making money. By saying this, you haven't explained anything at all. Scholars and experts in the field of economics would immediately think that you were rather strange if you said that the origin of money can be found in the power that creates money. But scientists in the field of natural sciences don't notice anything wrong when someone asks where the enlivening power in milk comes from, and is given the answer, from vitamins. But that's just like saying that poverty comes from pauperism, and nobody notices anything wrong. They even think that this person has said something very profound and true, but in reality nothing of significance has been said. This is what is so upsetting, if I may say so, about the way things are conducted in modern-day science. These scientists think they are saying something truly important. They announce their results using big words, and all the rest of the people believe everything they say. If this type of thing continues in the course of history, the time will come when everything will have to wither and die, for the world is dependent on your ability to actually do something and not only talk about things and create new abstract terms. Words must mean exactly what is really there. Long ago, there used to be a kind of science that was directly connected to the actual experience of those things under examination. Today we have a science that knows nothing anymore of this direct experience. All it does is think up fantastic new word combinations, and this is only possible because a new authority has been added to the old one. You must also consider how recent the proliferation of scientific journals in specialty areas is. There used to be very few such journals. Reports are printed in these journals on experiments involving beekeeping after the beekeepers have met at one of their conferences. This was still so at the time when I was young. Then after a conference you could still learn how things were. One beekeeper would relate his experiences to another, and you could immediately tell if someone was a windbag or if the person had real experiences to back up the statements. It's a very different matter when you hear a person speak. You can tell if the person is speaking about something he or she knows or is only repeating things heard from others. What has been added to this method is the new authority of having something appear in print. When something is printed, people immediately think there must be something to it, because a printed page lends an air of authority to whatever is being conveyed. In this article we are talking about, there is an additional element. This doctor has actually bestowed a blessing by conducting her honey cures. In relating these research results, she has accomplished something truly excellent. And now she starts to think about these results as a modern scientist would, and she comes up empty-handed. She even says so. Quote, "It would be desirable to have the results of our experiments publicized far and wide, and particularly to ensure that our young people will once again eat more honey. For the present, our report includes only the results of our practical experiences, but we don't doubt that as more knowledge about vitamins is obtained, pharmacologists and physiologists will need to devote attention to the problem concerning the effect of honey upon the entire human organism." End quote. Likewise, the author of this article states at the very beginning, quote, "I feel called on at some point to give a doctor's perspective regarding the effects of the honey cure. Our successful results encourage me to try to uncover the deeper relationships and conditions that must exist. Although I am certainly conscious of the fact that I haven't even scratched the surface, I would nevertheless like to indicate, based on our experiences and the results of our experiments, the points from which, in my opinion, future research could continue." End quote. Well, from her words, it becomes clear that this doctor has sufficient modesty to say that using all we know today about vitamins, there is no way to get to the core of this matter. Now, here is something you'll want to consider carefully. We'll try to determine the basis for the effects caused by the honey cures. These experiments do show us something. They show us that the effect of honey is particularly strong. The experiments will continue to demonstrate this more and more, not in very young children, but rather in those children undergoing second dentition, or in those who have definitely already replaced their baby teeth with an adult set of teeth. It is very important to consider this point, which the results clearly demonstrate. But the results also show that honey has its best effect in children if you dissolve it in moderately hot milk. It is this combination of honey and milk that has a strong effect in children. If you continue thinking along these lines, you'll find something else to be true. Honey can begin to have a significant effect upon still younger children, but it is important to use a small amount of honey, more milk but less honey. In older people, it is primarily the honey that helps, not the milk. You can obtain favorable results in very old people by allowing them to ingest honey without any milk at all. Based upon the experiments recorded here as the results of experiments, let me read that again. Based upon the experiences recorded here as the results of experiments, you would have to come to the conclusion that milk and honey play an extraordinarily significant role in the life of a human being. And gentlemen, as I've told you before, the older forms of science weren't as primitive and stupid as present-day science would have you believe. These older forms of science often expressed things in a simplistic way, but they were in reality very wise in their insights. And you know that the old phrase, quote, "This is a country where milk and honey flow," unquote, simply means that it is a healthy country, a country where you can live a healthy life. The people of antiquity knew that both milk and honey are strongly connected with a healthy human life force. Nature sometimes talks to us in a very understandable manner. You will notice what it says if you can take the simple things simply enough. Whoever knows that nature works in very wise ways will not need much proof to determine that milk is something that is good for little children and those who are growing up in adulthood. Otherwise, nature would have seen to it that honey and not milk would flow from a woman's breast. This is something that is not out of the realm of possibility, because plants produce honey. It would indeed be possible for the mammary glands of women to produce honey. You simply have to take things on a simple basis. You should not say that nature is a bungler, constantly botching things, but rather say to yourself that behind all of it lies a fact you can recognize, that milk nourishment is the primary concern for a small child, but as the child grows, you can add more and more of the honey nourishment. We really shouldn't get such an idea in our minds, an idea of the abstract word definition type, and then say to ourselves that poverty comes from pauperism, the comical element from the comic force, and the enlivening force of honey from a vitamin contained in it. On the contrary, we should direct our attention to the reality in these relationships. And in this regard, I'm going to tell you this. We'll put together some ideas we've already encountered in these lectures, but it will be important for you to be able to look at these things with the proper and correct perspective. You see, gentlemen, when you go up into the highest parts of the Alps, where these high mountains are the hardest, where in a sense the hardest parts of the earth extrude upward, right there you'll find quartz crystals. They are very beautiful. In general, you will find all sorts of crystals there. Remember how I sketched these quartz crystals for you? They look like this. See drawing also table 5. When they are complete crystals, they will look as if they are closed off below, just as they are on top. But most of the time they are not complete. They come out of the surrounding rocky material. They seem to grow out of the rock in the way I've already frequently sketched for you. What does this mean? This means that the earth lets such crystals grow out of itself, crystals that are six-sided and terminate in a point. So within the earth is a power that can shape something like this so that it will have 6 sides. As I've always explained to you, in human beings reside all the forces that are in the earth, as well as in the cosmos. The earth in turn receives this force from the cosmos. Human beings get it from the earth. The force with which the earth presses out this quartz crystal is contained in a human being. How is it possible that this power is in us? Well, it's true that the human body is full of quartz. Now, you'll probably say, that man must really be crazy. Listen to that strange rubbish he's telling us. The quartz you find up there in the mountains is truly a hard substance. You can crack a human skull with it and nothing happens to the quartz crystal. Its rigidity is one of its most prominent features. But substances do not always have the same form that they present to us here and there. In human beings exists this very same substance that the quartz crystal is made of, but it takes a more fluid form. Table 6, page 164. Why? You see, it's possible to observe. You simply have to observe properly through a spiritual eye, EYE, directed inwardly, how there is a constant stream of something from the head into the members of the human body. It is interesting how the same substance the earth let stream out of itself became hard, took on the form of a quartz crystal, can now be seen constantly flowing downward from the human head. With the earth, it is found streaming out from the earth's interior, and with human beings, it streams from the head to the rest of the body. It is either quartz or silicic acid. The only difference is that the human body doesn't allow the quartz to become crystallized. That would really be something. If we were inwardly completely filled with quartz crystals, that would really hurt. The human body allows the quartz substance to develop up to the point where quartz wants to take on its 6-sided shape, and then it stops the process at that very point. The body simply doesn't let it happen. Our life as human beings is dependent on the fact that we continuously want to form 6-sided crystals, beginning with the head and going down into the rest of the body. But we stop this crystal formation just in time, so that it doesn't happen. As a result, we have what we might call a very thin solution of quartz, quote-unquote, fluid in us. If we didn't have this quartz substance in us, we would, for instance, never have a sweet taste in our mouths, no matter how much sugar we ate. The quartz we have in us is responsible for this, not because of its chemical composition, but rather by virtue of the fact that it has a strong will to take on a 6-sided form as a crystal. This is what it does. This is what does it. Everything depends on our understanding this properly. So you see, In the earth we find the same substance, only further developed. The human being stops the process at the point of the development of silicic acid, just when this process wants to become spiky. The earth allows this process to continue until the sharp-pointed nature of quartz pokes its way through to the surface. But the human being needs and uses this power, this silicic acid power, which is the power to produce these six-sided shapes. I can imagine that not all of you were good in geometry. Not all of you will have geometry fresh in your minds. You might not immediately be able to sketch a quartz crystal or model it in clay. But your body is a good geometrician. It wants continuously to make such crystals, but we are held back from doing so. All life consists in stopping the process of dying, and when we no longer are able to stop it, then we simply experience the actual death we've been trying to avoid. Now let's look at a bee again. The bee flies out and collects honey nectar. In its own body, it transforms this honey nectar into honey and creates from it its own powers of life. But it also produces wax. What does it do with this wax? It makes six-sided cells from it. You see, the earth makes six-sided silicic acid crystals, while the bee makes six-sided cells. This is terribly interesting. If I were to sketch for you these cells, or if you can remember how Mr. Müller showed them to you, then you will see that they look like quartz crystals, the only difference being that they are hollow. The quartz crystal is not. But in their form they are completely alike. Table 6, upper right. You see, gentlemen, these cells are hollow, but what goes in there? The egg of the bee is placed into it. Where the silicic acid is contained in the quartz, it is hollow in the cell. That's where a bee egg is placed. The bee is formed by the same force that resides in the earth and can construct a quartz crystal. It's the finely distributed silicic acid that has this effect. There is a force in it that can't be proved using physical methods. In this process, the honey, having been worked upon by the bee's body, has such an effect that it can create wax in just such a form that human beings can use, because all human beings need to have these six-sided spaces within themselves. Human beings need the same things bees do. And since the bee is that creature that can best of all create this force of having a six-sided effect on other things, the bee collects from everything available in nature the very form of nourishment that can carry over into our bodies this same hexagonally acting force, a force that produces a six-sided effect. You see, gentlemen, if you eat honey, you will take into yourselves a tremendously strengthening force. If you have become too weak to develop within yourselves this six-sided force that must flow from your head to the rest of the body, if you don't have any longer the power to give your blood a certain degree of solidity so that this six-sided force is continually present, then honey must step in to make up for the loss. Or in the case of children, milk will be necessary. Children don't have this six-sided force as yet. They still must obtain it through that which a woman produces in herself in the form of milk. This is why no matter how much casein, fat, sugar, and salt you give mice to eat, they will still die. Why? Because this animal also needs this force to produce the six-sided effect. Just mixing casein, fat, sugar, and salt is not going to yield real milk, because the power that expresses itself in six-sidedness is not there. If you give real milk to mice, this force is imparted. However, it is not contained in milk to such a degree that when the milk turns sour, it will form six-sided crystals. If this hexagonally acting force were just a bit stronger in the milk, then you would be able to drink sour milk that would create tiny silicic acid crystals on your tongue. It would feel as if there were tiny hairs present in the milk. But in milk, the crystallization process doesn't ever reach this point, because the milk originates in a human or animal body, where it remains fluid. For a child, the power contained in milk is sufficient, but not for an adult human being. This maturation toward adulthood, however, begins in childhood. At that time, you need to begin adding the stronger six-sided activating force that is contained in honey. Another interesting point is this: milk, even if it comes from a human being, is in reality animal-like in nature. It comes from the animal part of a human being. Thus, in the human being, milk is animal. Honey, on the other hand, comes from the plant kingdom via a detour through the bee. Originating in the plant kingdom, it is considered vegetable. Silicic acid, let's say quartz, is mineral. It has a distinct hexagonal shape. The wax, which comes about within the bee, as it is influenced by the bee's metabolism, takes on its form. The wax isn't derived directly from the bee's nourishment, but it receives its form from it, and is shaped into a six-sided cell. Milk dissolves this shape or form quickly, and allows only a shadowy image of six-sided crystals to be formed. Table 6, lower right. As a result, you can say that honey is that form of nutrition that must have the most salutary and beneficial effects on a human being. I suppose you could also reason that it would be a good thing for human beings to substitute silicic acid for honey, because the silicic acid would also supply a method for getting this six-sided power into your system. But silicic acid has an effect on human beings that is too strong, because it was pushed too far along in the process of attaining a six-sided shape and forming the typical silicic acid shape within itself. Nevertheless, it has some beneficial effects for the human being. Now assume the following circumstance. Imagine a poor child isn't lucky and doesn't receive a honey cure of the type described in the article at the age of 16 or 17, or even of 13 or 14, when it is best. This child doesn't fare well. The percentage of red corpuscles in the blood is reduced more and more as time progresses. The child grows older, and at the age of 30, let's say, lives in poverty, and it has become a very weak human being. The writer of the article even says as much when she says, quote, "they simply collapse," unquote. But now you have before you a person who is 30 years old. You could easily initiate a honey cure, but this person has become too enervated, too emaciated. In order to help such a person, you would have to give so much honey that the stomach would be spoiled in the process, for honey is something that demands moderation from the human being who eats it. If you eat too much honey, you will upset your stomach. This is based on a very simple fact. Honey is sweet and contains a lot of sugar. Your stomach, however, needs primarily an acidic content. So when you ingest too many sweet things, you will spoil the acidic effect the stomach is trying to produce. If you gave such an emaciated person, who is 30 years old, as much honey as such a person would need in order to bring about a positive outcome, he or she would at first suffer from indigestion, which would lead eventually to a chronic intestinal condition. You simply can't do it. You could try something else. You could, to begin with, give such a person as a medication a drastically diluted solution containing powdered quartz, which is silicic acid. If you give someone this extremely thin solution of silicic acid as a remedy, this person will, after a certain amount of time has passed, regain the capability of absorbing the beneficial effects of small quantities of honey. This very thinly dissolved silicic acid will have stimulated within the person the power to make use of the hexagonal force. In this way, you can use a lesser amount of honey as a follow-up. So the silicic acid can, in a sense, prepare the way for the honey. You could do something similar with a 30-year-old individual whose hemoglobin content is too low. Add a bit of extremely diluted silicic acid directly to the honey. This is generally permissible for all adults, whereas with children, it is best to give them a great deal of milk. In this way, the honey can have its effect on human beings. You must know how all these things are connected, and then you will be able to ask, quote, what is it, in reality, that brings about the effect that honey can have on human beings? Unquote. It's this hexagonal formative force that works via the honey upon the human being. This power is inside the bee. You can see its effects by observing the bee's wax cells. It is through this power that honey can be of such benefit to humans. For this reason, the statement I made to you earlier is true. In a child, it is primarily the power in milk that is effective, but you can strengthen this power with honey. With adults, for the most part, it is the power in honey that has a strong effect. When a person gets older and has definitely left childhood behind, you will need to strengthen the power in honey with that contained in quartz, as I have described for you. An adult might still derive some benefit from a honey milk cure, because the powers of early childhood might still be present. A simple honey cure might also be beneficial. The benefits of a honey cure remain incontestable. Those involved in the practical application of these cures know very well that these beneficial effects exist. What we need to do is make clear to practitioners that they should see to it that the properly measured amounts of honey be available commercially. People generally tend to let themselves be deceived. I don't mean this in the usual criminal sense of the word, but rather I would say that they let themselves be deceived by the general conditions that exist in our culture. If you travel about anywhere and go into hotels where you might ask for some honey, you will frequently receive not honey, but a substitute sugar honey that was produced artificially. If only people knew that such honey isn't the same thing as real honey, that there is no way that this power that produces the hexagonal effect can be present, that they could not have the wool pulled over their eyes, so that they would believe that this artificially made honey has the same effect that genuine honey has. You could naturally feed mice with real honey. They would even enjoy the taste of it. However, if you gave them artificial honey, they would die fairly soon, perhaps even in just a few days. This is what I wanted to say about the article on honey milk cures. Now, there is another interesting matter that has come to my attention. I would like to speak about it, but also to hear from you as to what your thoughts might be about the matter, as well as from Mr. Müller, who also will speak to you regarding this matter. You'll see that so many questions will come up that we'll have to talk about this again next time. You'll be able then to ask questions, and Mr. Müller and I will answer them. At this time, I want only to touch upon two things quickly. These may seem rather strange to you, but I'm quite interested in finding out how you will react to them. Now, there's a question submitted in writing, and this is the question. Among the beekeepers in traditional farming communities, there is a conviction that between the beekeeper and the bees, there is a certain soul connection, a spiritual bond that exists between them. So they say that if the beekeeper dies, the death must immediately be made known to the bees. If this is not done, all of the bees will die during the course of the next year. That is, a certain spiritual rapport exists between them is made clear by the experience that many have had. If you try to attend to your bees when you are in an angry mood, the bees will sting you more frequently than if you carry out your tasks with the bees when you are in a calm mood and in harmony with your environment. Is there any basis in reality for this somewhat ancient notion that older beekeepers have? End of question. Dr. Steiner responds. It would be interesting to hear from Mr. Müller if he could simply say that such things are a total figment of the imagination. Such things as announcing the death of the beekeeper are customary among beekeepers in the country. But I'm more interested in this spiritual rapport, this relationship between the beekeeper and the bees. Perhaps Mr. Müller could say something about this. Mr. Müller then responds, and he talks about two illustrative cases in Basel and Zurich. In one family, the wife, who had helped very much in tending the bees, died, and in the course of 1 year, all of the hives died out. In another case, this one in Basel, it was also a wife who was very much devoted to tending the bees who died. The same thing happened. It was a large apiary. In the course of a year, 28 hives were reduced to only 6. I can't explain how that is connected to the time span and why it happened to those bees. In one case, it was established that the bees did not die of any known disease. Perhaps there was a soul connection. Dr. Steiner responds, let's try to remember what I once told you about the connection between humans and animals. You may have heard me talking about it. I've mentioned it in the past. A while ago, there was much talk about so-called calculating horses that were given a question such as, how much is 4 plus 5? Then the owner of the horse began counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, at which point the horse stamped the ground with its foot. These horses did innumerable calculations like this. You've probably heard that the horses from the Elberfeld region became quite famous in this regard. Investigative commissions were sent there to research this matter and get to the bottom of it. I myself have not seen these horses from Elberfeld, but I saw another such calculating horse that belonged to a Mr. von Osten. This horse also performed this feat. From this example alone, you could draw a conclusion as to the real basis for such a phenomenon. Footnote, see the article by Oscar Pfingst, titled, Mr. von Osten's Horse, Smart John, a contribution to experimental animal and human psychology, Leipzig, 1937, end of footnote. People have really racked their brains to try to figure this one out. When you think about it, there is something terribly shocking about horses that are said to suddenly begin doing calculations. They calculate so well that you could almost dispense with calculating machines. Well, gentlemen, if you could teach horses to do this, the competition between horses on the one hand and bookkeepers and accountants on the other could become fierce. However, the story behind these horses is not a nice one. Even the scientific world suffered an unbelievable degree of embarrassment in probing for the truth in this matter. There is, however, an easy way to get a handle on it. Naturally, a horse can't really do calculations. What you need to find out is why it happens that the horse stamps its foot at the number 9. It would be a case of complete idiocy to contend or even believe that a horse is able to do these calculations. Even Professor Pfingst, who studied this matter very carefully, knew this for a fact. But he then established a theory. He said to himself, Mr. von Osten must make a certain kind of face or have a slightly different expression on his face, and then the horse must see this slightly changed expression on his face. The horse must detect this very slight change in the lines on his face. When seeing this change, the horse stamps its foot. But then this professor states his own objection to this line of thinking. He figures that he should be able to place himself directly before Mr. von Osten and watch his facial expressions very carefully. This he did, but he noticed nothing at all. But he didn't let himself get confused by his own theory. So he said to himself, this change in expression is so minute that I can't detect it, but the horse can. Well, gentlemen, what we can conclude from this is that a horse can see more and better than a professor. There can be no other conclusion. But this is not the way things are. If you are trained in anthroposophic science, which allows for a spiritual as well as the obvious physical dimension, and you go to examine this matter, then you will not place emphasis upon any slight change in expression. But this is the way things really were. The horse stood on one side, and Mr. von Osten, holding the bridle loosely, stood on the other side. And in the right pocket of his jacket, Mr. von Osten had many small pieces of sugar, which he continually gave to the horse. The more the horse licked and ate these pieces and savored their sweetness, the more it began to love Mr. von Osten. As this love increased, supported each time by the offering of sugar, a very cordial relationship between Mr. von Osten and the horse was formed. Mr. von Osten didn't even need to change his expression ever so slightly. He only needed to think, When I reach 9, the calculation is correct. The horse then senses this thought, because animals have a much finer sensitivity to all those things that are going on in their immediate environment. They sense what is going on in your head, even though you don't express it visually through a facial expression that a horse might see, but not a human being. The horse senses what is going on in your brain when you are thinking 9, and then stamps its foot. If the horse had not received the sugar, the horse's love might have transformed itself somewhat into hate, and then it would not have stamped its foot. So you see, animals have a very fine sensitivity for things, not for almost imperceptible facial expressions, but rather for truly invisible things, just as Hans the horse had for what was happening in Mr. von Osten's brain. These are things you simply have to observe. Then you will know that animals indeed can feel things in what seems to us a very marvelous way. Just imagine for a moment that you are walking into a swarm of bees and you are extremely afraid. Well, the bees can feel that you have fear. There is no way to deny it. What does it mean that you are afraid? You know that if you are afraid, you will become pale, and when you become pale, your blood is held back. It doesn't float outwardly into your skin. Now, when a bee approaches a person who is afraid, it senses in that person more than it normally does when the blood is properly distributed in the skin, this force that affects things in a six-sided manner, and it wants to obtain from you honey or wax. Whereas, if a person calmly approaches the bees and the blood is distributed evenly, the bee has a very different experience. The bee then notices that the person's blood has the same amount of the six-sided power as it has. Now imagine that you are angry as you approach the bees. Anger will make you red. In this case, a lot of blood suffuses the skin, and this blood wants to receive more of the six-sided force. The bee, with its fine sensitivity, notices this and believes that you want to take away from it this six-sided power, so it stings you. These are very fine sensibilities that register the various powers in nature that are playing about out there or are contained inside things. Add to this the process of becoming accustomed to being in someone's presence. Consider also that a beekeeper doesn't approach a beehive the same way any person, chosen randomly, would walk up to a beehive. The bees feel, if I may use this expression, a person's effluvia, exhalations, vapors, or perspiration. They know what makes up a specific human being and become accustomed to this individual. If this person dies, then they have to break the relationship with one and gradually become accustomed to another. This is of great significance for the bees. Consider what you can find happening with dogs. It has happened before that when the master of a dog died, the dog went to its master's grave and died there because it couldn't easily get used to a new master. So why can't you assume that bees, known for having a very fine sense of chemical substances, can perceive all these things, that they can become so accustomed to a particular beekeeper that they are unable to do an about-face and immediately accept a new beekeeper? There is something very important upon which all of this is based. But you may say, is the situation with dogs and horses the same as with those tiny creatures, the insects? Well, you may not have observed this, but it is nevertheless true. You can find people who have a green thumb when it comes to growing plants, whether it's potted plants or plants growing outside. Another person puts in at least the same amount of effort. Nothing happens. It's a person's Ausdünstung, exhalations, vapors, perspiration, and so forth, that influences the flowers favorably when it comes from one person, but unfavorably when it comes from another. And for some individuals, growing plants comes completely to nothing. This unfavorable influence is primarily on the force residing in the plant, a force that produces the nectar and that produces sweetness within the plant. So you could say that human beings can affect flowers, but they can affect bees even more strongly. You don't have to be astonished about this at all. Just keep the facts together in their proper relationships. You'll then see that such things can really be true. You'll also be able to consider these matters as you carry out the practical aspects of beekeeping. A second question. There's an old farmer saying that states that if it rains on the 3rd of May, the nectar gets washed out of the blossoms on flowers and trees, so that honey production is reduced that year. My observations during the past 4 years seem to indicate there may be some truth to this adage. Is something like this really possible? Dr. Steiner responds, yes, gentlemen, this is something that will lead us more deeply into the area of the various influences that exist in nature. The fact that it is specifically the 3rd of May is of lesser importance. What is important is the season that is active around this time of year. What does it mean when it rains at this time near the beginning of May? I once told you that the vernal equinox is now located in the constellation Pisces, Table 5, upper left. The Sun remains in this constellation until approximately April 23rd, at which time it moves into the constellation Aries. At the beginning of May, the Sun's rays come from a different part of the sky than they do at other times of the year. Assume, for instance, that the weather is beautiful at the beginning of May, which would include May 3rd. What does this mean? It means that the Sun exerts a powerful influence upon all earthly things. All those things that happen here on earth take place under the Sun's influence when the weather is beautiful. What then would be the significance of rain on May 3rd or at the beginning of May? It means that the Earth's forces are greater and dispel the effects of the Sun. All of this is of tremendous importance for the growth of all plants. If the Sun's power can allow its influence to be felt at just that point in time when the Sun's rays originate from the Aries region of the sky, so that it can bring its full force to bear upon the flowers, then the flowers will develop this sweet substance that appears in the nectar. Then the bees will find this nectar to make honey. If, however, the earth's power can prevail when there is rain at this time, then the flowers can't develop under the sun's rays that come from the Aries region. But they will have to wait for a later sun period. Or they may be interrupted entirely in the development of what they already have. Then the flowers will not properly produce nectar, and the bees will not find any honey. These matters will become clear to you if you know that everything that happens on earth, as I have frequently told you before, is open to the influences emanating from the cosmos, from whatever is located outside the earth and surrounds it in all directions. Rain simply means that the sun's influence is driven away. Beautiful, clear weather means that the sun's power can manifest its full potential in the influences it sends in the direction of the earth. And what is important is not that the sun generally shines in our direction all year long, but rather that the sun's forces are coming from a specific area of the sky, not the area we are looking at now, December 1, but specifically the region known as Aries. From every corner of the sky, the sun's power acts differently. It is not the sun alone that has these effects. Instead, it is important that the background behind the sun is a certain region, such as Aries. That which the Aries region gives to the sun is assimilated by the sun, and then passed on in the sun's rays. It's quite a different matter if the sun sends its rays to the earth at the beginning or at the end of May. At the beginning of May, the full power of Aries is still effective, but at the end of May, the power of Taurus makes itself known. At this point, the influence is one that no longer can exert itself on plants in the same way. Its effect is rather one that causes the plants to harden and dry out, and as a result, the plants no longer have the proper power to create nectar. Table 6, middle. So there is, after all, something to these old farmers' sayings. One ought to pay attention to them. Naturally, as I've told you before, the proper understanding of such things has been lost, and for this reason we have become superstitious. This happens when you no longer can distinguish one thing from another. Then these proverbs or adages have about the same value as the one that says, if the rooster crows on the dung heap, either the weather will change or it will remain as it is. But this is not always the case with such sayings. Some of them are based on ancient wisdom, which you will need to delve into. The farmers who followed these sayings sometimes did very well for themselves in adhering to them. You see, a deeper understanding can lead us back to using such sayings, albeit with a new understanding of their significance. We'll continue next Wednesday, the end of Lecture 3. This is a reading of a set of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Bees. Lecture 4 was given in Dornach, December 5th, 1923. It begins with an explanatory introduction by the editors. Mr. Erbsmale states that beekeepers today are primarily concerned with the profits gained from beekeeping. Every effort is directed toward this materialistic goal. In the titled Swiss Apiculture newspaper, number 10, October 1923, you will find the following statement, quote, honey is, for the most part, a luxury item, and those who purchase it can afford to pay a good price for it, unquote. Later on, in the same newspaper, an example is given of a certain Mr. Baldensberger, who traveled throughout Spain and on one occasion found a group of very healthy children assembled about a beekeeper. He asked the beekeeper, "Me too." The beekeeper immediately replied, "These are my customers." Here in the heart of Europe, the goal is to get as much out of the honey as possible. An employer's main interest is to see how much labor can be gotten out of the employees. The same applies also to the bees. Another question is posed as to whether there might be any truth to the opinion expressed by some that moonlight has a certain influence on the formation of nectar in flowers, number 11 of the same newsletter. Mr. Müller responds that Mr. Erbsmale can easily see from reading the apicultural newspaper that it can only be a beekeeper with a small number of hives who doesn't sell any honey at all. Mr. Erbsmale simply doesn't know yet how much is presently involved in a beekeeping operation and that a certain amount of bookkeeping is necessary. If you don't plan financially for some profit in this venture, just as you would in any other enterprise, then you'd simply have to give up beekeeping. The large quantity of honey available commercially would not be there if you didn't obtain honey that was produced by artificial breeding in this way. Sometimes the yield is only 1 to 2 kilos of honey. Under certain conditions, it even contains some fir tree honey, which you have to remove if you want to keep the bee colonies healthy. That's all. After that, there may be a bad year, and you won't have enough to last until April or May. You'll need to use artificial feeding, sugar, chamomile tea, thyme, and some salt, in order to get the bee colonies through a difficult period, so as to maintain them in a state of continuous vitality. In a modern beekeeping operation, you need to keep a record of how much time the beekeeper has worked, 5½ hours at the going rate of 1 or 1.5 Swiss francs. Then the honey would have to be sold at a price of 7 Swiss francs. You can also count on losses. You may lose the framework for the honeycomb and then have to replace something. The whole thing has to turn a profit. If a beekeeper were only to stick to the old way of doing things, then the beekeeper wouldn't make any progress. Mr. Erbsmale can do that with his small operation, but if you have a large number of hives, then you have to sit down and figure out that you have already incurred a deficit when you ask 6 Swiss francs. The American beekeepers do it the same way. Mr. Müller cannot comprehend that the bee colonies may die out in 80 or 100 years. He simply can't understand how Dr. Steiner can say that in 50 or 100 years, artificial breeding can cause serious problems for the bee colonies to which it has been applied. In regard to the second point about announcing the death of the beekeeper to the bees, he already mentioned that the greatest portion of the hives died out when the beekeeper who tended them died. Just how this can happen, he simply can't comprehend. About the adulterated or artificially made honey in hotels, he wants to add that first-class hotels are, in many instances, selling American honey. If you feed European bees this honey, which is, after all, a bee product, they die. Then there is this matter about the bees stinging. Perspiration is about the worst thing for bees, and if you hear whistling, rattling, or any strident sound, it is advisable to remain standing and not move. and then with reference to the question that asks about the effect of a bee sting on a human being, he relates one example that he knew about personally. A strong man was stung by a bee. He cried out, "Hold me, I've been stung by a bee." He was extraordinarily sensitive, allergic to bee stings. He also had heart disease. He suggests that Dr. Steiner could explain how a bee sting can pose such a great danger to certain human beings. There is, for example, a saying, if a horse is stung 3 times by hornets, the horse will die. Some time ago in one of his hives, he says he found a hornet's nest. He simply removed the brood. The hornets were so cowardly that they didn't sting in the dark. Outside, they probably would have done so. Now, Dr. Steiner begins speaking. Let's investigate, so that we can discuss this matter rationally, how bees can recognize the beekeeper who tends them. You passed judgment on this matter based on your normal understanding of such things, and this is completely justified. But now I want to tell you something. Imagine that you have a friend with whom you became acquainted in, let's say, 1915. Table 7, page 164. This friend remains here in Europe, and you go to America and return again in 1925. Your friend, let's assume, lives in Arlesheim, where you happen to see him and recognize him and remember who he is. But what has happened meanwhile? I've already explained this to you in detail before on another occasion. All the material substances in the human body are completely renewed or replaced in a period of 7 or 8 years. The old substances, such as cells, are completely exchanged for new ones. Nothing of that which once was there is there later. So you can say that your friend, if you see him once again after 10 years, has none of the physical substances within himself that he once had when you saw him 10 years ago. But you recognized him nevertheless. And if you look at him externally, he does appear to you as that same interrelated mass of substances. Yes, he does appear familiar in this way. But if you were to examine him using a sufficiently large magnifying glass, then you would see that, table 7, upper middle, somewhere in his head, blood flows through an artery. And when this blood is magnified to a certain point, table 7, upper right, it no longer looks like blood, but rather like many tiny dots that resemble small animals. These tiny dots are constantly quivering and trembling. When you look at this, you will see a great similarity between it and a horde of bees swarming about. A human being has the appearance of a swarm of bees when you magnify sufficiently the substances contained in the body. Once you've gained a proper insight into all of this, it would have to seem incomprehensible that one human being could recognize another after 10 years, because not a single one of these tiny moving points is still there. His eyes now have completely new, quote-unquote, dots. There are new, different little animals in there, and yet a human being will recognize another after a long separation. It isn't absolutely necessary for these individual tiny animals and plants of which we consist, to be responsible for doing something that makes it possible for us to recognize each other after a long separation. But it is rather due to the fact that we recognize the whole person. Likewise, the beehive isn't simply what you would call a collection of an undetermined number of bees, but rather a complete whole, a complete being. That which you can recognize again or not recognize again is the entire beehive. If you could zoom out rather than zoom in, you could see all these bees at once and connect them in what would resemble a human muscle. With bees, this is the very thing you must pay attention to, that the object of our concern has nothing to do with the individual bees, but rather with that which absolutely belongs together to make up the whole. This is something that a simple understanding of the matter can't fathom. In this case, you must be able to view the whole as it must really be. That is why we can learn so much from a beehive or things like it, because a beehive completely contradicts the thoughts we may form about it. Our thoughts keep trying to tell us that the explanation must be different. However, in a beehive, the most wonderful things happen. It isn't the way our common understanding of the matter tells us. So, what happens when the change brought about by the death of the beekeeper affects the beehive in a certain way? This can't be denied. It simply happens this way, experience tells us. Someone who is not restricted to one beekeeping operation, but sees many such operations, is able to observe this as a fact. I can tell you, for example, that as a boy, I had numerous personal experiences relating to beekeeping, and at that time my interest in this matter was extremely great, not because of any connection beekeeping had to economic or commercial questions that interested me after I grew up, but rather because honey was prohibitively expensive at that time, so that my parents, who were poor, could never afford to buy any. Whatever honey we had came from our neighbors, usually for Christmas, but we received so much throughout the winter that we had enough honey for the entire year. At that time, I wasn't interested in the economic question regarding honey, since I ate almost exclusively honey that had been given as a present. How can this be? Nowadays, under the same conditions, you would not so easily receive honey as present. But back then, in the surrounding area where my parents lived, the beekeepers were primarily farmers who had made beekeeping part of the entire agricultural operation. This is quite a different situation compared to an individual purchasing whatever a beekeeping operation requires, and add to this the fact that such a person usually is a salaried worker who has to live entirely from hourly wages. In an agricultural operation, beekeeping is carried on in such a way that you don't even notice it. Hardly any consideration is even given to the length of time spent in this activity, because it is something that the farmer somehow manages to find time to do. In farming, there is always something that is left over to do. The time spent on such a job may be saved elsewhere, or perhaps a certain task for some reason is scheduled for a different time, thereby freeing one up to do something else. In any case, the hives were tended somewhere in between other chores back then, and the people knew that honey was something so valuable you couldn't even pay for it. And this, in a certain sense, is absolutely right, because under the present economic conditions, everything you can buy suffers from an improper relationship of price as related to the actual work done. Today we really ought not to be discussing these false price relationships, because such a discussion must really be placed upon a much broader basis of political economy. You'll not gain much of an insight if you treat honey as just another item on a grocery list, rather than a luxury item like coffee, tea, or chocolate. If the organization of a society were a healthy one, then without a doubt a proper price for honey would be established. It is just because we are not living under healthy social conditions that all the questions we raise will be tainted by the situation we are part of. You see, here is the situation today when you visit large farms. Yes, gentlemen, with the agricultural manager, usually this person is not a farmer, but an accountant-type manager, says to you about the quantity of milk obtained from cows is horrible. The manager gets so many liters of milk a day from a single cow. Anyone who really understands the nature of a cow knows that it is impossible that you can get this much milk from a cow, but they manage somehow to get this amount. As far as I know, some of them have pushed this amount to be double that which a cow can normally give. This brings in a good profit for the farm naturally. And to top it off, you can't even say that you would be able to notice that the milk doesn't have the same nutritional value as the milk that is produced under natural conditions. You can't even prove that something really bad has happened to it. But let me give you the following example. Over the past few years, we have done many experiments with a medication used to treat hoof and mouth disease in cattle. Footnote regarding this remedy, see Joseph Wehr's title Animal Husbandry and Animal Medicine in the Framework of Biodynamic Agriculture, Stuttgart, 1953. End of footnote. These experiments were conducted on large farms as well as small ones, where the milk production for each cow was lower. You could find out all sorts of things because you had to try out the medication. The experiments were not completed because officially the people didn't want to comply with all aspects, and because today so many concessions have to be made. But the medication produced some extraordinary results. In a somewhat changed form, it is used as a medication to treat canine distemper. When you do these experiments, you'll discover the following. Calves born to cows that are forced to produce too much milk are considerably weaker. You can observe this in the effect the medication has on the calf. The effectiveness or lack of effectiveness is greatly magnified. Eventually, the calf grows up if it doesn't die of the disease. But a calf whose mother has been overfed in order to force it to give more milk is a much weaker calf than one whose mother was not forced to produce as much milk. You can observe this in the first, second, third, and fourth generations. Then the calf gets to be so small that you hardly notice it. This type of forced milk production has not been in existence for very long, but I know one thing very well, that if people continue along this path, if a single cow is made to deliver over 30 liters of milk a day, if they continue to mistreat these animals this way, then after some time, dairy farming may come to a bitter end. There's nothing that can be done about that. Well, to be sure, things are naturally not quite so bad with the artificial feeding and breeding of bees. This is mainly so because the bee is an animal that always knows how to help itself, since it is much closer to nature than a cow, which really can't help itself very much when it is raised and treated in this way. And this ability to help itself out of difficult situations is a truly wonderful thing about a beehive. Now we're getting to the point that Mr. Müller made about the hornets he sometimes finds inside his hives, hornets that don't sting him, whereas any other time a person meets up with a hornet, terrible things can happen. I also want to tell you something else. I don't know if you've had this experience yourself. Those of you who are beekeepers will know about this. But it can happen that you find yourself in a situation that forces you to empty out the entire hive. Well, once I looked into such an empty hive and saw something rather strange there. It looked like a tuber. Draws on blackboard, see Table 7, lower right. No one really knew what it was. The bees seemed to have made this tuber for no reason at all. It was made of all the usual substances that bees are capable of producing. Looking like a stone, this tuber consisted of resins, waxes, and glue-like substances. Yes, gentlemen, I was truly curious about what was going on in there, and when I took the tuber apart, lo and behold, a dead mouse was inside. This mouse had gotten into the hive and died there. And then imagine how terrible the stench of the rotting corpse of the mouse must have been for the bees. In this very extraordinary case, the entire hive had the instinct to surround this dead mouse with a shell. When we took apart the surrounding shell, there was really a terrible smell that had remained inside it until that moment. As you can see, in the whole hive, there was not only an instinct to build cells and to feed the young, but also an instinct to do something when an event so unusual happens, like a mouse entering a hive. Since they were unable to remove the mouse from the hive, they helped themselves by creating a shell around it. I've heard from other beekeepers about snails and slugs that managed to get into the hive and were encrusted there. Alive within the hive are not only the usual instincts, but also instincts that help to heal. These are particularly effective. Well, if a hornet's nest is inside the hive, then the bees do not create such a solid structure, but they continually surround this nest with a secretion of their poison, and for this reason the hornets lose the energy, the power, even to attempt to escape. As with the dead mouse, which no longer creates a stench in all directions, the hornet, even though it hasn't been encrusted in a shell, lives continually in the poisonous vapors with which the bees surround themselves, so that the hornet becomes weak and can do them no harm. In this way, the hornet eventually loses its power and energy, and it can no longer defend itself if you approach it. You will get on well with bees only if you go beyond the normal basic understanding of things and actually begin to follow matters with an inner eye, EYE. The picture of things you get in this way is indeed wonderful. Using this type of insight, you'll have to say that a beehive is a total entity. You must try to understand it in its totality. And with such an entity, the potential damage is not at all noticeable right away. Whoever knows human beings well knows, for instance, that one 65 or 66-year-old individual still might have a rather fresh appearance, but another may not be as healthy in appearance because the second one suffers from hardening of the arteries or something like that. To observe this fact and to make a connection between what happened in childhood and later adulthood is extremely interesting. You can, for example, give a child milk that comes from cows that derive too much of their nourishment from plants growing in a soil with a high lime content. In this way, the child assimilates, through the cow's milk it drinks, some of the calcium present in the calcareous soil. This calcium intake probably will not manifest itself immediately. Along comes a medical doctor of the modern-day sort and shows you one such child who was raised on milk from a cow that had grazed on land with a predominant lime content, and another child who had received only mother's milk. And such a doctor says, quote, "It doesn't make any difference which type of milk the child gets," unquote. But it turns out that the child raised on mother's milk is still fresh in appearance at an age of 65 or 66, and the other, raised on cow's milk, has suffered from calcification at the same age. Such a thing happens because a human being is a complete entity, and whatever is effective at a given time may still have after effects at a much later time. Something might be quite healthy at one time, but it will still show after effects later. And this is just what I'm trying to say. There is no way, based on the current situation with the artificial methods used in feeding and breeding bees, to predict what the significance of these procedures will mean for the future, 50 or 60 years, or even a century from now. The fact that someone will say, "I don't understand how things like this would be any different in 50, 60, or 100 years from now," certainly is understandable. This inability to understand, or lack of desire to gain a deeper insight, this is just what I observed once on a large farm. You can rest assured that they really discouraged me in a very friendly manner when I began to talk about reducing the amount of milk taken from each cow. Dairy farming will suffer much faster. It will probably approach a ruinous state in a quarter of a century. Today, it is impossible to object in any way to the artificial methods applied in beekeeping. This is because we live in social conditions that do not allow anything else to be done. Nevertheless, it is important to gain this insight that it is one matter if you let nature take its course and only help to steer it in the right direction when necessary. But it is entirely another matter if you apply artificial methods to speed things along. But I really don't want to take a strong position against what Mr. Müller has stated. It is quite correct that we can't determine these matters today. It will have to be delayed until a later time. Let's talk to each other again in 100 years, Mr. Müller. Then we'll see what kind of opinion you'll have at that point. This is something that can't be decided today. And now there's a mention. Mr. Erbsmel indicates once again that with beekeepers today, everything they do is based upon profit. And Dr. Steiner responds, the more you find that somebody is involved in beekeeping as a sideline, the more such a person will have the same opinion that the Spaniard you mentioned had. Well, today this will probably no longer be a common situation, but 50 or 60 years ago, a farmer did not regard with any particular value what was collected from the bees. It was always something the farmer didn't count on. The honey was given away for free, or if it was actually sold, the farmer would put the money in the children's piggy banks or something like that. Today, conditions have become quite different from what they once were. How could you imagine that someone whose wages are based upon working by the hour, or who talks about circumstances in terms of time being money, would not be primarily interested in profit? Such individuals arrive at this attitude through all the conditions under which they live. It's true, is it not, that these days there are hobby beekeepers who must interrupt their salaried work and take a vacation without pay in order to conduct their beekeeping activities properly. Then they sit down and calculate their honey price. They calculate into their honey price the money they lost from their normal salaried position. Just imagine, beekeeping is so old that no one can provide any physical proof of the way it was prior to the domestication of bees. For the most part, people know only about our bees, the European honeybee. Their only acquaintance is with the domesticated bee. In natural history textbooks, you can even find the type of bee found throughout Europe referred to as the common house bee. Footnote, this term was first used by Alfred Brehm in Brehm's Illustrated Animal Life, Volume 3, Leipzig, 1875, page 474, end of footnote. It is truly remarkable that people know only of the domesticated bee and have no idea what conditions were like when these bees were found in a wild, natural state, entirely exposed to the forces of nature. We can assume that the domestication of bees reaches very far back into history. As you begin to discuss such ancient matters, consider that the prices of things were very different from those that prevail today. Just remember that people today work in jobs that you can trace back to the time when they originated. But here you have two types of price formation. With bees, this goes back to very ancient antiquity. There are no ancient recorded prices to compare with today's prices, as in the metal and lumber industries, which have price lists going back a number of decades. Only when healthy social conditions once again prevail will the proper price of honey arise in accordance with the new and different conditions existing at that future time. Most people simply have no idea, nor can they imagine how difficult it is to discuss price formation or how prices are fixed. In order to talk about these matters, you need a very thorough understanding of the actual conditions that exist. Recently, I had an interesting experience that I want to tell you about, because it may cause you to wonder about price formation. A university professor I know wrote a book about political economy. He gave me a copy of the book while I was on a lecture tour. I stayed in one place for 2 or 3 days and had time to talk to him, and I told him that I would look at the book, but naturally not read it entirely. Well, I looked at the book and told him the following, quote, "I've noticed that you have included an index, something that normally repels me, but in this case I found it very helpful. This index contains, of course, a list of subjects you've discussed in the book." Well, I immediately look up the word price, and would you believe it, there was nothing at all on that subject, unquote. How can this educated man write a book on political economy and not include anything in it on the subject of price? Yes, gentlemen, this is very typical. Today, political economists are not even capable of seeing the most important problem in political economy. They simply omit the problem of price formation. It is very important, but people don't seem to recognize it. When a thing like this happens, it becomes even more apparent that something is wrong. In this case, you will simply have to hope that little by little, people will come to the conclusion that healthier social conditions must be initiated. Then I think there will not be so much concentration on the profit motive, the bottom line. These are concepts that are connected with the idea of competition. It may not necessarily be the competition between those who make similar products, but rather between those who produce different products. If you were to look back into my youth and examine beekeeping practices in the region where I lived, where only farmers tended bees, well, those farmers were rather corpulent. I can't even say that anyone here is as fat as those farmers were. The price of honey was of such a nature that no one would have even considered beekeeping as a sole occupation in order to sell honey for money. If the beekeeper had placed himself next to the farmer, it would have looked like this. Drawing below, see also table 7, the middle. This would be the farmer, and that the beekeeper. It simply wouldn't have worked out. The farmer wouldn't have had to include the cost of beekeeping in his expenses, whereas the beekeeper would have. This situation would have been intolerable. This is why it is so important to understand political economy and include it in your considerations when you start talking about making a profit. Now, I'd like to answer a few questions about the subjects we have just discussed. Now, there's some comments. Someone says that there are some people who simply can't tolerate any honey at all. They immediately suffer from heartburn and indigestion. Is there any medication that might control this negative effect of honey? Dr. Steiner replies, people of the type that can't tolerate any honey are usually those who tend toward getting sclerosis, an inclination toward hardening throughout the entire body, which causes the body's metabolic rate to be quite slow. This is why they can't tolerate honey, the primary effect of which is to increase the metabolic rate. Within their bodies, a split in their metabolism occurs, when their bodies want an abnormally slow metabolism and the honey makes it faster. As a result, they get indigestion, which manifests itself in a number of different ways. Every person should be able to enjoy eating some honey. By that I mean not only to enjoy the honey, but to have the inner ability to digest it properly. If you have before you people who can't tolerate honey, you should, above all, determine the causes or origins of these conditions. You shouldn't be thinking of finding a general cure or a single medicinal remedy, but rather you must attempt to determine on an individual basis how a person came to develop such a sclerotic condition, and then base the cure upon this knowledge. The following case might serve as an example. Say, for instance, someone is unable to tolerate honey and gets indigestion when attempting to eat it. You need to ask yourself whether this person experiences indigestion when eating honey because the individual tends toward hardening of the arteries, veins, and blood vessels in the head, which is called a head sclerosis. It is possible that at a certain age, such a person will not be able to tolerate honey. In a case such as this, the cure will be effected by giving a preparation containing phosphorus. Then the person will begin tolerating honey, if you can bring about a cure in this way. But it can also happen that you'll notice that the sclerotic condition is in the lungs. Then you'll need to use not a preparation containing phosphorus, but one containing sulfur. This is what I wanted to say about this matter. It is important not to lump all these conditions together and to ask a general question about how to treat someone who gets indigestion from honey, but rather to say to yourself that if someone can't tolerate honey at a given age, it is evidence of illness. A healthy person can tolerate honey without any problems. If someone doesn't tolerate it, that person is ill. And you must seek the nature of the illness and cure it. Not to be able to tolerate honey isn't as serious as not being able to tolerate sugar, such as in the condition of diabetes mellitus. This type of diabetic condition is naturally much more serious than not being able to tolerate honey. A diabetic person is truly ill, and you need to treat this illness. Now some more comments. Someone asks, just like most insects, bees fly out of the darkness toward the light of a candle lamp. Some experienced beekeepers have told me repeatedly that bees react much less toward electric light. If you approach bees with a flashlight, they remain very calm, as if they don't even see this light. Only after some time has passed do they become restless. Petroleum lamps and candlelight attract them faster, and also in greater numbers. Is there an explanation for this behavior? Mr. Müller states that he has observed the same reactions. Dr. Steiner responds, well, gentlemen, you may have observed in the first Goetheanum, before it was destroyed by fire, that the insides of the domes were painted in various colors. These colors were made from pure, natural plant substances. As a result, these same colors, had they been exposed to sunlight shining in, would have faded and become pale after a certain period of time, perhaps months or even years. Then you would not have seen what had been painted there. If you had exposed them to electric light, they would have remained. So the painters painted with this in mind. You can also see that sunlight, which has the ability to bring about chemical changes, and you said that the bee notices this, has a very different effect than electric light does. Electric light has much more of a hardening effect on all substances. It doesn't dissolve or break apart substances as sunlight does. Because of this, a bee experiences a very slight rigidity or paralysis when exposed to electric light, a reaction it does not have in sunlight. Of course, it quickly recovers from this condition. That's what I wanted to say about that. Some more comments. Someone asks, with regard to the influence that the signs of the zodiac can have on the production of honey, in some older traditional farming communities, the farmers still pay close attention to this. For instance, when they sow the seed, they do so when the moon is in Gemini and so on. Are they superficially following the characteristics of the signs of the zodiac, or is there something else that might be meaningful? Dr. Steiner replies, things of this type are naturally never properly examined in a scientific manner these days, even though it is possible to do so. I've already indicated to you what has an influence on the beehive. A bee, and specifically the queen, is to a certain degree a sun animal. As a result, the sun, as it moves through the zodiac, has the greatest influence upon bees. The changes the sun undergoes as it moves through each sign are transmitted to the bee. But the bees are, naturally, also dependent on that which they find in plants. And this is where there is a connection between the farmer's sowing of the seed under a certain sign of the zodiac and the bees' finding of substances the plants have prepared for them. Such things aren't simply pulled out of nowhere. However, the way they are normally presented is very amateurish and misleading. These matters must be properly examined in a scientific manner, so that they will have a firm foundation. With that, we've used up the time allotted to us today. Whatever still remains to be discussed, we'll take up again next Saturday at 9 o'clock. I can imagine that many of you will still have questions to bring up at that time. Beekeeping is such a beautiful and useful endeavor that there is no way that one can ask too many questions about it. Ask questions among yourselves, and ask Mr. Müller and me. I think we'll be able to find a way to build a bridge between the differing opinions. We don't have to resort immediately to stinging the way bees do. We can settle these differences in a gentle and friendly atmosphere, but we shouldn't hold back with our questions either. Footnote about the lecture next Saturday at 9 o'clock. This announced lecture actually took place on Monday, December 10th, 1923. And that is the end of Lecture 4. This is a reading of a set of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Bees. Lecture 5, given in Dornach, December 10th, 1923. Some comments by people who were there first. Mr. Dollinger asks about honeycombs. There are people who eat the wax of the honeycomb along with the honey. Long ago, innkeepers sometimes used to put honeycombs on the table along with the food. He would like to know if there are any detrimental effects that might arise from eating the entire honeycomb. With regard to the diseases that can afflict bees, he thinks that these diseases were not as virulent as they are today, at a time when a larger quantity of honey is taken from the bees, and artificial methods are used for feeding and breeding bees. Mr. Müller says that eating honeycombs is a matter of personal preference. Of course, they need to be of the completely natural type and not those that are artificially constructed. With regard to the diseases that afflict bees, he does not think they arise from modern methods used in working with bees and extracting larger amounts of honey. It is more likely that such diseases simply were not noted as carefully. Also, there were not as many hives with very small populations, so people did not pay as much attention to these things. There is one bee disease that came into Switzerland from England, a disease that had never been here before. Mr. Erbsmail thinks that a possible cause might be the use of artificial chemical fertilizers. Flowers show the negative effects that they can cause. Dr. Steiner responds, with regard to both of the things you just mentioned, I might add another point. It's very true that eating the wax comb along with the honey is a type of predilection or penchant that some people have. With such things, it is naturally important to decide how well they can digest it. But that is a question that would have to be answered medically. It would be possible to say something meaningful about this question only if you could observe the people who eat both the honey and the wax comb and then examine their health. I admit that I'm acquainted with various people who do this, but they usually spit out the wax portion after they have extracted the honey in their mouths. But not having observed people who have ingested larger quantities of wax along with the honey, I simply have nothing to report. There is one thing I suppose you could say. Human beings can tolerate and digest various things, and not everyone the same things. There may be people who, by ingesting beeswax, could develop an unpleasant stomach illness. They, of course, should be advised not to eat the wax. There may be others who have no problem digesting the wax and who pass the indigestible portions in the stool. In the case of the latter individuals, it would be possible to say that because they also ingest the wax, thereby leaving the honey in contact with the wax as long as possible as it makes its way through the digestive tract, they digest the honey mainly in the intestines, whereas the honey otherwise, under normal conditions, continues being digested in the lymph ducts and so on after it has left the intestines. Well, you could say that this all depends on what state of health the individual is in. There are those who digest more in the intestinal region and others who do it more in the lymph ducts. You won't be able to say simply that one method is good and the other bad. Everything must be adjusted to fit the individual human being. You could say something for certain only if you had one group of individuals eat honey with the comb and another honey without it, and then determine the relationship between these two groups. With reference to the diseases that afflict bees, for that matter, even diseases in general, you will need to consider what Mr. Müller has said. With humans also, it is true that people did not pay any attention at all to certain things, but now they study these things very carefully and pay careful attention to them. Another essential element also plays a role in this matter. Long ago, a beekeeper did many things based purely on instinct, without really knowing why. Today, humankind has lost these instincts, and everybody wants to know the reasons for every little thing. It's just for this reason that it's necessary to investigate every matter very thoroughly, and our present-day method of accumulating knowledge scientifically is usually not capable of doing such a thing. The beekeeper in the past had a very strong instinct to treat the bees in a very, if I may say so, personal and proper manner. Consider, for instance, the difference in providing housing for the bees. In earlier days, skeps were provided, but now it is boxes. These boxes are made of wood, Wood is a very different material from that which the quote-unquote basket beehives were made of, plaited straw or similar materials. In addition, this straw, by its nature, attracted from the air very different substances than wood does. So there we already see a difference in the way beekeepers externally treat bees. If I could summarize for you all the things a beekeeper did in the past, then I would say that there was a strong instinct for the way things were done. Sometimes the beekeeper did not know at all why they did things in a certain way, but they would select a place for the hives where the wind would reach them from this or that side, or something similar to that. Today, these placements are made primarily from practical considerations, such as whether there is room enough for all the hives. Some thought is given to climatic conditions, but not as strongly as in former times. A comment now. Mr. Müller says that he still pays considerable attention to these things. He has his apiary on a ridge of hills where there is almost no north wind and not much east wind, and other considerations like that. Dr. Steiner responds, wood is less sensitive to such external elements compared with straw. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not a propagandist for the old-fashioned straw beehives, but these differences exist and also have a strong effect on things, such as the bee, when it accomplishes through inner work all the necessary chemical transformations. In the process of collecting nectar and converting it into honey, the bee carries out a tremendous task within its body. This is truly a gigantic task that the bee needs to complete. And how does it do this? It comes about because of the relationship between two types of juices in the bee, gastric and blood. If you examine the contents of a bee, you'll see the white gastric juice and the somewhat reddish blood juice. These are the two essential components that make up a bee. All the other parts arise out of the effects created by these two juices. What's really important is that there is a very specific relationship between the gastric juice and the blood juice. There is a significant difference between them. The gastric juice is sour. It is what chemists call acetous. A-C-E-T-O-U-S. The blood juice is what chemists call alkaline, which means that it is not acetous, nor is it an acid, but it can only be acidified. If the gastric juice doesn't have sufficient acid content, then a process takes place within the bee, a process that disturbs its inner organism as honey is being made. The blood juice is strengthened only when the corresponding and very necessary conditions of climate, light, warmth, and so forth are present. If you want to gain control over such bee diseases as those that have appeared recently, it will depend in large part on bringing about the appropriate effect by regulating and attaining the properly balanced relationship between the bee's gastric and blood juices. And because beekeeping is no longer conducted on such a simple basis as it once was long ago, you won't be able to effect a change through climatic and warmth conditions, since they don't affect the newer beehives. All that is left, then, is to do research to determine what might be the greatest effect on the bee's blood juice. And probably future beekeepers will always need to monitor their bees and make certain that the suitable preparation for the bee's blood juices is constantly taking place. In order to do this, it is important to keep the following point in mind. It is true, isn't it, that there are years when bees are forced to collect almost all their honey nectar from trees. Footnote: what is meant is from the sugary excretions, honeydew of the aphids. See also note page 66. End of footnote. During such years, the constitution of the bee's blood is in extreme danger. They contract diseases more easily than in other years. For such a situation, it will be important for future beekeepers to set up a very small greenhouse, it doesn't have to be very large, in which the beekeeper will keep and tend artificially such plants that bees love at certain times of the year, plants that bees definitely need. In this way, The beekeeper will have a small bed of flowers toward which he can send his bees, for instance, in May. The bees will seek them out by instinct when those specific plants that they need are either doing very poorly in nature or are not even present during such a period in May. In this way, by helping nature through placing a small nursery garden in the vicinity of the beehive, you will be able to gain control over such diseases in the future. I would recommend such methods, but they are only suggestions. I do believe they will be worthwhile, since they come from knowledge about the nature of bees. A beekeeper will see good results if these methods are employed. This is the way to fight these diseases. But you'll have to take into account all the relationships that exist in order to proceed in a practical manner. This is not just my opinion, but rather the result of studying the nature of bees. Someone ought to try to set up an experiment with greenhouse plants that thrive at a certain time of year when in nature they are withering or dying off, and probably the bee's health will be improved. I am convinced such effects will come to light when researchers once again investigate these matters with a true cognizance of nature. Today, it can no longer be a question of turning back the clock of history. Just as we don't need to be reactionaries in political life, likewise we don't have to be reactionaries in specialized areas. We need to go along with progress. What is important is to pay attention to what we do as we're leaving the old behind, to bring about a balance by means of something else that returns and gives back to us what we've lost. That's what I have to say about this matter. Next comment. Mr. Müller states that beekeepers are already working toward providing such artificial plantings dedicated to the purpose just discussed. For example, some have planted yellow crocuses and other similar plants with small yellow blossoms in order to make these flowers available to the bees. Many have even planted American clover, which can grow as high as 2 meters and has blossoms all year long. The farmers wait until fall to harvest it, but before the harvest it is available to the bees. That's what would be necessary. Dr. Steiner responds, yes, they're starting to do these things, but they understand too little about the actual relationships involved. The point that you mentioned first is a good step in the right direction, a direction that should be continued. That which you mentioned about American clover with its perpetual blossoming is something that will eventually be abandoned because it doesn't improve the bee's blood juice. What American clover does is stimulate the bees for a short time, just as you might stimulate a human being with alcohol. The bees get all worked up and are able to work harder for a time, but one thing you should watch very carefully. Don't introduce something completely foreign to the bees, since bees, according to their inner nature, have become accustomed to and are tied to a specific area or region. You can see this by noting the variations in the appearance of bees that come from different regions. There is the Middle European bee, the common house bee already mentioned. The Italian bee has a very different appearance. The Carniolan bee, Carniolan, is very different from the Italian bee. Bees are very strongly attached to the region they belong to, and as a result you won't be able to impart any long-term benefit by giving them nectar derived from regions foreign to them. If you do this, they will need to expend extra energy in converting the nectar within their bodies, where they will experience turmoil as they attempt to convert the nectar into a form like the form it takes in the place the clover came from. For a few years you might be successful, but there will be real trouble later on. You correctly said that we still don't have enough data to make any meaningful statement about this situation, but time will tell, and beekeepers will stop doing it, or they will do what wine growers once did. The experience of the wine growers was this. You probably know that in the 1870s and 1880s, the vine louse, Phylloxera, suddenly appeared and devastated the vines over large areas of Europe. At that time, I was able to occupy myself very thoroughly with this problem, because I had as a good friend a farmer who published an agricultural newspaper and devoted much space to this specific problem. Footnote, most probably this was Hugo Hitschmann, 1838 to 1904, founder of modern newspapers on forestry and agriculture in Austria. He co-founded governmental organizations on forestry and agriculture, and after 1870 owned the established the Austrian Forestry and Hunting newspaper, 1882, Archive for Farming Matters, and a Handbook for the Farmer. End of footnote. There were people who were contemplating why it was that American grapevines had no lice and were not endangered. What came of all this? They discovered that the means used to battle lice on American vines wouldn't work when applied to European vines. The result was that when they began planting the American vines, they were successful in keeping the American vines healthy, but the European ones still died. Then they were forced to give up the European vines entirely and Americanize the entire process of growing grapes. Thus, viticulture became entirely transformed and evolved into something very different from what it once was. In many regions, it has become something very distinct in many ways. You can't think so mechanically about it, but you should be clear in your minds that things, by their very nature, are tied to certain localities because they have become accustomed to them. This must be taken into consideration. Otherwise, you can probably achieve momentary successes, but not anything lasting. Is there anything else you would like to ask, or are all the silent gentlemen interested only in eating honey, but not in engaging in much discussion about it? Perhaps one or the other of you will think of something that you could ask. I would still like to revisit the matter concerning the true nature of the bee's ability to create honey and fill in a few more details. Basically, it is truly a wonderful thing that such small creatures exist that are capable of extracting from blossoms, flowers, and plants that substance which they transform into this extraordinarily healthy honey, a substance that could play a more important role in human nutrition than it does today. All that is necessary is that people gain a thorough insight into how terribly important honey is as a food. For example, if it were possible to exert more of an influence on the entire field of what I might call social medicine, I would consider it an extremely favorable influence if couples during the time of their engagement would eat honey as a preparatory activity before having children. For in this way they would not have rickety children, because there is in honey a force that can affect the reproductive power in human beings, who then in turn transform this honey power further, so as to give the offspring a proper bodily form. The parents, more specifically the mothers, consumption of honey has a beneficial effect that extends itself to the bony skeletal frame of the child. Such influences will be discovered once people investigate the deeper connections between these things. Rather than all these useless details and vagaries that you can encounter printed in scientific journals today, you'll find at some point in the future, when they know something about these matters, such questions as, quote, which foods are considered good nutrition at such and such a time in life, and which are good another time in life, unquote, and so on. Yes, that will be of tremendous use to people, because their condition of health will be vastly improved as a result of it. More particularly, their level of energy will increase. The one thing you can say is that people generally do not attach very much value to these facts, because a person who doesn't have rickety children may, to be sure, be very happy about it, but would not really think about it very much. It is accepted as a matter of course, without much attention being paid to it. The only person who complains is the one who has rickety children. Hence, I would like to say that those very medical, social regulations that are the most useful have to wait the longest before becoming reality, because they are trying to establish what people should consider to be normal conditions. But in order to understand that it is possible to bring about a great positive effect in this direction, I do believe that if general public interest in this matter were to arise through following the ideas and methods indicated by anthroposophic science, then those people who searched for the spiritual element in the proper sense would come upon these insights by themselves. Much more is necessary than what is being done now, when people are advised in this way, quote, "You should pray, because by praying this or that will happen," unquote. You'll be able to gain insight and reach a conclusion only by applying the powers of mind, intellect, soul, heart, spirit, and imagination. This is what, quote, "looking at something spiritual," unquote, really means. Yes, gentlemen, these things can be properly ascertained only in this way. Modern science is not acquainted with such an all-encompassing viewpoint. These are simple matters that you can gain knowledge about, as, for instance, at which particular time, let's say at the time of a couple's engagement, honey can be most useful. As I've just indicated, it is truly something to marvel at how the bee sucks the honey nectar commonly available in nature, transforms it within itself, and produces honey, which is so extraordinarily useful for human life. You'll begin to understand how honey originates if I tell you about the same process in a completely different form, as it is found in the neighbors or relatives of the bees. The wasps, let me read that again. You'll begin to understand how honey originates if I tell you about the same process in a completely different form, as it is found in the neighbors or relatives of the bees, the wasps. However, from wasps you can't get anything similar to honey that would be beneficial to mankind, although medicine has found a way to make great use of another product that wasps produce. But the way wasps work is quite different from that of bees. Next time I'll also tell you about ants, but let's first examine a specific type of wasp. Cynipidae. I don't know how to pronounce that. Cynipidae. There are wasps that have the unusual trait of laying their eggs just about anywhere, in plants, in trees, and for example in leaves or the bark of trees. There are even some that lay them in the blossoms of trees. It would look like this. Table 8, page 165, upper middle. There is a branch, and there, let's say, an oak leaf. The wasp, using its ovipositor, a stinger that is hollow inside, deposits its egg on the oak leaf. What happens now? The entire leaf tissue surrounding the spot where the wasp egg was placed undergoes a complete transformation. The leaf would have grown very differently if the egg had not been placed there. Let's now look at what arises at this spot. Here the growth of the plant has been changed completely, and around the wasp egg, sticking out of the leaf, a gall is formed. These galls are brownish in appearance, but how do they arise? They arise from the changed plant substance that now surrounds the wasp egg. Normally this wasp egg would not thrive if it were placed just anywhere. It can thrive only if this protective substance, which the wasp steals from the plant, is present. The bee places its egg into the comb, and the egg becomes a larva, the larva a pupa, and finally the pupa a bee, which goes out to steal a plant substance and convert it within itself to something else. The wasp also does this, but somewhat earlier than the bee. The wasp, by placing the egg into the plant, takes the substance it needs from the plant at that time. The bee, however, waits somewhat longer than the wasp before it begins using the plant substance. With higher animals and humans, the egg already has a protective covering in the mother's body. That which the mother herself produces to protect the egg, the wasp needs to take from the plant in this instance. The gall is produced by the plant around the egg in the same way that in humans the placenta, which is expelled at birth, protects the growing embryo and fetus within the mother. You notice how the wasp comes together with the plant. In areas where many such wasps live, you will observe that the trees are covered completely with such galls. This type of wasp and this type of tree have a symbiotic relationship. The wasp is dependent on the tree and would not be able to procreate without having the plant create the protective shell around the egg. These galls can take on different appearances. Some don't look like apples, but rather like hair that has become entangled. Footnote, these are the rose galls of the rose gall wasp, Rhoditis rosae. End of footnote. But everywhere you will find in the center the wasp egg. Sometimes these galls take the form of small shaggy nuts. Table 8, right. This demonstrates how wasps live together with plants. Then, when the wasp has matured sufficiently, it drills its way out using its mandibles to live as an adult, until it, repeating the cycle, places its egg into another leaf. The placement of eggs always involves a symbiotic relationship with plants. Now you could perhaps ask, what does this have to do with the preparation of honey? Gentlemen, it has a lot to do with it, and you can learn how honey is created if you consider this matter. Once again, you'll find that in folk wisdom, in the instinctive agricultural knowledge that has been passed down generation by generation, just such a thing is taken into account. You perhaps know that in the southern regions, Greece to be specific, figs play an important role. There are so-called wild figs, which are somewhat sweet, but not sweet enough for some people with a sweet tooth. So what do these people do to bring about even sweeter figs? Imagine that this represents a wild fig tree. This wild fig tree is very attractive to a particular type of wasp, which places its eggs into the fig. Imagine that this is the wild fig tree, with a fig growing on the branch, and that this fig contains the egg the wasp has laid. Table 8, left. The fig grower is really a rather smart person. The grower allows the wasps to lay their eggs in the wild fig trees. Afterward, 2 such figs are taken down at a particular point in time when the wasp larvae have not finished developing and still have a long way to go before they would normally emerge. In any case, they have finished a portion of their development. What happens now? The fig grower takes a stalk of rush and ties together these 2 figs containing the undeveloped wasp larva in such a way that they'll hold together. Now this person goes to another fig tree, which has figs that need to be improved, and hangs on that tree the figs tied together because they contain the eggs that the wasp deposited there. Table 8, middle. What happens now? This is what happens. The wasps notice the change, because the figs torn off the first tree begin drying up, since they're no longer directly attached to the fig tree. The figs dry up because they don't receive any more sap from the tree. Naturally, the not yet fully developed wasp senses inwardly what is happening. Even the undeveloped egg can sense this. The result is that the wasp speeds up tremendously the time of its emergence. For this reason, the grower begins this procedure in spring. First, the wasp is allowed to lay its eggs. Suddenly, toward the month of May, the 2 figs are taken down to go through this transfer procedure. Oh my, the insect inside the fig thinks, now I must really hurry. It is already time for the fig to begin drying out. The animal greatly accelerates its inner processes, and it emerges much earlier than it normally would. Had the fig remained attached to the tree, the wasp would have come out at the end of the summer, but now it has to emerge in early summer. As a result of coming out this early, it is forced into creating a second brood. It lays a second set of eggs during the summer, while it normally would have waited until the following spring to do so. To lay this second set of eggs, the wasp goes over to the other figs growing on the same tree, the ones that the grower hopes to improve. It places its eggs into them, eggs that don't achieve maturity and develop only to a certain degree. What happens as a result? The figs containing the second brood become twice as sweet as the other wild figs. This is what is called the enrichment or improvement of figs, because they become twice as sweet. What has happened here? The wasps, although related to bees, are in comparison very different, because in the form of an egg they have already taken from the plant what potentially can become honey. If you, in such a clever fashion as the fig grower, were to tie together, using a stalk of rush, 2 of your wild figs containing wasp eggs, and swing them up into the tree so that they hang up there, and if in this way you cause them to once again weave into the plant what they have absorbed from another plant, then you would be able to cause the wasp to inject this honey as a form of added sweetness into these now improved figs. The wasp injects this extra sweetness into the improved figs by thinly distributing the honey within them. This happens in a roundabout way that nature provides. You can see that we have not taken anything out of nature, but rather have allowed the true nature of honey to remain what it really is. A wasp is unable to prepare honey the same way that a bee does. The organization of this insect isn't even suited for that. But if you force the wasp to take this detour, it can transfer during its reproductive cycle to one plant the sweetness of the honey it has extracted from another plant. It thus makes this second improved fig sweet, and you'll find in it a kind of honey-like substance. With this example, we have come upon something very noteworthy. It becomes evident that these wasps have a body incapable of extracting from nature a nectar-like substance and converting it within themselves into honey. But using natural processes, they can make possible a certain type of honey creation, involving the transfer of something from one fig to another. The bee is a creature that has developed its wasp-like body to such an extent that it can carry on independently, away from the tree, the process that the wasp can carry on only in the tree itself. We need to realize that the bee is an insect that maintains within itself the power that the wasp has only as long as it is very young, that is, in the egg, larva, or pupa stage. The wasp loses the power to produce honey after it matures, but the bee maintains it even as an adult. Just consider, gentlemen, what it means when a person can look out into all of nature and say that in plants you can find honey, this substance that tends toward being a sugary, sweet substance. It's just simply in there somehow. But you can make it appear if only you follow the right paths. And you can do so by lending support to already existing natural processes, such as causing the wasp to move at the proper time to another tree, the fruits of which you wish to make sweeter. Up here in our area, you can't do things such as this anymore, especially now in our present day and age. These things are no longer possible to achieve. But there once was a time in the development of the earth when there was the possibility of taking wasps, as we still do today and others did even 2,000 years ago, and using them in such a way as the clever wild fig grower does. By forcing a second brood in the same year and allowing them to emerge prematurely, the possibility existed for allowing wasps to emerge and to deposit their eggs into the mature figs that had already been picked. By doing this, little by little, for a long time, growers once succeeded in breeding wasps into bees. A bee is an animal that was bred from wasps a very long time ago. Today you can still see in animal activity, in the activity of wasps specifically, how the preparation or creation of honey existed in nature itself before the existence of bees. And from this example, you can also determine what the facts may be about bees putting their honey into combs in a very definite manner. The comb consists mainly of a wax substance. Note also that this wax substance isn't necessary just as a place for the honey to be deposited. It is necessary for the bee to secrete the wax. But it's also the case that a bee can prepare honey only if its whole body is functioning properly. The second fig tree, in which the sweetness arises by itself, also has a richer wax content than the original wild fig tree. This increased wax content is one of the most important differences between the improved fig tree and the wild one. Nature, all by itself, creates this additional wax. It is this improved, sweetened fig growing and thriving on a tree that makes itself to a certain degree waxier than it was before. Here you can find the primitive prototype that prefigures what is later found in bee culture. If you want to examine these facts in greater detail, you can take a cut through a stem from the improved tree, and what you'll find, strangely enough, when you look carefully, are markings that look like wax cells. Table 8, lower right. Out of the wax that accumulates inside the stem, growths such as these, specifically a type of bee cell, begin to form. The improved fig becomes richer in wax content, and inside the stem the wax organizes itself into something resembling a cell form. You may come to the following conclusion. If we examine this process for improving figs, what we have is a natural but primitive method for producing honey, the only difference being that the honey remains within the fig. The bee places, if I may express it this way, before the public eye that which remains hidden within nature in the case of the improved fig. With the help of the wasp, nature is able to do the same in this way. The wax is pushed up into the fig, the wax that would otherwise have remained in the stem and created cells through natural formation. Cells that are not massive or very obvious, but are simply hinted at and disappear again quickly. In this way, the entire wax and honey formation is located in the fig. This entire bee culture is located within the tree, so that we can truly say that nature generally is a beekeeper. What does a bee do first? A bee lays an egg into the comb, and the egg matures. Now, it doesn't need to transform a substance into a gall nut, but simply takes the nectar directly from the plant. It doesn't have to go to another tree that has a greater wax content, but instead creates from itself that which otherwise is formed in the stem, the comb structure, and puts juice into it, now known as honey, whereas this juice is distributed throughout the entire fig, in the case of the improved fig. You could also say that with bees, a process that nature normally restricts to the realm of the tree alone is carried out openly, in public view, and then only with the cooperative effort of both the tree and the wasp. Now you should be able to see clearly what you have before you when you look at an artistically created honeycomb with its regularly constructed wax cells. It's really a marvelous thing to look at, isn't it, Mr. Müller? And to top it all, there is honey in the cells. Yes, gentlemen, just look at this. Then you'll say that it is amazing that the bee seems to represent, in the construction of its wonderful comb cells made of wax, something that resembles an artistically constructed tree trunk with all its ramifications. The bee doesn't go into a tree to lay its eggs, but instead builds for itself that which resembles a picture of a tree. And rather than first letting the figs grow on the tree, it places the honey into the honeycomb already prepared for it. Thus we have created with the bee, in this case, a copy of the process we saw in the artificially sweetened wild fig tree. This has been an actual view into the innermost workings of nature. This example can show you what it is that you can learn directly from nature. You simply have to become acquainted with what is really out there in nature. Human beings still have much to learn about nature, but first they must find and see in operation the spirit element at work. Only then will they learn such things. Otherwise, you will, like all the rest, stand there gaping when you travel south and observe the clever person who ties together reed stalks that have holes pricked into them and swings them up into a wild fig tree. You will stand there open-mouthed like the other travelers, even some scientists among them, who do not know why this person does such a thing. This person has preempted the work that bees normally do. The grower does this by allowing nature to put honey into the figs. And these figs in the region where they thrive are in a similar way as healthy as honey, because a primitive form of honey is present in them, as provided directly by nature, without the help of bees. These are things you should call to mind when you wish to discuss anything as important and as penetrating to the mind as beekeeping. I believe that with this information you will gradually be able to move toward acquiring a somewhat more correct way of looking at these matters. There's a question and answer period. R. Han asks, after the lecture I approached Dr. Steiner and asked, what is the cause of a foul brood? Footnote, foul brood refers to a destructive disease of honeybee larvae caused by a bacteria. End of footnote. He commented that he would be able to say something definite about this only after he had really done some research regarding this disease. But probably a queen bee's foul brood had something to do with its defective composition of uric acid. He then said, quote, it's true, isn't it, that a bee also has uric acid in its system, so the probable cause of this disease is the imperfect compounding of uric acid, unquote. Regarding the breeding of wasps into bees, as mentioned in the same lecture, he responded approximately as follows to a related query, quote, this process took place during the Atlantean Age on the old continent of Atlantis, at a time when the individual animal forms were not yet as fixed as they are today, and when the boundaries between the various families and genera were not yet as rigidly established as they are now. Today, such a far-ranging crossbreeding would not be possible anymore. The end of Lecture 5. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Bees. Lecture 6 was given in Dornach on December 12, 1923. An aside, someone asks a question about the relationship between bees and flowers. He wants to know what kind of relationship it is that ties them together and what importance honey has for human beings. Once again, a reference is made to the deposition of eggs. Dr. Steiner responds, well, gentlemen, we want to talk about that once again in today's lecture. This is what it's all about. We have this fertilization of the queen during her fertilization flight. The queen then has been fertilized. At that point, we have to consider the time span between the egg laying and when the insect is completely mature as a bee. For a queen, the time span is 16 days, for a worker 21 days, and for a drone 22 to 24 days. These three types of bees are different from one another with regard to the time when they reach maturity. What is the basis of all this? In order that a larva become a queen, the bees feed it in a special way. The queens are fed somewhat differently to accelerate their growth. As it turns out, the bee is a creature more directly influenced by the sun than other animals. It is a sun creature. The sun needs about as much time to rotate on its axis as a drone needs to mature. The queen, in its development toward maturity, does not wait for even one complete rotation of the sun, which means that it stays completely within the realm of a single rotation. By doing so, the queen places itself entirely under the influence of the sun, which then allows it to become an egg-producing bee. Everything that is connected with the capability to lay eggs is under the influence of the sun, also in respect to the entire cosmos. At the moment when a type of feeding takes place that causes the bee's development to be accelerated to such an extent that it almost passes through one complete rotation of the sun, the way the workers do, the bee comes closer to falling under the influence of the earth and its development. The more the sun continues in its rotation, the more the bee comes under the influence of earth development. To be sure, the worker is still very much a sun creature, but it is also a bit of an earth creature, and the drone, which develops through the course of a complete rotation of the sun, is completely an earth creature. It has freed itself of the sun's influence. Now we have three sorts of bees: the sun queen, the worker, which still has some extra earthly powers, and the drone, which has nothing at all of the sun's effects and is completely an earth creature. Everything that normally takes place does not happen under the influence of the earth's powers. Only fertilization does. The strange thing is this. Just observe the fertilization flight. The lower animals do not enjoy fertilization. They really want to escape from it if possible. We can prove that everywhere with many examples. For this reason, it is really a flight that the queen undertakes in the direction of the sun. For fertilization does not take place when the skies are overcast. When the flight occurs, the drones that want to take the earthly element and fuse it with the sun element have to battle it out in the air. Those that are weak remain behind. Only those that have a sufficient reserve of power and can fly as high as the queen are capable of bringing about fertilization. Just because the queen has been fertilized doesn't mean that every egg has been fertilized. Actually, gentlemen, only a portion of the queen's eggs are fertilized. Those are the ones that will become workers or queens. The unfertilized eggs in the queen's body will become drones. When a queen has not been fertilized at all, only drones will come from her eggs. When the queen is fertilized, drones develop from the unfertilized eggs, or workers and queens from the fertilized ones. When the embryos have been fertilized, it means that the heavenly element in the embryo has been touched by the earthly element. Even then, when there are drones along with workers, the drones owe their existence to the fact that they have been exposed most of all to the earthly element, because fertilization hasn't occurred. And these drones must then be further exposed to the earthly element so that they can remain viable. They have to pass through a longer period of being fed than do the other bees, and so on. Are you satisfied with this explanation? Questioner: Years ago I once heard that a person's rheumatism abates when he or she is stung by a bee or wasp. Dr. Steiner responds: On this point I can return to something that I perhaps did not cover last Monday. Mr. Müller talked about a man who, it appears, had heart problems and collapsed after being stung by a bee. Mr. Müller responds: The doctor advised him to give up beekeeping because it could lead to his death. Dr. Steiner responds: Heart disease can signify nothing other than that in the case of this man. The eye organization is not properly directing, controlling, or engaging the body as it normally does. To understand this situation, you have to reflect back to something else I've mentioned in my lectures. You know that we have to differentiate 4 parts that make up a human being. Table 9, page 165. The physical body that you can touch, the etheric body, the astral body, and the I or I being. This I exerts its control in the blood. It actually moves the blood. And as the blood is being driven by the I, the heart responds and beats. Everywhere in books you will find the incorrect presentation of facts regarding the heart. The books will explain how the heart is simply a pump, and that from there the blood is pumped throughout the entire body. This is nonsense, because in reality the blood is not pumped, but rather driven forward by the I itself, and as a result it comes into motion everywhere. If someone maintains that the heart drives the blood to where it needs to go in the body, that person would likewise maintain that if a turbine were to be set up somewhere, then, according to this logic, the turbine drives the water. But everybody knows that the water drives the turbine. Likewise, a human being has such places of resistance within. The blood hits this resistance and drives the heart. The only difference is that the blood comes up against this resistance only once, and while the oxygen and carbon dioxide are combining, it pushes backward. In so doing, the blood snaps forward once and then backward once. This is how the heartbeat arises. In this way, it comes about that the I, capital again, activates the blood circulation in human beings. Now, it is true that the I is also present in a very mysterious way in bee poison. That, gentlemen, which you have as an I force circulating in your blood, is also present in bee poison. It is interesting that a bee needs this poison in its body. The bee doesn't need bee poison only for the purpose of stinging. It is merely coincidental that a bee is able to sting. A bee needs this bee poison in its body because it requires the same power to circulate fluids as a human being does to circulate blood. A beehive, as I've told you before, can be likened to a complete human being. Consider for a moment that bee poison gets into your body somehow, that is, into your bloodstream. Imagine also that you are a normal, healthy human being. Your blood, energized by the bee poison, is set into greater motion than under normal circumstances. This will cause some irritation and possibly inflammation somewhere, but your heart will be able to withstand it. If, however, the heart is diseased, then the I is strengthened and increased dangerously by the effect of the additional bee poison entering the bloodstream. This poison will push hard against a somewhat diseased heart valve, the result being that a person may become unconscious or even die. This is the case Mr. Müller was talking about. The strange thing, however, is that anything and everything can make a person sick or even kill a person. Let me read that again. The strange thing, however, is that anything and everything that can make a person sick or even kill a person can also have curative powers that bring about healing. And whoever prepares medicines or remedies has a grave responsibility, because there are no correct medications that, if they are used incorrectly, would not bring about the very illness that such a person was trying to cure by using them. If you are able to bring about a certain degree of unconsciousness or even death in giving someone bee poison, what is really happening? Well, you see, when a person becomes unconscious, the astral body, and specifically the I, pull themselves out of the physical body, the way they normally do in a healthy manner during sleep. But during unconsciousness, it happens in an abnormal manner. During unconsciousness, the I becomes stuck instead of leaving the body entirely, as it does during sleep. If a person has a weak I, that individual is unable to enter back into the physical body. You need to shake this person well, so that the individual can wake up out of unconsciousness. You may need to increase the breathing and undertake other similar activities. You may have to apply certain manual maneuvers. You probably know about this too. In such cases, you need to take a person's forearms, cross them above the chest, put them back again, and then repeat this procedure. This is done to make the unconscious person breathe artificially. These artificial methods for stimulating breathing have one main goal: to bring the I back into the physical body properly. Assume the following circumstance. For example, someone has rheumatism, or even gout or other deposits in the body. In this case, you will need to strengthen the I. For what reason does a person get rheumatism or gout? Because the I organization is too weak. It is unable to influence the blood to move properly. It needs a special stimulus. If the blood does not have the correct amount of movement, for example, it may flow too slowly in a person's system, then tiny crystals may settle out all over, and these crystals will move into the area around the arteries. These tiny crystals consist of uric acid. They begin filling the entire body. This condition is gout or rheumatism, and it arises when the eye organization is too weak. If I give such a person the proper dose of bee or wasp poison, the eye will be strengthened. But it is very important not to give too much, otherwise the eye will not be able to take over control. If you give just the right amount, so that the eye organization is strengthened, then you can make a very good medicine from bee or wasp poison. But it is important to mix it with other medicines. Such things are done. For example, the old Tartarus remedy was made in a similar way. However, it contained other substances. You can always create medications with these poisons, as in this instance to strengthen the eye, and again, capital I. But if you want to apply such a medication, you really need to know the patient in question. Say, for example, someone has gout or rheumatism. The first question to ask is whether the heart is healthy. That is, does it function well when the circulation of blood works upon it? If this is so, then you can heal such a person with bee or wasp poison. If the heart is not healthy, you'll need to make a decision between alternatives. If the individual has heart disease caused by a nervous condition, the negative effects of administering bee or wasp poison will not be very great. But if the diseased heart condition is due to a defective heart valve, you'll need to be very careful about using this type of medication. The blood will push very hard upon the valve and the heart in general. On no account should this type of medicine be given if the heart valve is diseased. This is the way things are. This is why it is so dangerous to say generally that a specific medicine should be used for this or that illness. You could easily prepare a medication with wasp or bee poison in it, we have such homeopathic medicines, and mix it with some other binding agent, with gelatinous or other binding agents derived from plants. And then put it into an ampule and inject it, the same way a bee sting injects poison. Only in this case, the reaction you get from a bee is a much stronger one. You can manufacture this medicine and say, this is a remedy for rheumatism. Yes, gentlemen, this isn't the only thing you need to be concerned about. You need to consider whether the patient can tolerate the medication based upon the general organic condition of the person's health. Such medicines, which can affect deeper levels of the human organism, ought not to be given unless you have examined the patient's general condition of health. There is no way around it. You must evaluate and become thoroughly acquainted with the patient's state of health. If somewhere you find remedies that are generally accepted and said to be good for this or that kind of illness, then these are usually remedies that do not cause much harm and will nevertheless have some beneficial effect. Such medicines can become commercially available. You can even accept the fact that in reality there may be some unpleasant results for the patient. The process of curing always has some unpleasant results accompanying it. The patient will always have to overcome the bad side effects of the treatment whenever you try to cure the individual of any disease. Today there are people who undergo a course of treatment when they aren't really sick. Before the war, there were many more cases like this. The doctors in countries with a weak currency are suffering the most now because people aren't taking these cures as much as before. It used to be that the entire range of patients, from healthy to extremely ill, would participate in such cures. Now only the most gravely ill do so. If you have a very strong person who begins to suffer from rheumatism, usually it is not really rheumatism but rather a gout-like condition, then a bee sting, just as Mr. Burrell indicated, would have an extraordinarily beneficial effect. Such an individual can be healed because this person can tolerate the sting without any serious problems. It usually happens that a normal person with rheumatism, if given a proper dose of bee poison that has been specially prepared for this individual, naturally can tolerate it as a remedy and can even be cured with it. But the poison from a bee sting itself will cause such a strong inflammation that this inflammation will first need to be healed. And in order to do so, the bee poison needs to be removed as fast as possible by the body, the result being that not much of the bee poison will be left in the body to cure the rheumatism. With most normally healthy human beings, this will likely be the case, that there won't be much poison left over to treat the patient. But now let's take the following case. Rheumatism can also occur in another way. A person does not work much physically, but eats a lot. Such a person will usually have a rather healthy heart until, in the process of not working much, but eating a lot, the whole matter begins to be fraught with problems. The heart is an extraordinarily resistant organ and will allow itself to be corrupted from within only after very many years, unless hereditary factors or serious problems during childhood indicate otherwise. But a person who eats very large quantities of food often drinks alcoholic beverages along with the meal. By doing this, the eye is stimulated and the circulation of blood becomes very intense. Then the beating heart no longer has enough strength to accommodate this increased activity. Various poisons, uric acid and others, are deposited everywhere. The circumstances might have it that the heart remains quite strong for a long while in the body, where gout and rheumatism are already present. Under circumstances such as these, a bee sting can provide true benefit for such a person with this type of condition. Mr. Burrell responds, I don't know if an alcoholic condition existed in the case of the man we're talking about. Dr. Steiner responds, You mean you didn't investigate this possibility? You see, that's the very thing you must clarify in a situation like this, where you want to use a remedy like bee poison. And that is a strong remedy. You must pay extremely close attention to everything about this person's condition of health. And then there's an aside. Mr. Müller stated that he had gotten rheumatism due to a cold and had treated it through exposure to the sun. It went away after that, but had returned somewhat during the summer. He also had believed that bee stings could be beneficial, but once he'd had a very unfortunate day when he received approximately 32 bee stings on both legs. The only negative effect he was aware of was that for 8 days he saw nothing but rainbow colors all over his legs. A bee sting does not always cause a swelling. The human body varies a great deal in this regard. As indicated, someone can die from a single bee sting, and another can have as many as 60 bee stings at one time without making the heart beat any faster. One person simply has a greater resistance to bee stings than another. Dr. Steiner responds, When you received all those bee stings at one time, had you already been working with bees for a long time? Mr. Müller responds, Many years. Dr. Steiner responds, You probably cannot recall your first bee sting. The first time someone is stung, the person will usually feel the effect to some degree. The man who told us about what was most likely stung by a bee, the man you told us about was most likely stung by a bee for the first time. Once you've had such a poison in your body, in your blood, your ability to cope with this poison will increase. You'll be immunized more and more, as they say. If someone has been stung a bit at the outset of involvement with beekeeping, and if such a person is otherwise in good health, then this sting will have the effect of making the individual less and less sensitive to stings. If you know you're healthy, you can even go so far as to allow yourself to be stung several times. The usual symptoms will occur, the appearance of rainbow colors, and so forth, but the whole process is more of an external thing. The blood has been immunized. That doesn't depend only on the eye, but also on what has been put into the blood beforehand. I'm astonished that the doctor who observed this case that you told us about didn't tell the man that the second time the effect would not be so bad, and the third time he'd be immunized. But perhaps he had such a severe heart condition that he couldn't be exposed to this danger. This is something that must also be taken into account. It's also true, isn't it, that this becomes a dangerous situation only because there are doctors who think that every beekeeper should be immunized before beginning to work with bees. When people go into the armed services, Their bodies are saturated with all kinds of shots given to them before they go onto the battlefield. That's also something that is not to be recommended. That shouldn't be done, because the blood can become a place for the creation of garbage. A person's blood always suffers deterioration when these things are put into the system. After some time, the blood reaches its former equilibrium again. At that time, the blood is healthy, to be sure, but it is protected against new poisons of the same type. Mr. Mueller responds, with regard to the drones and the 3 types of eggs, Dr. Steiner, you've covered everything so far, but there is one point you may not be aware of. If the beehive, in my opinion, is very healthy, there still will be times when the queen is of an inferior quality, or when the queen is too old, and the entire brood created by the queen turns into drones. After 30 years of experience in beekeeping, I am convinced that such an inferior queen, despite her illness or the weakness of old age, is still capable of laying an occasional good egg, although the majority of the eggs will become drones. Then I would like to know about the matter of the honey production of bees, how they create it, and if the beekeeper should assist the process with sugar. From your discussion of this matter, it appears that as if the beekeeper shouldn't use any sugar. If someone feeds the bees sugar during the time when they are creating honey, that person is blacklisted, just like when you don't want a worker anymore after the worker has done something to displease you as an employer. Dr. Steiner responds, you're right about the fact that you won't get the same product if you apply sugar artificially. And if someone wanted to enjoy an extra quantity of sugar along with the honey, then that can be added by the individual. It would be wrong to put water into someone's wine because your personal goal is that people shouldn't drink such strong wine. In this case, it is more important that a person receive exactly what is printed on the label of the bottle. It has to be this way. Regarding this matter, I would say that the mutual supervision of beekeepers of their products is the best way to go, because they are the ones who understand beekeeping best of all. I'd still like to say this about the matter concerning the drones. It could happen that you might immediately suspect that the queen hasn't been fertilized properly, and as a result too many drones hatch. In this case, you could, if you didn't want to let the bees do this themselves, if too many drones hatch, the bees won't do it. Experiments like this have been conducted, by feeding them yourself quite vigorously and getting them to hatch earlier, not in 23 or 24 days, but rather in 20 to 22 days. This way you can at least make them into workers, into being similar to workers, but a slower, straggling type of worker. This is never a long-term solution, but you can see from this what an important role time plays in this matter. Naturally, these are things that are never carried out in the practical world of beekeeping, but theoretically, they exist. You could say that the effect of what you feed them is truly very strong, and you can't dispute the fact that in certain isolated cases, it is possible to turn a worker into a bee that could lay a few eggs, but a true queen it is not. All of this goes to show you how mutable such an animal is. But this doesn't have much of an influence on the practical aspects of beekeeping. Mr. Mueller responds, that's what we call a pseudo-queen, which is due to a diseased beehive. Dr. Steiner responds, there is no great importance in this for the practical aspects of beekeeping. In the beehive, there simply is this tendency for bees to be able to change a would-be worker into an egg-laying queen by applying a special method of feeding it. This is a type of illness. The beehive is a single entity. In this case, the entire beehive is sick. It would be just like force-feeding a goose to fatten it. It is at this point that the powers of the liver are developed to an abnormal degree. The liver becomes overly healthy, and the entire organism becomes sick. If you make a worker into a queen, then this queen is in reality an overly healthy worker, but the entire beehive should be considered ill. Perhaps you will think of something else to ask in the future. We can always revisit this subject. Today I would still like to say a few words that will be connected with Mr. Dollinger's question. We can distinguish clearly between the insects that are bee-like, in an extended sense of the term, bees, wasps, and ants, these animals are related to one another. Last time I told you about the interesting story concerning the gull wasp that places its eggs in trees and similar plants, and I pointed out and showed you that these wasps cause a special type of honey preparation to take place within the tree or plant. But there are also other types of wasps. These are more similar to bees in that they construct combs. There is, for example, an interesting type of wasp that builds as follows. If there is a rather stiff leaf on a branch, this wasp will fetch, from a place it flies to somewhere nearby, very tiny pieces that it can bite from the bark or similar substances. Then it saturates them with its saliva and begins making a few stalks from this substance. After it has made these stalks, the wasp continues this process and begins adding to these stalks something that looks like the single cell wall of a honeycomb. But if you examine the substance, you will find that it is different. The honeycomb consists of what you all know to be wax. But when you take this substance from the wasp, it is grayish and appears to be very similar to what we know as paper. It is really a kind of paper substance. Then the wasp adds a second, third, and fourth cell to it, and these cells hang up there in the tree. They cover the cells after the eggs have been placed into them. And now, while the egg laying is taking place, the wasp uses its paper to create a ribbon, Table 9, and then a kind of lid. It leaves the nest open on one side. That's an entry hole through which it can fly back and forth and service these cells. Then it adds more cells and repeats the entire process once again. This can become a very long cone, just like a fir cone. So the wasp builds for itself a structure like a fir cone, the individual parts of which consist of a paper-like material, but with a cell structure resembling a honeycomb. Other wasps' nests are, as you know, covered by a skin. Wasp nests have all sorts of shapes. Consider for a moment what is really happening here. If you ask me what a bee does in order to make its cells out of wax, I have to tell you that the bee flies to flowers, or to that which is similar on trees. A bee is much less interested in the bark or other parts of the wood. For the most part, the bee goes to the blossom, or perhaps even to that part of the blossom that is already partially leaf-like, but this, of course, much less often than the blossom. There is one instance where higher insects, such as bees, seek out something other than blossoms. They don't go to the various parts of wood or similar substances, but they may go to something else that is very attractive to their sense of taste. The bees do less of this, but more specifically wasps, and even more so ants, do it. Although they use, on the one hand, harder substances, such as the wooden parts of the tree, for construction, contrary to bees, ants and wasps also enjoy, on the other hand, the juice that comes from the aphids that live on plants. This is very interesting. The harder the material is that these animals use for their construction, the more they will love not only blossom juice, but also that which resembles the blossom most of all, the aphids. These are very precious animals. Excuse me for expressing this more in terms of what an ant would say. The aphids are completely a plant blossom. The juice they secrete is, for plants, the finest possible honey that anyone could want. In the case of wasps, you will notice, for example, that they have become connoisseurs in this regard. When we examine ants, we'll notice that they don't have the power to create such a nest as the wasp builds. Ants do this differently. They pile up the soil, and in this soil you'll find passageways everywhere, a complete maze of passageways, and this maze continues underground. Using these passageways, the ants drag into the nest things that they can use, the harder substances of plants and of trees. Ants love specifically that portion of the wood that is already dead. They seek out what they need in order to continue constructing their nest, which is made of many little pieces of earth. They like to go to a wood stump left after a tree has been cut down. Here they find very hard inner wood as well as bark, which they then drag back to their nest and use as construction material. So it is that ants use the hardest material of all for the construction of their nest. They are unable to make this material into a cell that might be part of a comb structure. This is beyond their capability. They use material that is too hard. So you can see that bees use the material that is present in the flowers. They make the comb structure from it, but this forces them also to derive their nourishment from the juice of the blossom. With wasps, we find that they use a somewhat harder material, resembling paper, to build their cell structures. This is a harder material, but it is thin and naturally more brittle than a honeycomb. In itself, it is nevertheless harder. A wasp resembles a gourmet when it comes to aphids, but it still derives some nourishment from that which is in plants, the same way bees do. Ants, however, which use such a hard material or substance that all they can do with it is construct passageways or tiny caverns in the soil, but not combs or cell structures, really love aphids. You will even find that some ants take the aphids into their nest where they can milk them. Table 9, lower right. All over the ant heap, you'll find small structures where the aphids are located. For ants, these are their cows. What the ants do is on a correspondingly lower level. They have a barn filled not with cows, but with aphids. The ants go up to the aphids and stroke them with their antennae. The aphid enjoys this feeling and secretes some of its juice. As a result, the ant is able to suck up the juice obtained by stroking the aphid. The most important part of what an ant needs as food is derived in this manner from the aphid. With cows it is somewhat similar, the only difference being that the stroking must be much more vigorous. You could say that ants really milk their aphids. They capture them on flowers and leaves where the aphids are found, and they take very good care of them. You could say that it's really wonderful that there are aphids, and specifically, it is wonderful for the ants when there are aphids nearby. Then the aphids are carefully collected by the ants and put into a barn where they are used. What an ingenious arrangement of nature that these small animals can be engaged in a commercial dairy business involving aphids. The ant, which needs such hard materials for its own structure, is not able to be satisfied simply with the juice of plants. It needs as food that which the flower juice has given to an animal. This juice of a flower must have first passed through an animal. You might say that bees need pure flower juice, and wasps need flower juice and animal juice, and in return for that make harder cells. With the ant, nourishment is derived only from animal juice, and that's why there are no actual cells. The ant does not have the power to create cells. It must have the additional food it gets from its little animal shed, even though it is still capable of obtaining something from flowers. Otherwise, the ant can't live. You see what an interesting relationship there is between the flowers and these animals. The bees need the flower juice in its pure form. The others, wasps and specifically ants, are forced to obtain this flower juice from other animals that have already digested it. But in return, they are able to use, for the construction of a shelter or a nest, that which no longer is flower juice. There is truly a great difference between the bee's honeycomb made of wax, the wasp's nest made of paper, and the ant's structure, which can be created only externally and never completely becomes a cell. Nourishment is, in this case, the great distinguishing factor. The end of Lecture 6. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner on bees. And this is Lecture 7, given in Dornach on December 15th, 1923. Good morning, gentlemen. Today I would like to continue the subject we were talking about, the one that followed from Mr. Dollinger's question last time. If other questions arise, we can try to take care of those too. Last time, in order to answer this question, I began discussing ants. We can say that they are related to bees, since they belong to the same order, bees, wasps, and ants. The only difference, as we observe them, is in their manner of living. From all of this, we can actually learn a great deal that can be useful for managing things here on Earth. For the more you investigate these creatures and the manner in which they live, the more you will come to the conclusion that there is great wisdom in how they work and what they accomplish. Last time I told you how ants build their nests and how they make their little mounds out of tiny fragments procured from the soil, from decaying or dead wood, and also from other construction materials that they put into this mix. Then they construct their earth mounds. In these mounds there are a variety of corridors through which they move in great numbers in the form of processions. You can see them emerging from their holes and going different places to collect the things they want to collect. Sometimes these creatures do not first build nests, but rather use what is already there. Assume, for instance, that someone has cut down a tree. The stump of the tree that has been removed remains in the ground. Then an ant colony comes along, bores into the stump, and creates a chamber, and also bores all the passageways that lead outside. They may even add soil to the structure as they build one passageway on top of another. These are all interconnected, thus creating a complete maze of corridors. Table 10, page 166. Through these corridors, the ants move and bring from the vicinity what they need for food and for the structure of the nest. You see, gentlemen, it's all very fine simply to say that these ants do all these things instinctively, but in saying this, you really haven't said much. For if the ant doesn't have available to it such a tree stump, it proceeds to make a sand hill type of nest. If it finds an appropriate tree stump, it saves itself the unnecessary work of constructing an earth mound nest. The ant adjusts its work methods to suit the individual situations that exist. This makes it difficult to maintain the opinion that it has a general instinctive behavior. Such behavior would mean that it does everything according to its instincts. But the ant is able to adjust its activities according to the changing external circumstances. This is what is important. This may not happen here very much, but as soon as you go to other regions lying farther south, ants can become a pest and cause considerable trouble. Imagine a house where, in an unfrequented corner, ants have taken up residence, have carried in all sorts of things from the vicinity, grains of soil, tiny pieces of wood, and have constructed a chamber unnoticed by the homeowner, who hasn't cleaned the corner in a long time. Then they extend their passageways to the kitchen and the pantry, using very complicated routes, and they retrieve their food from those areas. Such a house in southern regions can become completely penetrated by one ant nest. You may not be aware that you are sharing your home with an ant colony, and you'll notice it only by chance when you discover that something in the pantry has been nibbled at and you follow the trail back to its source. Here, too, the word instinct doesn't explain much. Otherwise, you could say that nature has put instinct into these creatures to create their nest structure in that specific house. It would have to be made in just such a way that it would fit into the particular house. So you see, these creatures don't act according to pure instinct. There is instead a wisdom present in them. But if you examine a single ant all by itself, you would not come to the conclusion that it is particularly wise. That which the ant does under these conditions, or what you have it do, completely separated from its colony, does not have the appearance of any great wisdom. The result is that you have to consider the possibility that it's not the individual ant that has intelligence, but rather the entire ant colony. Likewise, it is the entire beehive that is wise. The individual ants in the colony are not the ones that possess this intelligence. As a colony, however, the ants work in an extremely wise manner. There is still much I would like to say about even more interesting things that happen. There is another type of ant that does the following. Somewhere on the ground it constructs a rather high mound. Then it forms a circle surrounded by soil, then burrows into the ground. In there are the ants. Sometimes this mound can turn out to look like a volcano. Inside are the passageways that radiate into the surrounding area. Well, These ants then engage in a very unusual action. They bite away and destroy all the grasses and plants that grow on the area they claim, with the exception of one type of grass. Footnote Aristida stricta and Aristida oligantha. Aristida means needle grass. Both varieties are called ant rice. End of footnote. Anything else they continually destroy. Sometimes they bite away and destroy everything, so that all that is left is the hill, and around it an area that appears to be paved. This area appears paved because soil becomes more compact as all living plants are removed from it. It becomes very smooth and begins to look like asphalt pavement, only much lighter in color. Now, these ants go out farther into the surrounding area to find and bring back a specific grass, which they then plant. As soon as the wind blows other seeds into their cleared area and they begin to sprout, the ants very quickly bite off whatever appears above ground and carry it away from the nest and the area they have prepared. So it is that nothing can grow in this area except this single type of grass. The ants have laid claim to a parcel of land and have planted on it only what suits them. The grass that they grow has a very different appearance when you compare it with the same grass growing elsewhere. Usually this grass grows in a loose soil. That's why it has a different appearance. The soil that the ants have prepared is very hard, so that the grass that grows there produces extremely hard seeds, seeds as hard as a pebble. Table 10. Yes, gentlemen, you can find such ant colonies. These are agricultural ants. I'm going to attempt this. The name is Atta malefaciens, and the malefaciens, I'm going to say, or maleficien or whatever, is Malefaciens. Malefaciens, maybe, that tend the fields around them. This is what Darwin, who has studied them carefully, calls them. You'll find the entire farm, the land as well as the extremely hard seeds. Then, when their crop is ready, the ants come out, bite off the portion above ground, and carry it back into the hill. For a while they remain in there, and you don't see them, but they are busy inside their anthill. Everything that they can't use, that might be attached to the seed, they bite off. After a while they come out again, go over and beyond their field to dump whatever they don't need and keep the pebble-hard seeds, some of which they break open with their extremely hard jaws and eat, and others of which they use to plant in their field. They are truly farmers. They look at things nearby to see if they can use them. Whatever they can't use, they throw out. After all, we don't do these things much differently. These agricultural ants work with great precision with those things that they need for themselves. When you think about the way these endeavors are carried out, you may ask yourself, what is really going on here? You see, a new type of grass is actually being created. These seeds that are like pebble-hard rice kernels don't exist anywhere else. They are created by these ants, which use them as part of a process that is repeated over and over again. What is really happening? Before we try to answer this question, let's look at this matter from another perspective. Let's go back to the wasps. There we'll find, as I've told you, creatures that lay their eggs in leaves or bark, out of which the so-called gall apples are formed, from which young wasps will eventually emerge. This can also take place differently. There are caterpillars that look like this. He draws on the blackboard, see table 10, upper right. All of you, I'm sure, are acquainted with this type of caterpillar, covered with thick bristly hair. This is what can happen to such a caterpillar. One or more wasps of a certain type can come and lay their eggs directly into the caterpillar, ichneumon or ichneumon fly. When the eggs mature, the larvae emerge from these eggs. These larvae are the first form that the wasps take. Even bees and other insects of this type appear in this way. With ants it is also similar. You know, if you scratch away at an anthill long enough, you'll find the so-called ant eggs, which some people use as food for certain songbirds. However, these ant eggs are not really eggs, but chrysalises. The eggs are small, and from these eggs the first thing to emerge are the larvae. It is incorrect to call these chrysalises ant eggs. What happens when the wasp lays its eggs in the caterpillar is a very remarkable matter. I've already told you about it once before. Footnote, see The Brain and Thinking, entitled Health and Illness, Volume 2, Anthroposophic Press, Spring Valley, New York, 1983. End of footnote. The larvae that emerge from the eggs are voracious eaters. But now remember that there are countless larvae in this single caterpillar. With their voracious appetites, these larvae get their nourishment from the caterpillar's body. And here a very strange thing occurs. As soon as one of the wasp larvae begins eating the caterpillar's stomach, the entire mass of young wasps is doomed to a certain premature death. They are not able to continue living. If anything like an eye, EYE, a heart-like organ or a similar organ were to serve as nourishment for the larva, or even be nibbled at, life for all concerned could not continue. These tiny wasp larvae demonstrate an understanding that directs them not to nibble at anything that the caterpillar needs for its continued existence. They eat only those organs that can be injured, yet continue to exist for a long time in an impaired condition. The creature does not die. It will at most be sick, and so the wasp larva can continue eating inside the caterpillar. This arrangement that these wasp larvae simply will not bite into anything that could cause the caterpillar to die directly has been established with great wisdom. Perhaps you have even seen this phenomenon, how the larvae emerge when they have matured sufficiently. They crawl out after the caterpillar has served with its entire body as a foster mother for the whole brood. They crawl out, develop into ichneumon flies, and seek out their nourishment from flowers and similar plants. And then, when they are mature enough, they will, in turn, place their eggs into similar caterpillars. Now, you could say that there is really something very intelligent in all of this. And indeed, as I've told you, your astonishment will become greater the more you begin to observe these matters more carefully. You begin to marvel and then ask yourself what the connections are among all these things. Now, let's now get to the bottom of all of this. First, we tell ourselves that there are the flowers that grow out of the ground. There are caterpillars present. Now, these insects come and gorge themselves with what they find in the form of flowers and caterpillars. Then they propagate themselves. This same story begins anew again and again. On the surface, it appears that this entire insect world could disappear, and it would be no great loss for us as human beings. When we look at the bee, we say as human beings, quote, "The bees produce honey for us, and for this reason beekeeping is useful to us." Fine, but that is looking at the whole matter only from the standpoint of human beings. If it turns out that bees can be considered robbers that simply take the honey away from the flowers, and we can then use this honey for nourishment or even curing diseases, the whole matter is considered to be very favorable from our viewpoint. But if you look at it from the viewpoint of the flowers, it would appear to be simply robbery, with human beings acting as accessories to the crime. You also must ask whether, from the standpoint of the flowers, you need to say, as they would, that out there are all these robbers, bees, wasps, ants, who take our juice away, and we would be able to grow and thrive much better if they didn't do this to us. This is the standpoint that we assume the flowers would have. You can hear endless lamentations expressed by unknowledgeable people who say, "Oh, these poor flowers, and these poor creatures, the caterpillars. These terrible parasites attack and eat them up. They do all sorts of things to remove substances from the flowers." This is not, however, the way things really are. Not at all. The situation is quite different from what you might think. If you come up close to a flower and you see an insect, let's say a bee, sitting on it and sucking up the juice contained in the flower or willow blossom, you must ask yourself what would happen to the plant if the bee, wasp, or other insect did not come to the plant and remove the juice from it. This is a more difficult question than the one concerning the simple act of robbery. You need to take a deep look into the entire ecology that nature has to offer. And here it is also true that you will not be able to form any meaningful opinion unless you can look back into the conditions that prevailed in much earlier periods of the Earth's development. The Earth was not always the way we see it today. If the Earth had always been as it is now, with its dead limestone, dead quartz, dead gneiss, dead mica schist, with its plants sprouting from present-day seeds, and with the animals and so on. If the earth had always been this way, then the whole thing could not exist at all. Nothing could exist at all. The people who take their knowledge only from what exists today have allowed themselves to be completely deceived, for this earth could not exist all by itself. Gentlemen, that person who seeks the secrets of the earth and wishes to know how things conform with the natural laws of earth, but who uses the same sources and methods that contemporary science does, is like a visitor from Mars who would come to Earth and have no interest in living human beings, but would prefer to go into a morgue and examine the corpses there. These corpses could not exist if they had not first been living human beings. You would first have to lead such a Martian, who had never before seen living human beings and was looking only at corpses, to two living human beings and point them out to the Martian. Then the Martian would say, "Well, now I understand why the corpses have this particular form. Earlier I could not understand it, because I was not yet acquainted with the living form that had preceded it." And so it is necessary to go back to earlier conditions if you want to understand the laws that govern the Earth's development. You see, a completely different form of the Earth preceded the one we have now. I've always called it the moon formation stage. See my title outline of Esoteric Science. Because the present-day moon is the leftover portion of the older Earth. Likewise, other conditions of the Earth preceded that one. The Earth has gone through transformations, and originally it took a very different form. There once was on Earth a stage or condition where such plants and insects as we have them now did not exist at all. The situation was this. There was that which you might be able to compare to the present-day Earth. Growing out of it were, let's say, plant-like formations, but of a type that continually changed their shapes, in a manner similar to the way clouds do. Around the Earth there were clouds such as these. He draws on the blackboard, table 10, lower right. But they were not like our clouds today, which appear to be dead. On the contrary, they were living clouds, as alive as our plants are today. If you could imagine our clouds taking on life and turning greenish in color, then you would have an imaginative picture of what the plant kingdom looked like back then. If you think that this is quite strange, then in this regard I might mention that there are some gentlemen in the field of science who are very funny. Recently you could read an article in the newspaper that might make you chuckle. Once again, a new scientific discovery was being described in a style typical of today's science reporters. The scientist had determined that if milk has been prepared in a special way, it can be used to heal scurvy, a rather ugly disease. Well, gentlemen, what does such a scientist do nowadays? I've already directed your attention to this matter earlier. The scientist analyzes the milk. He discovers that milk consists of certain chemical ingredients. I also mentioned to you that if you give mice milk containing all these chemical ingredients, they will derive their nourishment from it and continue to live. But if you give them the ingredients separately, they will die after only a few days. This is what Professor Bunge's students also found out. So they said to themselves, there is simply this other element necessary for life right there in the milk, and also in the honey. Let's call it a vitamin. You remember I gave you this example once before. It's just as if you had said poverty is due to pauperism. Likewise, they say here that there is a vitamin in the milk. So they made a big discovery. In milk there are all sorts of chemical elements and compounds with very scholarly sounding names. And it is a fact that milk, prepared in a certain way, can be used to cure scurvy. But using a very learned scientific method, they wanted to determine if you could heal scurvy by giving separately to patients who are sick with scurvy all these things with scholarly names attached to them. Well, they were not healed of anything, most of all not of scurvy. And this was true despite the fact that the patients were given all the constituents of milk. But when all the parts are kept together in this specially prepared milk, then they can cure a person of scurvy. Each constituent by itself does not heal. Only the total containing all the elements, is capable of healing. What is it that remains? The scientist conducting the experiment asks, if you remove separately all the constituents. The scientist subtracts each part one by one until nothing remains, but does not allow for the fact that these constituents are all contained in an etheric body. The scientist continues removing all the parts. And what remains? By this account, it is a vitamin. The vitamin that heals scurvy is not contained in anything that has been removed. So where is it? These people come with a nice idea. It's in the water that is in the milk, because it is not in all the other things that have been chemically analyzed. The conclusion, then, is that water is the missing compound that actually heals scurvy. This is really quite funny, but today it is considered a very learned way of determining the truth. For if the water contains the vitamin, then we have come just about far enough with scholarly scientific thinking that we could allow the clouds to be considered alive, because then we would have to look outside and say that everywhere that there is water, there would also be vitamins in the water. We will have arrived at the point when the earth was the way I have described it to you. The only problem is that it no longer is that way today. Back then, there was something I would like to call a planthood, a plant being, a single living covering of plants. And this living plant cover was fertilized everywhere by the surrounding environment. There also were no animals fixed in definite forms. No wasps existed either. But instead, out of the environment, there arose only a substance that had lived in an animal way. Our earth once was in a condition that might be described this way. It was surrounded by clouds that contained plant life, and approaching these clouds from the periphery were other clouds. These other clouds, which were of an animal nature, fertilized the plant life clouds. The animalhood came from the cosmos, whereas the planthood came out of the earth. All of this has changed. The plants of that earlier time have become our flowers, with their definite shapes and forms. Flowers that now grow out of the earth and do not form large clouds anymore. But something remained with these flowers, the fact that they want to experience an influence that comes to them from the environment. There, for example, is a rose that grows out of the earth. There's a drawing on the blackboard, table 11, page 166, left. There is one rose leaf, and there is another, and so on. Then a wasp comes up to the rose. The wasp gnaws or cuts a piece out of the leaf, carries it back to its nest, and uses it to build or to give to its young ones for nourishment. The wasp simply bites off a piece and carries it away. As I've said, our rose plants today are no longer clouds. They have become in shape and form very sharply delineated things. But that part of the plant which once lived in the clouds and was connected with that which came to it from all directions in the form of animal nature, has, despite everything that has occurred in the meantime, remained in the rose's leaves and blossoms. It is situated right in there. In every rose leaf there is something that can do no other but be fertilized by the entire environment. You see, gentlemen, these flowers need, which they very definitely require, a chemical substance that also plays an important role in the human body. If you analyze the human body chemically, you'll find various chemical substances. All these substances undergo continual changes. But everywhere these substances eventually are transformed into something that is always present in the human body. The human body needs this substance, which is formic acid. If you go out to an anthill, collect ants and squeeze them, you'll get a juice. This juice contains formic acid and some alcohol. This is the juice that is in ants. But you too have this juice very thinly distributed throughout your body. Whatever you eat, as long as you are alive, will always be changed, not exclusively, since there are other substances in smaller quantities, to formic acid. This formic acid fills your entire body. When you are ill and don't have sufficient formic acid, this situation is in itself something very bad for the body. for then your body will tend, just because it does not have enough formic acid in it. Now I'm coming back to Mr. Müller's question to give an answer to it. The body will tend to show signs of gout or rheumatism. The body is creating too much uric acid and not enough formic acid. So it is that ants have in themselves the same thing that human beings need. But formic acid is on the whole something that is needed throughout all of nature. You won't be able to find the bark of any tree that doesn't contain some formic acid. Throughout the tree, just as throughout the human body, you'll find formic acid everywhere. In each leaf, there has to be formic acid. However, it is not only formic acid that must be in there, but something related to formic acid, which is what wasps and also bees have within themselves, a chemical substance that they transform into bee poison. All these insects carry in themselves a certain chemical substance that is poisonous. If a bee stings you, you'll get an inflammation. If a wasp stings you, well, then some of you would have a rather bad experience. The entire matter of wasp stings is quite bad. Brehm relates an interesting episode that illustrates how such insects can play a terrible trick on both humans and animals. This is close to how the story was told. A cowherd, still rather young, had quite a few cows in a pasture, and in this pasture there were various insect nests in many places. The cowherd's dog ran in circles. Suddenly the dog went crazy, and the cowherd had no idea what was wrong. The dog ran as fast as possible to a brook, jumped in, and kept shaking himself. The cowherd was completely bewildered by the dog's actions and tried to help him, but he came from another direction. He didn't jump into the brook, but tried to help the dog from the other side. Unfortunately, he had taken up a position on top of an insect nest, as very likely the dog also had done, and the insects began stinging him. Then he too ran around wildly and finally jumped into the brook as well. Since both the cowherd and the dog were gone, the cows gradually became confused and began to move about. Those cows that stepped on the insect nests were also stung and acted as if they were crazy. Finally, the greater portion of the herd ended up in the brook. Such insect stings can really create havoc. After all, these insects have something poisonous in them. And finally, if you are bitten by an ant, there will also be a slight inflammation, because the ant will allow some formic acid to flow into the wound. Once again, formic acid is present in all living things, in just the appropriate dilution. Gentlemen, if there were no ants, no bees, and no wasps, those that actually prepare these poisons, what would happen? The very same thing would happen that would occur with the propagation of human beings if you suddenly decided to behead all men and allow only women to continue to exist here on earth. Humanity would not be able to continue to propagate because there would be no male seed. Well, these insects all still have some additional seed. Nevertheless, what comes from these poisons has become necessary for their continued life. This is because these poisons have been left over from that which used to be in the environment of the old moon. Very finely distributed bee poison, wasp poison, and formic acid, ant poison, originated in the cosmos and came down over the plants. What remains of it is still present today. If you go out and see a bee sitting somewhere on a willow tree or on a flower, then you don't say that the insect is simply robbing the flower. Instead, you say that while the little bee is sitting on it and obtaining nectar, the flower is having such a pleasant experience that it sends its own plant juice toward the place where the bee is sucking it out. This is very interesting, gentlemen. As the bee is sucking, the flower allows its juice to flow to that spot. And in this same stream of flowing juice, while the bee is removing something from the flower, bee poison also flows in the opposite direction from the bee to the flower. And while the gall wasp is stinging, wasp poison flows into the plant. And in particular, when an ant crawls over a plant, even over the dead portion of it, like the bark, it allows formic acid to flow into it. When an ant crawls on a flower, flower juice combines with formic acid. This is necessary. If this didn't happen, and if there weren't any bees, wasps, and ants, which continually come into contact with the world of flowers and nibble at them, then the necessary formic acid and the other necessary poisons wouldn't flow toward these flowers, and the flowers would have to die out after a certain period of time. You see, such chemicals, normally called the substances of life, well, these are highly treasured above all others, but in reality only such substances as formic acid are the true substances of life. If you examine the deadly nightshade or belladonna, you will see that there is a poison, a deadly poison in it. But what is it that this plant is doing? Specifically, it is collecting a spiritual element present in the cosmic environment. Poisons, generally, are the collectors of such spiritual elements. For this very reason, poisons can also serve as remedies used to effect a cure. And, understood on a very basic level, flowers are continually getting sicker and sicker, and these little bees, wasps, and ants continually play the role of doctor, bringing formic acid to the flowers, which they need in order to be healed completely again. You see, these bees, wasps, and ants are not simply robbers. At the same time, they bring to the flowers the possibility of remaining alive. And it is the same with the caterpillars. They would die out, would simply not exist anymore after a certain period of time. Well, you might say, that wouldn't be such a great loss. This type of caterpillar would simply become extinct. But then you need to consider that birds eat them, and so forth. All of nature is interrelated in this way. When we observe, for example, that ants penetrate everything with their formic acid, we have obtained an insight into the inner workings of nature's ecosystem. This is something that is truly very grand. Everywhere things are happening that are absolutely necessary for maintaining life and the existence of this world. You see, there is a tree, drawing on blackboard table 11 in the middle. The tree has its bark. Then the bark begins to rot after I've cut it down. There is the mold. Now people say, just let it rot. So the people calmly stand by and watch everything that remains in the woods simply rot away. And what is it that doesn't rot away during the course of a year? Leaves and similar matter. People just let all these things decompose. But in nature, these substances have been organized differently. Everywhere in the vicinity there are ant hills. Originating from these ant hills, table 11, upper right, formic acid finds its way into the forest soil. If you have the floor of a forest over here and an ant hill over there, it would be the same as taking a glass full of water and putting a drop of something into it. It simply expands to fill the entire glass. If you put salt into it, all of the water at once becomes salty. Table 11, lower right. If you have an anthill there, then the formic acid seeps in similar fashion into the floor of the forest. The entire forest floor, which is dying off, becomes saturated with this formic acid. In this way, formic acid reaches the forest floor, which is dying off, but it also penetrates the living plants. We have also considered how a plant takes up formic acid, or bee or wasp poison, as for instance when a bee sits on a flower and the flower sucks up what it can get from the bee. And we have also considered how a caterpillar needs formic acid. It is possible to determine all these things only if you learn to apply the methods of anthroposophic science. Traditional physical science is concerned only with that which the bee takes away from the flower. But bees wouldn't have been able to sit on flowers for the past few thousand years if they hadn't cultivated them by nibbling at them to keep them healthy. The same is true for all the lifeless material you can find in the forest. Imagine, gentlemen, even today's physical science, at the state of knowledge it has now, assumes that the time will come when everything on earth will be completely dead. It would have to say this because at some time in the future a condition would be reached when material destroyed by mold would prevail and the earth would have to be considered dead. But this time will not come because the earth's soil, wherever it has become moldy, is saturated with that which the bees, wasps, and ants give it. To be sure, Bees give it only to living flowers, and wasps almost always to living flowers. But ants also give, in what they transmit as formic acid, something directly to rotten, dead material. And by doing this, they stimulate life to a certain degree, and they contribute to the fact that the earth, in its decaying substance, remains alive at all. You could really say that the spirit that is present and prevails in all these things is certainly one to be marveled at. But as you examine this matter more closely, you can see that it all has great significance. Let's now look at the agricultural ants that set up their little fields, where they grow and tend their plants very differently. It is true that a human being would not be able to exist on the amount of food they grow there. For if a human being were to try to eat these little rice kernels that are as hard as pebbles, the person would first of all become strangely ill from ingesting too much formic acid. But besides this, the individual would probably break off some teeth so that a dentist would have to work hard for some time to repair them. After that, the person would experience a miserable death, all because of eating these pebble-hard rice kernels that the ants have prepared in this manner. But the ants, more accurately the entire ant colony, says to itself, if we simply go out into the open fields of nature and suck out of the plants that substance which we find present everywhere, then we will not be able to create within ourselves sufficient formic acid. And as a result, we won't be able to give enough to the earth, which depends on it. So we'll do it this way. We'll choose specific plants, which we will grow and harvest in such a way that the resulting food will be very tightly compressed, pressed together so much that it becomes as hard as stone. And from this we'll be able to extract a large amount of formic acid. These agricultural ants do this in order to produce as much formic acid as they possibly can. And these particular ants are the ones that manage to put a lot of formic acid back into the soil. This is the connection I've wanted you to see. In this way, you will also understand that poisons, even though they create inflammations or similar conditions, also function as chemicals that have continuous curative powers that stave off the process of dying. You could also say that the bee, in particular, is extremely important in this regard. The bee helps maintain the existence of the flowers. It keeps them from dying out. This is why there is such a deep relationship between bees and flowers. This maintenance of life becomes evident every time insects move about, carrying on their activities on the earth. When this happens, I would like to say that the earth has had its store of poisons replenished, which means, of course, that death has been prevented and life has been maintained. This is the spiritual connection. When someone asks what the spiritual connections are, I never like to say that it is simply this or that way, but rather I prefer to present the facts, and then let a person decide, based upon the facts, whether the connections make sense or not. The facts are usually arrayed in such a manner that you will see that there is significance and meaning in all of them. Unfortunately, those who consider themselves true scholars don't really tell you this. But in life, this does play a certain role. In the areas where we live, less respect will perhaps be accorded to all that I have said. But as you go farther south, you will hear farmers, simple people, say out of instinctive knowledge, these ant colonies, you must not disturb them, because they keep mold from becoming too destructive. And the very smart ones also say something else. If you go for a walk with them through the woods, where trees have been harvested and young trees are beginning to grow, these people, using their noses, they are very smart with their noses, walk through such an area and come to a place where they say, well, that's going to grow very well. The moldy odor is not as strong here, so there must be an ant colony nearby that is doing its job. This is what such people can smell. Based on a finely attuned sense of smell, many a farmer's sayings has been formulated that has proved to be very useful. Unfortunately, our modern civilization has become too much of a brain-oriented culture, where the mechanical, abstract aspects of thinking are emphasized, much to the detriment of these instinctive methods, which now have become simply words and nothing else. These creatures, specifically when they appear as collective groups, as in the beehive or ant colony, know all of this. This knowledge is obtained through a very special sense of smell. And as I've said, much of the instinctive knowledge that human beings have is based upon the intelligence of the nose. Next week, we will continue this discussion. The main point I wanted to make today is that bees, wasps, and ants do not simply remove something from nature, an activity that makes them appear to be robbers, but they also give nature the possibility of continue and thriving. The end of Lecture 7. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Bees. This is Lecture 8. It's actually the last lecture, but there's also an extract after this of various lectures. Lecture 8, given in Dornach, December 22nd, 1923. Good morning, gentlemen. We need to continue speaking about Mr. Dollinger's question. He had posed this question for you, and I'm sure all of you will find this to be of interest, of what the connection is, on a spiritual level, between the entire horde of insects that goes to the plants and that which is in the plants. You see, gentlemen, are not only elements such as oxygen and nitrogen, but there is present throughout nature also intelligence and understanding. Nobody is astonished if you say, we inhale the air, because the air is all around us, and because the scientific explanation that is now printed in every school book tells us that air is everywhere, and that we breathe in this air. But I have known, for example, people out in the country who thought this was a figment of the imagination. They simply didn't know that air is everywhere, the same way that people today don't know that the power of mind is present around us in nature. They are the ones who consider it a bit of fantasy if you say that in the same way we inhale air with the help of our lungs, we also inhale, in quotes, this power of mind, for example, with our noses or ears. And I've given you numerous examples by which you can see that the power of mind is present everywhere. Last time we spoke about a particularly interesting chapter of natural science, about bees, wasps, and ants. Perhaps there is no better place in nature to obtain such a thorough insight into the inner workings of nature than in the activities of insects. Insects just happen to be truly remarkable creatures, and they will in the future still reveal quite a few secrets to us. It is worth noting that we are discussing insects at the same time that we are celebrating the 100th anniversary of the famous scientist specializing in insect research, Jean-Henri Fabre, who was born a century ago on December 22nd, and lived at just the time when materialism began pervading science. Footnote, Jean-Henri Fabre, 1823 to 1915, French scholar and researcher specializing in insects. His main work was Souvenir entomologique, and then there's some other parts of the title I can't read in French. 10 volumes, 1879 to 1907. End of footnote. For this reason, he interpreted everything materialistically, but he did bring to light a great many facts about the life of insects. For this reason, it is natural that we think of him as we discuss insects today. First, I would like to give you an example of a type of insect that you will find interesting because of its connection with bees. A bee achieves a high degree of perfection in the work that it accomplishes. The most remarkable thing about a bee is not that it produces honey, but that it can produce completely out of itself, out of its own body, these carefully constructed honeycomb cells. It has to carry into the beehive whatever it uses as building materials. It works in such a way that it doesn't use this material in the original form, but rather brings it into the beehive already completely transformed. The bee does this all by itself, and what it creates comes directly out of itself. There is, however, another genus of bee which doesn't accomplish its tasks in the same way as the common honeybee does. The unique method employed by this bee demonstrates the tremendous power of mind or intelligence that exists in all of nature. Let's observe for a moment the work methods of this type of bee, normally called the wood bee, Zyolocopa violacea. That's more or less the Latin, I think. Normally called the wood bee, and not as highly regarded as the common honey bee, because it can be a nuisance for human beings. This is an extremely industrious bee, a bee that must really overcome difficult circumstances in order to ensure its survival, not the survival of the individual bee, but of the entire genus. This animal looks for wood that no longer is part of a tree, but has been cut and processed for use elsewhere. You can find this wood bee with its nests, which I'll describe for you shortly, anywhere you have a wooden plug or peg that has been hammered into the ground or somewhere else. Such pieces of dead wood as serve to hold down tents or to create wooden columns, and also wooden garden benches or garden doors, can serve as likely nesting sites. In there you'll find the wood bee. Imagine that this is such a post. He draws on the blackboard, table 12, page 167 left. This also is wood that no longer serves as part of a tree. Now, along comes the wood bee and drills an entry hole into the post at an angle. When the bee makes it all the way into the center, has removed all the excess wood pieces, and has enlarged the entrance to become a bit more like a channel, it begins to drill in a completely different direction. It drills in such a way that a small ring-shaped chamber is formed. Then the insect flies away, brings back all sorts of materials from nearby, and lines the chamber with these wadding materials. When it is finished, it lays an egg in there, from which a larva will emerge. This egg lies there in the chamber. After having laid the egg, the little bee makes a lid, in the center of which there is a hole. It continues drilling above this lid and fashions a second chamber for another larva to use as its living space. After having lined the chamber with wadding, laid a second egg, and provided a lid with a hole in it, the bee continues in the next chamber, and so on, until it has made 10 or 12 such chambers, one on top of the other. In each there is an egg. The larva can develop inside the wood. Into each chamber the bee has placed food for each larva. The larva eats the food that has been prepared for it, and grows until it is mature enough to crawl out. But now the time comes when the insect changes into a chrysalis, then becomes a bee with wings, and wants to fly from the nest. When this mature insect wants to leave the nest, it must depart via the original entrance corridor. Here we see evidence of the cleverness of the wood bee, in that the mature insect can leave the nest using the passageway that had been drilled out first. That's fine so far. But when the second insect, which is younger than the first, and then the third, the egg of which was laid even more recently, and so on, want to leave, these later insects, for whom living quarters were constructed later by the mother bee, will not be able to find an exiting passageway, because only one such entrance or exit was drilled out. An awkward situation now arises, because those bees confined to the upper chambers would be doomed to die eventually, since there is no easy way out for them. The mother averts this catastrophe by creating the little holes in the lids, which the younger insects can find and through which they can let themselves drop before crawling out of the main entrance. The bee, from the third egg, after it has developed sufficiently, drops through the 2 holes made for the lower chambers, where the previous residents, who are older and have already matured and then escaped, no longer live. In this way, the younger insects do not disturb those in the chambers below, which are now empty, since the insects once there have matured and left. There is never any contact between them, because the older ones are not there. You see, the entire nest has been planned with such great wisdom and foresight that you can't help but be astonished. When people today mechanically try to reproduce things, they are usually created in imitation, but the result is often not as skillfully made as nature would do it. Things as they exist in nature are created with extraordinary skill. And you would have to admit that there is definitely evidence of intelligence and understanding. You could find hundreds or even thousands of examples to illustrate this point by examining how insects build and how they act when they are at work. Just consider how much knowledge and understanding is evidenced by the agricultural ants in the agricultural operation that I told you about recently. We also observed another matter as we were looking at these bees, wasps, and ants. I told you that these creatures have a substance in them that is poisonous, and that this poisonous substance is at the same time an excellent medicine if the proper dose is determined and prescribed. Bee poison is an exceptional medicine with curative powers, as is wasp poison. And formic acid, which ants secrete, is an even better medicine. And I've indicated something else to you. We can get this formic acid by disturbing an anthill, collecting the ants, and then squeezing them. Mainly we obtain formic acid from ants. But if you knew, relatively speaking, how much formic acid is in this hall, you would be very astonished. You would say, "We certainly can't look for an anthill here in the corner of this hall." Gentlemen, just as you sit there, you are truly an anthill yourselves. For everywhere in your arms and legs, muscles and other tissues, heart, lung, liver, spleen, everywhere you'll find formic acid. To be sure, it's not as concentrated or as strong as you'll find in an anthill, but even so, you are completely saturated with formic acid. Yes, this is something very strange. Why do we have this formic acid in our bodies? You can determine whether a person has too little of it. If someone appears to you with an illness, actually most humans are just a bit sick, this person might have any of 100 different illnesses that all look alike externally. You need to recognize that this sick person is actually lacking. The fact that a person is pale or unable to eat, these are only superficial signs. You need to determine what it is that is really lacking. With some people, it is simply that they don't have enough of the anthill in themselves, that they don't generate enough formic acid. The same way in which the anthill produces formic acid, the body must make formic acid all over, but particularly in the spleen. If a person produces an insufficient amount of formic acid, such an individual needs to be given a medicinal preparation, a remedy, by means of which you help externally create enough formic acid within the body. But it is important to notice the changes that take place in a person who just happens to have too little formic acid. These observations can only be made when those who wish to observe these matters truly have a thorough understanding of human nature. You need to create a clear picture in your mind of what is going on in a person's soul, a person who at first has had sufficient formic acid within, and then later has too little of this substance. This is truly remarkable. Such a person will tell you, if you ask in the correct way, the right things about the illness. Assume, for instance, you have before you an individual who tells you, after being inspired to think along certain lines, "Several years ago, I could remember just about everything. I could think back and reflect on past occurrences very well. Now I have trouble with that. I don't seem to be able to do it anymore. Every time I try to think back, I just can't remember." Gentlemen, this is often a much more important indication than all the results of external medical tests can give you, tests that you naturally should also undertake. Today you can test urine for the albumin content, for pus, for sugar, and for other constituents, and you'll get rather interesting results. But under certain circumstances, it can't be much more important than a person describes a symptom such as suffering from memory loss. For when an individual tells you something like that, you will naturally have to obtain more information, and then you might come to the following conclusion. In the most recent period of this person's life, the level of formic acid in the body has decreased to the point of becoming insufficient for supporting certain important functions. Now, someone who still thinks on an external level could say, "This person doesn't have enough formic acid within. Either I'll squeeze some ants to get formic acid, or I'll create it synthetically in a laboratory. Then I'll administer formic acid in an appropriate dose. You can do this for a period of time, but the patient will come to you later and say, "But this stuff didn't help me one bit." What is the situation here? It really doesn't help the patient at all. The diagnosis was completely correct. The person didn't have enough formic acid in the system. You administered formic acid, and it didn't do any good at all. So what do we have going on here? You see, if you research this matter, you'll discover the real explanation. The formic acid doesn't help a particular individual, but with others it is always successful. After a while, you begin to notice the difference. In the case of those patients whom the formic acid helped, you will find that they show evidence of a mucus obstruction in the lungs. The other patients who derive no benefit from the formic acid as a medication are those in whom you will discover mucus obstructions in the liver, kidneys, or spleen. This turns out to be a rather peculiar situation. There is a great difference between an insufficient amount of formic acid in the lungs and the same situation in the liver. The difference exists by virtue of the fact that the lung can completely use the formic acid that comes from an ant colony, but the liver can't do anything at all with it. And now, here is something else, gentlemen. If you notice that a person has a problem with the liver, or specifically the intestines, and formic acid doesn't help at all, then you'll have to dispense oxalic acid. That means that you'll have to press the juice out of the common wood sorrel, or from clover that grows in the fields, derive the acid from it, and give it as medicine. So you see, if a person has a problem with the lungs, you need to give formic acid. If a person has a problem with the liver or intestines, you have to give oxalic acid. The strange thing, however, is that the person to whom you give oxalic acid will, after a certain amount of time, begin to produce formic acid within. What's really important is that you don't simply administer from outside the patient things that you want the patient to take as medicine, but rather you really must know what the human organism will do with this remedy on its own. If you give formic acid, then the organism will say, "That's not for me. I want to do the work by myself." In this case, you administered the formic acid already prepared for the body to use directly. "There's no work involved in it for me. I'll not get it up into the lungs." Naturally, you have to give this medicine in such a manner that it will go into the stomach. In the end, it will go into the intestines. At this point, the human organism tells the body that is ready to do its work, "What are you giving me here? You mean to tell me that I'm not supposed to create formic acid by myself first, but that you want me to take this formic acid that you put into the stomach and convey it to the lungs where it is needed? No, I refuse to do it." The human organism really wants to have oxalic acid so that it can transform it into formic acid on its own. Yes, gentlemen, life involves work, not substances. And the most important thing to know is that life doesn't consist at all in simply eating cabbage, turnips, or beets, but rather in what the body must do when the cabbage, turnip, or beet substances are taken into the digestive system. In any case, the body must not produce cabbage all over again from the cabbage that has just arrived in the digestive system. This is remarkably the very thing that is at the basis of our present-day civilization. But you'll see from this example what an unusual relationship exists within nature. Out there are the plants. The clover plant has been defined in the German language in a very special way. Chlorsäure literally means acid from clover. But actually, clover acid, or oxalic acid, is found in all plants. It is simply that its greatest concentration is in the clover plant. That's why we talk about clover acid in German. Just as you will find formic acid, in German this is called ant acid, or acid from ants, since ants supply it in concentrated form, everywhere in nature and everywhere in the human body. Likewise, you will find everywhere in nature and in the human body Chlorsäure, or oxalic acid. Now, here is another very interesting fact. Take the following experiment You have a retort, the kind you find in a chemical laboratory. You place a flame under it and introduce some oxalic acid into this retort. This is a salty, crumbly ash. Then add the same quantity of glycerin. You mix these constituents together and heat them. The steamy vapors will move over here, he draws on the blackboard, table 12, and you will be able to collect at the open end whatever comes out. But at the same time that this is happening, you notice that air is escaping all over. When you examine and analyze this escaping air, you find out that it is carbon dioxide. So carbon dioxide is escaping. And here, where you are collecting what is coming over, you have formic acid. Now, there's formic acid. But in the retort, you have oxalic acid and glycerin. The glycerin remains, and the other part moves over. The liquid formic acid drops down over here, and carbon dioxide escapes at this point. Now take a very good look at this whole procedure. Assume for a moment that instead of a retort, you had the human liver before you, or let's say any human or animal tissue. He draws on the blackboard, table 12, upper middle. Any organ located in the animal abdomen, liver, spleen, or another organ of that type. Through the stomach, I introduce oxalic acid. The body has by itself glycerin. So then I have in my intestines both oxalic acid and glycerin. And what happens? Now examine the human mouth. That is where the carbon dioxide escapes, and the formic acid drops down from the lungs in every direction toward the other organs in the human body. So this whole process that I have sketched for you is really taking place in our own bodies. We are constantly producing formic acid from oxalic acid in our bodies. Now think of all the plants that are found all over the earth. In all of them you'll find oxalic acid. And think of the insects. In the case of insects, the facts emerge in a very remarkable way. Think first of all of the ants. They go to these plants or to the rotting material that comes from plants. Everywhere, in all these things, there is oxalic acid. And these animals, just as humans do themselves, make formic acid from them. This formic acid is present everywhere. Insects make it possible for formic acid to be present everywhere. Yes, a Philistine will look into the air and say that in the air there is nitrogen and oxygen. But gentlemen, there is always formic acid present in a very small amount, because the insects fly through the air. What this means is that we have on one side the human being. The human being is a microcosm, a little world or universe. A person creates formic acid within and saturates the breath continually with formic acid. And in the macrocosm, in the great world or universe, the process that takes place within the human being is replaced by the whole army of insects. The great breath of air that surrounds the entire earth is saturated with the formic acid that is created from the oxalic acid present in plants. It really happens this way. Table 13, page 167. If you observe correctly and examine the lower part of the body of a human being with the stomach, liver, kidneys, spleen, and intestines, you will find that it is true that oxalic acid is continually being transformed into formic acid in these organs. This formic acid enters along with the air a person inhales, and in this way it is distributed to all the parts of the body. This is what goes on in human beings. On this earth, you have plants everywhere. Then you have, in various forms, the insects that fly over it. Down there you have oxalic acid. The insects fly to the plants and make contact with them. Through this contact, formic acid is created and spreads throughout the air, so that we also breathe in formic acid that is present in the air around us. That which the wasps have is a poison very similar to formic acid, only partially transformed. That which bees carry around in their stingers, actually the entire body of the bee possesses it, is also transformed formic acid, but transformed to a higher degree. When you examine this, you come to say to yourself, we look at these insects, ants, wasps, bees, and find that they are doing a very smart thing. Why are they doing something that appears to show so much intelligence? If the ant didn't have any formic acid, it would accomplish all those marvelous things which I have described for you in a rather stupid manner. Only because ants are created in such a way that they can produce formic acid does everything that they construct seem so full of understanding and reason. The same is true for wasps and bees. Doesn't this give us occasion to say to ourselves, if we also produce this formic acid within ourselves, that in nature understanding and knowledge are found everywhere? This is all due to formic acid. We also have understanding and knowledge within us because we have formic acid. Formic acid would not exist if it weren't for oxalic acid being present beforehand. And so the little insects flutter about the plants and are the reason why the oxalic acid in plants is changed into formic acid, or if you will, undergoes a metamorphosis. These are the things you begin to understand only if you now ask yourself what the situation is with oxalic acid. You see, oxalic acid is present everywhere where there is life. Wherever something is alive, there is oxalic acid. But there is also an etheric body. One function that the etheric body carries out is that it immediately renews oxalic acid. However, oxalic acid will never become formic acid of a type that a human or animal organism can use unless the astral body transforms the oxalic acid into formic acid. For it is a fact that the formic acid that is derived from the process in the retort is a formic acid that will be of no benefit to the human or animal body. You'll be deceived if you believe that it can really help at all, because in reality, it is dead. The formic acid created in humans and by insects is alive, and it appears wherever sensations and feelings arise and the soul element is present. A human being must develop formic acid within if such a person wants to generate the soul element from the basic level of life processes that exist in the lower body, where oxalic acid plays a very important role. Then the soul element lives in the formic acid of the breath and rises to the head, where it can continue to function and become effective. The soul element needs this process that converts oxalic acid into formic acid within a human being. What really happens when the oxalic acid is converted into formic acid? You see, the first thing that I told you about can give you the answer. This would-be I spoke about is very interesting in this regard, just because it works its way into wood that no longer has life in it. If this would-be could not properly use the wood, it would probably seek its nest elsewhere. It doesn't bore its nest into living trees, but rather into already rotting wood. Wherever posts begin to rot is a place where it lays its eggs after it has constructed its nest. If you study the connection between rotting material and the wood-bees, you'll eventually find out that the same process that occurs in rotting wood also takes place continually in the human body. It begins to rot, and if it rots too much, it dies. The process that takes place in nature is the same one a human being must carry out. A person needs to construct cells. This is something an individual can do only by transforming plant material that is saturated with oxalic acid into formic acid, into a substance that is saturated with formic acid. Now you can ask what significance this whole process has for nature. Well, gentlemen, let's imagine a wooden post that is decaying. People would prefer that a wood-bee never come near their posts, since these bees usually spread out quite a bit within the post, and the next year this post would probably fall over because the bees have hollowed it out. People may not really like this very much, but nature loves this process all the more for the benefits it derives from it. For if all the wood that comes from plants were to continue its existence without these bees' nests, the wood would eventually, you can watch this process as things rot, crumble, fall to dust, and become entirely useless material. However, the wood in which a would-be has worked does not simply get scattered about, but on the contrary, it takes on life again. And from all this wood that has been slightly enlivened again by these would-bees, and for that matter, likewise by other insects, much of that material will arise that will keep the earth from decaying completely, from becoming a cloud of dust in space. This material will make it possible for the earth to continue its life, because it is constantly being restored to life by these insects. As human beings, we inhale formic acid. But in nature, the formic acid that is prepared by insects from the oxalic acid of plants functions in such a way that it becomes the only way to make possible the continued existence of the earth at all. Now, examine the connection between these things. Here we have the human being, and here the earth. Table 13. Let's look at the human being first. Let's assume it's a young child. As long as this child is still young, it can transform very easily the oxalic acid located in the lower body into formic acid. The organs get enough formic acid. The human soul develops within the child. So here we have formic acid as the foundation for soul and spirit. And when a human becomes old and can't develop enough formic acid anymore, the soul and spirit leave. It's the formic acid that attracts and mobilizes soul and spirit. Otherwise, the spirit will go away. This is very interesting. If, for example, you observe properly a person with very many internal purulent infections, you'll find it is true that formic acid will help such a person overcome these infections. Then the proper relationship between the astral body and the physical body will reestablish itself, a relationship that was disturbed and hindered by the infections. We can say that formic acid is always used in the proper way as the foundation for soul and spirit. If the body just happens to have too little formic acid, it will decay and will no longer be able to support the soul. The body ages, and the soul must leave. Now, we have the human being on one side, here. On the other side is nature. In nature as well, formic acid is derived continuously from oxalic acid, so that the earth constantly has the possibility of being surrounded not only by oxygen and nitrogen, but also by formic acid. Table 13. This formic acid makes it possible for the earth not to die off completely each year, but instead to be able to resuscitate itself year after year. What is located beneath the earth as seed has a longing for formic acid, and this is what the process of rejuvenation consists of. Every winter, the spirit of the earth is itself striving to leave or simply go away, and in spring it restores itself to life again. The spirit of the earth causes the earth to become rigid and stiff in winter. In spring, it enlivens the earth once more. This happens because that which waits under the earth as seed comes into contact with the formic acid that had been created the previous year by the interaction of the insect world with the plant world. The seeds develop, grow, and make contact not only with oxygen, nitrogen, and carbon dioxide, but also with formic acid. This formic acid stimulates them to develop oxalic acid once again by themselves, which in turn makes it possible for formic acid to be present the next year. But just as formic acid in a human being can provide the basis for the presence of soul and spirit, so likewise, the formic acid that is spread out over the cosmos provides the foundation for the presence of the earth's spiritual and soul element. Now we can say that in the case of the earth, formic acid is also the basis for the earth's soul and the earth's spirit. Table 13. It is actually more difficult to transmit a telegram in a region where there are not ant colonies than it is in a region where they exist, because the electricity and the magnetism needed for telegraphy depend upon formic acid. When the telegraph wires go through a city where there are no ants, the power to accomplish transmission must come from the countryside, where the wires pass through the fields, so that the magnetic and electric currents will make its way through the cities at all. But naturally, formic acid spreads itself out and also fills the air that exists in the cities. Well, gentlemen, now you see that we can say that whatever is contained within a human being, with regard to the production of formic acid as well, also exists in nature. A human being is a microcosm, a small world. It is uniquely the case with a human being that throughout life until death, a person possesses the capacity to make formic acid from oxalic acid. But then a human being loses this capability and the physical body dies. Then the human soul has to wait before once again receiving a body, which in a child properly transforms oxalic acid into formic acid. With nature, this process continues on and on, winter, summer, winter, summer. The oxalic acid is always transformed into formic acid. If you carefully observe a dying individual, you'll get the feeling that there is an effort on the part of this person, even in the process of dying, to find out whether the body is still capable of creating formic acid. Then, at the point when the body is no longer capable of the task, death takes over. A human being goes into the spirit world and can't endure any longer being in the body. We can say that a human being dies at a certain point in time, and after a long period of time comes back in another body. Meanwhile, this person is in the spirit world. When a young queen emerges in a beehive, as I've told you, there is something that disturbs the bees. Up until this event, the bees have been living in what might be called a twilight. Then they see the young queen giving off a light. What is connected with the shining of this young queen? What is connected with it is that the young queen is taking away the power of the bee poison that the old queen possesses. And this, gentlemen, is the great fear of a swarm that leaves its hive. It is afraid that it no longer possesses bee poison, a state that means that it can't defend itself anymore or save itself. So it moves away from this disturbing source, the young queen. In the same way that the human soul leaves the body when it can't get enough formic acid, the older bees also leave when there is an insufficient amount of altered formic acid, bee poison, present. And if you now look at a swarm of bees, it is to be sure visible, but it really looks like the soul of a human being, a soul that is forced to leave its body. This is truly a grand sight, to see a horde of bees swarming away. In the same way in which the human soul leaves the body, so also does the old queen, after a young queen reaches adulthood, leave the hive with her company. You can really see, by looking at the escaping swarm of bees, an image of the human soul flying away from the body. Oh, gentlemen, this is a grand sight to behold. There's only a slight difference, in that the human soul has never reached the point of developing its power sufficiently to create these little creatures. Within us there is continually the tendency to want to do this. We want to become many tiny creatures. We actually have within ourselves a tendency to continually want to change the form of things inside our bodies so that they become like crawling bacilli or bacteria or like little bees. But we suppress this process before it happens. In so doing, we become complete human beings and not a collection of tiny entities. But the beehive is not a complete human being. Bees can't find their way into the spirit world. We have to take them to an empty beehive to bring about a rebirth or reincarnation of these bees. This is very directly a picture of reincarnating human beings. That person who can observe such a phenomenon develops a tremendous respect for these old swarming bees with their queen, a swarm that acts the way it does because it is trying to find its way into the spiritual world. But this swarm has become so caught up in the material world, so physical, that it can no longer fulfill this desire. So the bees cuddle up together and become a single body. They want very much to be together. They want to leave this world. And you also know that while they are flying about, they might attach themselves to a tree trunk or something similar, and then they press themselves together in order to disappear, because they want to gain entrance into the spirit world. And then they once again become a proper colony when we help them by bringing them back to their new beehive. So from this description, you could probably say that insects teach us nothing short of what might be considered the highest understanding we can derive from nature. This is why looking at plants always enlightened the people of antiquity, who still had an instinctive sense for these things that I've been explaining to you, matters that present-day science has lost sight of completely. Back then, people looked upon plants in a very special way. In our day, people are sometimes reminded of some of these things. For instance, when they bring home a fir tree and make a Christmas tree out of it. Then people are reminded of the fact that the way things are in nature can also become something important in the lives of human beings, can be something that can have an effect on our social lives. It's supposed to be a symbol of love, this fir tree transformed into a Christmas tree. People generally believe that the idea of a Christmas tree is very old, but the fir tree was first used as a Christmas tree probably only 150 to 200 years ago. Before that time, this custom didn't exist. But people did use a type of bush at Christmas. For example, during the Christmas plays that were performed in villages as early as the 15th and 16th centuries, there was someone who ran about advertising the play and also carried in his hand what might be considered a Christmas tree. But this was the so-called Kranewittbaum, a term known only in Middle Germany. In reality, this tree is the juniper, which has wonderful berries. Footnote, this refers to the traditional Christmas plays of Oberrufer. End of footnote. Back then, people took a juniper to serve as a Christmas tree. Why? Because the juniper berries that birds so much like to eat showed them the slight effect of poison that arises and must be penetrated by the earth element, so that the spiritual element might arise within it. The same way that the ant is drawn to wooden material, or the wood-bee goes to posts, another much weaker acid is produced all over every morning by the bird picking at the berries on the juniper. The people of antiquity knew this instinctively, and said to themselves that during winter, when the juniper stands there and the birds come to pick its berries, the earth is once again rejuvenated, re-enlivened by means of the juniper. From this natural phenomenon, people formed a picture in their minds, one with a moral sense. Christ is re-enlivening the earth. So now we can already say, looking at things in a properly natural way, we can see in all the processes of nature symbols and representations of those things that occur in human life. People long ago looked at the birds sitting in a juniper with the same love as people today have when they see little Christmas cookies or the presents under the Christmas tree. The juniper was for these people a kind of Christmas tree that they carried into their homes. So it is that a juniper was made into something like a Christmas tree. Now we need to come to a conclusion. I didn't want to allow today's session to pass by. I know this is a very stressful time for all of you, without having spoken about a very important subject. And we made it all the way to some thoughts about a bush that might really be looked upon as a Christmas tree, the juniper, which offers to birds the same things that plants offer to bees, and that wood offers to ants and wood-bees, and generally to all insects. Finally, I would like to take this opportunity to wish you all a very happy, joyful, inwardly uplifting Christmas. We'll let you know when the next lecture will be. It'll be sometime in the near future. End of lecture, and there's a note in reference to the wood-bee, page 142. Quote, with a loud buzzing sound, the female bee, having made it through the winter, flies out to search for a suitable home for its progeny among the boards of a stockade fence, lathwork, or wooden posts. Any old wood, a rotting post, a brittle tree trunk with its bark falling off, will do for the difficult task this bee needs to complete. With great diligence, this bee gnaws a hole into the wood about as large as the circumference of its body. It then penetrates several annual rings of the wood before it begins boring downward. The excess wood is removed as it bores deeper and deeper, creating a tube or channel that can attain the length of 1 foot before it begins bending in a somewhat outward direction again. This mother allows herself only occasional breaks, during which time she flies to nearby flowers to obtain honey nectar to restore her energies. She finishes her tube-like chamber before the end of May. In the lowest part, she places a mixture of honey nectar and pollen, upon which she lays a single egg. Then, measuring upward to a height that approximates the circumference of the tube, she creates a lid made of concentric rings of kneaded sawdust. Thus the first cell has been closed off, making it possible to place another cell above it. This cell has the same dimensions as the first, and another egg is placed into it, before it, too, is sealed off with a lid. This process is repeated over and over without interruption until an entire column of cells is formed. After a few days, the young maggot emerges from the egg. It lies in a curved position and takes up almost all the space in the cell by the time that it matures to the next stage about 3 weeks later. Then it spins a cocoon and changes into a chrysalis. Since the lowermost egg was the earliest laid, it will be the first to reach maturity. The second would be next, and the uppermost would be last. Will the first egg wait to mature until all its siblings have achieved their maturity before it makes its way out of this prison? There is no way that it will wait that long. It is situated standing on its head and will have to move only slightly forward, where it will discover that the cell wall will yield and break open. Then it will continue until it reaches the end of the curve, which is filled with loose wood materials somewhat similar to sawdust. Then it gnaws away the thin layer, separating it from the warm summer air. A second one that crawls out follows the first until all the siblings have emerged by the end of July or the beginning of August. The nest is now empty. This is from Jean-Henri Faber's book. That's the end of that lecture and excerpt. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner. This is the appendix. You could say it's the 9th part after lecture 8, and from various extracts concerning bees throughout Steiner's amazing life. This is an excerpt from a lecture given in Berlin, September 29th, 1905. A footnote from the title, The Basic Elements of Esotericism, Collected Works 93A, 1987. See also Foundations of Esotericism from London, Rudolf Steiner Press. End of footnote. We have been speaking about the consciousness of the various realms of nature. The organs of the human body also have a consciousness unique to each organ. This type of consciousness manifests itself abnormally in the case of idiots, and is an astral consciousness that insects, ants, spiders, etc. also possess. A very different type of consciousness exists in bees. We'll use the bees as an example of how you can arrive at such truths and use them to understand the world around us. One does not train in matters hidden from ordinary consciousness in the way currently used in schools. It is not directed towards stuffing information into the heads of students. A student does not receive a mass of material that must be learned in a strict manner when learning about hidden spiritual matters, but rather he or she is given a profound statement containing an inner power. That is the way it was done in earlier times. The student had to meditate on this statement while maintaining a complete inner calm. In this way, the student would be illumined from within, would experience light within. When human beings arrive at a point when they are able to see through themselves, they are able to immerse personal consciousness in other beings. For this to happen, one must have taken hold of exactly the point behind the midpoint between. Must have directed this point of consciousness all the way down into the heart. One will then be able to place one's consciousness into other things. For example, one should then be able to find out what really lives inside an anthill. You can then also perceive life within a beehive. When you do this, a phenomenon will become apparent. which you will not otherwise observe here on this earth. Within the activity of a beehive, you will experience something that does not exist anywhere else on this earth. Whatever may exist on other planets is beyond our current ability to comprehend. For instance, you will not be able to find out what happens on the Sun or on Venus if you cannot apply this method of placing your consciousness into the life and activity of a bee community. Bees have not fully completed the evolutionary path that we have. In the initial stages of evolution, they were not connected with the same evolutionary chain of events that animals and humans have completed. The consciousness of a beehive, not the individual bees, is of a very high nature. Humankind will not attain the wisdom of such consciousness until the next major evolutionary stage, that of Venus, which will come when the evolution of the Earth stage has finished. Then human beings will possess the consciousness necessary to construct things with the material they create within themselves. Ants construct an anthill out of various materials, but they still cannot construct cells. The construction of cells is very different at higher levels of existence. There is one thing very different from anything here on earth, which you learn by immersing yourself into the consciousness of the beehive. By accepting the Venus consciousness, you can anticipate the one thing that humankind will experience at the Venus level of existence, a complete fading of the sexual element. With bees, the sexual element is granted only to one queen. The desire nature of the sexual element is almost completely eliminated. The drones are killed. We see here a prototype of what will be accomplished in future stages of humankind. Work becomes the highest principle. To place your consciousness properly into the beehive, you need to be made suitable for such a task by using the driving force of your own spirit. Next excerpt from a lecture given in Berlin, June 1st, 1908, footnote from titled The Influences of Spiritual Entities in the Human Being, Collected Work 102, 1984. See also title The Influence of Spiritual Beings Upon Man at the Pacific Press, 1982. End of footnote. Last time, we boldly advanced into an area where our attention was directed toward certain beings that truly exist as spiritual beings within our real world, but that in a certain way have dropped from the regular course of evolution. Their real significance may be attributed to the fact that they stand apart from ordinary evolution. We're talking about the realm of elemental spiritual beings. We examined these elemental beings, which current educated thinking naturally views as the worst possible kind of superstition, and we discovered that because of the unique position they hold in the cosmos, they will, in the not-too-distant future, play a significant role in our own spiritual development. We have seen how such elemental beings are formed. They are parts of group souls that have been cut off from the primary group soul through an anomaly of the evolutionary process. This cutting off is not a sharp cut, but rather like a ligature that a doctor applies to tie off or strangulate the blood flow to a polyp or tumor. In this case, however, the strangulated part continues to live on its own. By remembering what we determined at the end of the previous lecture, we have been able to bring before our mind's eye the essence of such elemental creatures. We also directed our attention to one of the most recently formed elemental beings. We also indicated how each type of animal, so to speak in more general terms, is a sum of all animal beings of a similarly formed type. This sum or collection of similarly formed animals corresponds to a single group soul. We also stated that these group souls play the same role in the astral world as our human soul, if gifted with an I being, does in the physical world. In reality, the human I, capital, is a group self that descended from the astral to the physical plane. In so doing, it has become an individual, non-divisible I. The animal I beings still regularly reside on the astral plane, and those animals we perceive as individual entities here on the physical plane have only a physical, etheric, and astral body, but their I exists in the astral world, in such a way that similarly formed animals are members of a single group I, like the fingers of a hand are part of one body. We also can imagine that what we experience as birth and death in human life does not have the same significance with animals. For when an individual animal dies, the group soul or group I of the animal genus remains alive. You could compare this, if this were possible, to a person who, having lost his hand, possessed the capability of growing back another one. His I would not say, "I died because I lost a hand," but it would feel that a member of the body had been renewed. In this way, the group I of lions renews a member of its genus when an individual lion dies and is replaced with another. Thus we can understand that birth and death do not have the kind of meaning for the group soul of animals as it does for human beings in the present cycle of development. The group soul of animals is aware of transformations, metamorphoses, the strangulation of its members that are stretched out into the physical world, the loss of these members, and their renewal. We have stated that there are certain forms of animals that go too far in the process of strangulation, so that they are no longer able to send back to the astral plane again all that they have brought down to the physical plane. For in the case of a dying animal, what falls away must be absorbed by the world around it, whereas what the animal infuses with spirit and soul must flow back into the group soul, so that it can then be stretched out anew and grow into a new animal on the physical plane. However, there are certain animal forms that are unable to send everything back again into the group soul, and these leftover things that are torn off, cut off from the group soul, then begin to lead an existence on their own as individualized elemental beings. Since our evolution has progressed through various forms and stages, and since at each stage such elemental beings were being formed, you can imagine that we have all around us, in what we call the surrounding supersensible spiritual world, a very large number of types of such elemental beings. When, for example, an enlightened human being says, or talking to us about elemental beings that they call sylphs or also lemurs, such things do not exist, then you would have to give him an answer that sounds a bit strange and paradoxical at the same time. The reason you don't see these things is that you close your mind to the possibility of developing such organs of cognition and perception that would bring you to the point of recognizing these beings. Simply ask the bee, or in other words, the soul of the beehive. It could never lose its mind to the existence of, it could never close its mind to the existence of sylphs or lemurs, because the elemental beings that are so named come and linger at those special places, specifically where animal and plant worlds touch. But not all places where this contact takes place, but only where this occurs under certain circumstances. To be sure, when an ox eats grass, there is also such a contact between animal and plant worlds. But this is a very commonplace, regularly occurring event that is situated firmly in the regular progress of evolution. Quite another event in the evolution of our world is the contact between bee and blossom. The reason for this is that in the organization of things that lie further apart and were rejoined subsequently, and also because a marvelous energy is developed as the bee touches the blossom, only seen, of course, by someone who has the ability to see into the various spiritual realms. This contact between bee and blossom is one of the most interesting observations that such a spiritual researcher can make. And such an observer will have great difficulty finding the correct expression in our current language for the subtle things like this. He sees the unusual auric envelope or veil that always arises when a bee or similar insect sucks from a blossom. The strange and unusual event the little bee experiences when it sucks from a blossom is not only present in its mouth or in the body of the bee, but rather arises from the interchange of the taste experience of both bee and blossom, an interchange that diffuses around both of them a small etheric aura. Every time the bee sucks, this etheric aura appears. And when this happens in the spiritual world, not observable directly with our normal sense organs, those beings approach and hover near this event because they need something like this. They are attracted by it because they find, again, rather crudely expressed, their nourishment there. On another occasion, I stated that we should not even be surprised at the question that someone else might raise. Where do all these beings you are talking about come from? Wherever there is an opportunity for certain beings to exist, they are always there. When a person, by entertaining very evil sentiments, spreads these feelings all around himself or herself, then these sentiments also become alive around this person. And this is exactly what attracts existing beings that only wait for something like this, just as any physical being would wait for nourishment. I once compared this to a clean room without any flies. If all sorts of leftover food sits around in a room, flies appear. This is how it is with spiritual beings. All you have to do is provide the proper nourishment. A little bee sucking on a blossom spreads about itself a small etheric aura. And this is when such beings appear, especially when and where a swarm of bees, with a sensation of having recently tasted blossoms, lands on a tree and takes off again. The entire swarm of bees becomes enveloped by an etheric aura, but also completely interpenetrated by beings called sylphs and lemurs. Especially in such border areas where various distinctive realms come into contact with each other, these beings are there, and they play an important role. They are not only there when this already described fine etheric aura arises, nor are they only interested in satisfying their own hunger, but whereas they are hungry, so to speak, they express this hunger by helping to bring certain animals together with places that will benefit all concerned. They are, in this sense, leaders. Thus we see that such beings that have given up their original relationship with the other worlds with which they had been connected and exchanged their former role for a truly remarkable one. They have become beings that serve a good purpose in other worlds. To be sure, when they are used this way, a type of organization exists. They are subordinate to higher beings. Next excerpt from an evening question and answer session.
Cue the parade. 4 for the 4th is back at Bob's Discount Furniture. Celebrate in style by shopping 4 of Bob's must-have trendsetters for just $7.99 and under, like the farmhouse chic Calvin bedroom, Playday sectional with pop-up sleeper and hidden storage, Consumer Reports recommended treasure mattress, and the 5-star Betty dining set. And don't forget, there's even interest-free financing when you pay in 4 installments. Oh my Bob! So stop in and celebrate 4 for the 4th.
Given in Düsseldorf, April 21st, 1909, footnote from title, Spiritual Hierarchies and How They Are Reflected in the Physical World, Collected Works 110, end of footnote. Question: is there a difference between the group souls of bees, ants, and corals? Steiner responds, certainly there is a great range of difference. The group soul of a beehive is a very high-level being, higher than that of ants. It is of such a high development that you might almost say it is cosmically precocious. It has attained a level of evolutionary development that human beings will later reach in the Venus cycle, which follows the completion of the present Earth cycle. We must view it as we would a precocious child. It stands apart from lines of the normal evolutionary progress that most animals have followed. This is also true of the group soul of ants, except that it is at a lower level. The group soul of corals, however, is on a still higher plane than both. It is higher than, for example, the group soul of cattle. The only problem is that this high level attained by corals is not always suited to, nor does it fit easily into the current stage of development. It has anticipated and prematurely developed certain things appropriate to a much more advanced stage of development. But having done this, it has exposed itself to all sorts of dangers with which it cannot cope. A spiritual zoology is very complicated, and the level of development of the various group souls a very wide-ranging one. Next excerpt from a lecture given in Dornach, November 10th, 1923. Footnote from title The Human Being as the Harmonization of the Creative Powers of the Logos, Collected Works 230. 1985, see also title Man a Symphony of the Creative Word. End of footnote. There is in nature something like a head without a crown, where the same energies are at work outside as well as within the head. Well, a head that is open in all directions is a beehive. The general activities of bees are actually the same thing we can find within the human head. In the head, the activities are, of course, contained within the skull, whereas a beehive is not closed toward exterior activities. At most, we give them a support in the form of a beehive. Thus, we have the same thing inside a beehive, influenced by an exterior spiritual influence, as we do in the human head, whose spiritual influence is mainly within the head. Within the beehive, there is honey. If we take this honey and enjoy it as an adult, it will give us the same powers that milk does for children. The only difference is that honey provides what the formative powers must give from outside to an older person, whereas the milk provides those powers within the head during childhood. As children, we promote the formative powers through drinking milk. If we need these same powers in adulthood, we must eat honey. You don't really need to eat it in large quantities, since the primary purpose is to derive these specific powers from it. Next, comments following Mr. Mueller's lecture on bees, Dornach, November 10th, 1923. Dr. Steiner. I've just a few comments to make, namely in regard to the cause of continuous fertility in bees. You may already have noticed from Mr. Mueller's comments that there is a problem connected to the artificial breeding of queen bees. It might be interesting to ask Mr. Mueller if he thinks this method holds much promise for the future. Mr. Mueller responds, yes, I hold this method in high regard for the most part. If you leave the colony to its own devices and you don't tend it carefully, it might happen that the whole colony will deteriorate. The bad qualities will come through more and more, and whatever was good before is lost. Dr. Steiner. Since when have bees been bred artificially? Mr. Mueller responds. For about 12 to 15 years. Dr. Steiner responds. This is the way things stand. I'll talk about this more next time. With the artificial breeding of bees, you can increase their production of honey, all the work they do, and even the worker bee's capability of accomplishing this work. The only problem is, as Mr. Mueller has just stated, that this whole procedure should not be carried out in a way that is too rational and businesslike. Next time, we'll investigate more thoroughly the matter of breeding of bees, and we'll see that what proves to be an extraordinarily favorable measure upon which something is based today may appear to be good, but that a century from now, all breeding of bees would cease if only artificially produced bees were used. We want to be able to see how that which is so wonderfully favorable can change in such a way that it can in time gradually destroy whatever was positive in this procedure. And we want to see how, specifically, beekeeping can become of great interest in getting to know all of the secrets of nature, particularly how something on the one hand proves to be very fruitful, but on the other hand simply leads to death and destruction. And so it is that beekeepers can indeed be very happy with all the progress that beekeeping has recently experienced in such a short time. But this happiness will barely continue for 100 years. Next, 2 questions answered by Dr. Steiner after the lecture to the workers on December 10, 1923, reported by R. Hahn. R. Hahn. I approached Dr. Steiner and asked, what is the cause of foul brood among bees? And footnote, foul brood refers to a destructive disease of honeybee larvae caused by a bacteria, end of footnote. He said he could give me information about that only after he had thoroughly investigated this disease. But he said that it probably arose from a defective compounding of uric acid by the queen bee. He added, it is true, isn't it, that a bee has uric acid in its system. Probably the faulty creation of uric acid is the cause of this disease. Regarding the crossbreeding of honeybees from fig wasps mentioned in the same lecture, he answered approximately as follows. This event took place in Old Atlantis, where the individual animal forms were not yet so firmly closed off in their development as they are today. The distinctions between the various types of animals were more fluid and less rigid. Such a crossbreeding would no longer be possible today at this later stage of development. Next excerpt from a lecture given in Dornach, December 30th, 1923, footnote, from title World History, Viewed Anthroposophically and as the Basis for Understanding the Human Spirit, Collected Works 233, see also World History and the Mysteries in the Light of the see also title World History and the Mysteries in the Light of Anthroposophy, Rudolf Steiner Press, end of footnote. You can immediately see how in certain places in nature the physical powers of Earth join the etheric powers that come from all directions and join it or attach themselves to it. Consider, for example, the proteins found in the physical Earth. As long as they are determined to be made of sulfur, carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, and hydrogen, they are subordinate to the physical powers on Earth. But once the proteins are lifted into the process of reproduction, they are removed from the physical powers, and the cosmic powers originating from all directions of the heavens begin to influence the proteins that have been split off from their compounds. At this point, a new form of protein arises that is a reflection of the entire cosmos. However, sometimes something else happens. Proteins may be unable to break completely away from the compounds they had originally been a part of, and the process of separation does not go far enough. In order that the process of reproduction may take place in any animal, there might be protein substance present that normally would have to be separated from its compound, so that it could properly be exposed to powers of the entire cosmos and accept its influences. But this animal has been hampered or prevented in some way from providing a protein substance that would conform to or fit the energies and influences of the macrocosm. Protein, with the capacity to bring about reproduction, must submit appropriately to such macrocosmic influences. The animal is hampered in directly forming, as needed, protein capable of being used in reproduction. This is the case of the gall wasp. What does it do? It lays its egg into just about any available part of a plant. You can find these galls all over oaks and on other trees where the gall wasp has deposited its eggs. You see, these unusual galls on a leaf, and in any of them there may be a gall wasp egg. Why does this happen this way? Why does the gall wasp deposit its egg, let's say into an oak leaf, so that this gall apple appears where the egg resides, an egg that can now continue to develop? In the open, it would be unable to do so. This happens for the very specific reason the plant leaf has an etheric body. This is suited for and works harmoniously with the etheric substance of the entire world. And this is what lends support to the gall wasp egg. This egg is unable to help itself. which is why the gall wasp places the egg into a part of a plant where an etheric body is present, one that will harmonize with the entire etheric world. So we can say the gall wasp comes to the oak to reduce its protein substance compound to a pure protein, so that the periphery of the world, using a detour through the oak leaf or oak tree, can provide its beneficial influence for the egg to flourish. Otherwise, the unprotected gall wasp egg would prove unfruitful and die. Since the protein cannot be released properly from the compound that holds it tightly together and keeps it from being properly exposed to the life-giving and life-sustaining properties of the etheric world. You see, there is a possibility of looking into such matters to see how remarkably nature operates. These methods of nature may also be observed elsewhere in nature. Assume, for instance, that an animal is not only incapable of providing the type of embryonic material that the etheric world can work on to bring about reproduction, but this animal also lacks in itself any of the chemicals needed to metabolize and derive nourishment from the foods that travel through its body. You will probably think immediately of the bee as an example. The bee cannot eat everything. It can eat only what is already prepared for it by a plant. Now look at this very remarkable thing. The bee comes to the flower, seeks the nectar, imbibes it, and converts it to what we so marvel at in a bee, the construction of a honeycomb consisting of many cells. Here we see two strange but very wonderful processes. First, the bee that sits on a flower somewhere outside the hive and collects the nectar. And second, the bee that goes into a beehive and creates from itself, in cooperation with other bees, the wax cells that they will fill with honey. What is happening there? You'll need to look at these cells and determine their form. They are formed so that there is one, then the second attached to it, and so on. They are little cells, the empty chambers of which are formed in such a way as to resemble, though the chambers are filled with a substance and not empty, quartz crystals, silicic acid crystals. If you go into the mountains and look at quartz crystals, you could draw them this way. You'll probably get a slightly irregular drawing, but it will be like the bee cells that are attached to each other. The only difference is that the bee cells are made of wax and the quartz consists of silica. When you investigate the matter further, it will be found that the quartz crystal in the mountains was formed with the help of silicic acid at a specific time when our Earth's development was under the general influence of etheric and astral forces. That is when you will see such etheric and astral forces emanating from the area around the Earth and working to help build up the quartz crystals in the silica. You can find them everywhere out in the mountains, those wonderful quartz crystals, 6-sided constructions. What you see in those quartz crystals is the same as you will see in the bee cells in the beehive, except that these are empty chambers at first. The bee extracts from the plant the very substance that was once there to help create the hexagonal quartz crystals. The bee extracts this from the flower, and within its own body creates replicas of the quartz crystals. What happens between the bee and flower is similar to what once happened out there in the macrocosm. I mention these things so that you will see how necessary it is not only to look at the deplorable abstractions in the descriptions of carbon, nitrogen, hydrogen, oxygen, and so on, but that it is very necessary to observe the wonderful creative shaping processes and notice the inner intimate relationships that exist in nature and in natural events. Next excerpt from a lecture given in Dornach, January 2nd, 1924. Footnote from title Reflections for Meditation and Indications on How to Deepen One's Understanding of the Healing Art, from Collected Works 316, 1988. See also title Course for Young Doctors, Spring Valley. End of footnote. There are certain events in nature that human beings cause. You can observe them, but their real significance will not be recognized by purely scientific interpretation. I'll point out to you a very simple phenomenon. In the southern regions, there are fig trees. People there have fig trees, which at first produce wild figs and other trees, the particularly cultivated ones which produce sweet figs. These people have become very sophisticated in producing them. They cause a certain type of wasp to place its eggs into a fig fruit, one that has grown normally without human intervention. By doing this, the egg produces a maggot that will encapsulate itself. These people, however, interrupt this process so that the young wasp once again lays an egg in the same fig, thus causing 2 generations of wasps that place their eggs in the same fig fruit during the same year. In this way, they raise the level of sweetness in the fig considerably. The people of the Mediterranean region do it this way. First, they take almost ripened figs and tie 2 such figs together with bast and hang them on a branch. They allow the wasp to pierce the skin of the figs, which accelerates the ripening of the figs considerably, especially since they were cut off from the branch and then placed on the branch again. This procedure causes the first generation of wasps to develop very quickly and then go to another unpicked fig that will be considerably sweeter because of this procedure. This process, my friends, is very important because within nature and within the substance in figs that continues over time from generation to generation, the same thing happens in a condensed form that happens in a more expanded form when the wasp, or let's say the honeybee, sucks the nectar from the flowers, carries it into the beehive, and manufactures honey. Indeed, the procedure that unfolds before our eyes, beginning with the bee gathering the nectar until the honey is manufactured within the beehive, is the same process that occurs within the fig. By using the wasp to accelerate the ripening of figs, by allowing the young wasp generation to sting them, those Mediterranean people cause a honey-producing process. This fig, stung by the young generation, has begun a honey-making process within itself. Here you have a metamorphosis of 2 natural processes. One consists of events separated by time and space. The bees collect nectar from distant flowers, and the honey is made in the beehive from this collected nectar. The other process occurs in the same tree in which the pair of figs is placed. They ripen faster. The new generation of wasps is artificially quickened to reproduce, and the wasps sting another fig on the same tree. Because the other figs are stung, sweet figs appear everywhere. Such events would have to be studied properly, since they are the natural processes that come into question here. Within a human being, processes take place that modern physiology and anatomy simply know nothing of. This is because those sciences do not expand the realm of observation to include the kinds of natural processes I have described. It is very important to observe these more subtle processes in nature, for then we will arrive at a true understanding of the human being. It is important to look at something like a beehive and find out that the individual bee, all by itself, has no intelligence. To be sure, it has instincts, but it is nevertheless stupid. The entire beehive, however, is extraordinarily wise. You see, recently we had some very interesting lecture discussions with the workers here at the Goetheanum. We had just discussed the realm of bees, and someone asked a very interesting question. A beekeeper would understand quite well the importance of this issue. If a beekeeper who was well liked by a community of bees should become ill or die, then the entire hive will become disorganized and chaotic. This is in fact true. One of the workers then applied modern scientific logic to this phenomenon and reasoned in this way. We know that the bee does not have very good eyesight. It certainly cannot create within itself any idea or concept of the beekeeper. So how can we consider that there is in any sense of a relationship with a particular beekeeper? Furthermore, let's assume that a certain beekeeper has cared for a beehive this year, but then a completely different set of young bees replaces it the next year, except for the queen bee. Where can this sense of belonging together come from, the bees knowing their personal beekeeper? I answered that a person who truly knows and understands the human organism also knows that over given periods, the human organism removes and replaces all substances in the body. Assume that someone becomes familiar with someone who travels to America and comes back after 10 years. This person will see someone completely different from the one known 10 years earlier. All substances have been exchanged for new ones. A new composition of parts will present itself. It is no different for a beehive. The bees are exchanged for other bees. What remains is the sense of community between beehive and beekeeper. The feeling that they belong to each other is based on the fact that a great wisdom lives in the beehive. It is not simply an assembly of individual bees. The beehive really has its own very specific soul. That is the end of the extract, the appendix, and the end of the book, at least Steiner's part of the book, Bees. And that's the three worlds. Number one, the soul world. We have seen that as human beings, we belong to three worlds. The substances and forces that build up our bodies are taken from the world of inanimate matter. We know about this world through the perceptions of our outer physical senses. Anyone who trusts these senses exclusively and develops only their kind of perception cannot gain access to the other two worlds, the soul and spiritual worlds. Whether or not we can persuade ourselves of the reality of any being or thing depends on our having an organ of perception, a sense for it. Of course, misunderstandings can easily arise when the higher organs of perception are referred to as spiritual, quote, senses, close quote, as they are here. When we speak about senses, we automatically think of something physical. We even call the physical world the sense world, in contrast to the spiritual world. In order to avoid misunderstanding, it must be emphasized that the term, quote, higher senses, close quote, is used here only figuratively and as a comparison. Just as our physical senses perceive what is physical, our soul and spiritual senses perceive what is of a soul and spiritual nature. The term sense will be used here only in its meaning of organ of perception. Without eyes that are sensitive to light, we would have no knowledge of light or of color, just as we would have no knowledge of sound without ears that are sensitive to it. In this connection, the German philosopher Lotze is perfectly justified in saying, quote, without a light-sensing eye, EYE, and a sound-sensing ear, the whole world would be dark and silent. It would be as impossible to have light and sound in it as it is to have a toothache without the pain-sensing nerve. Close quote, footnote, Rudolf Hermann Lotze, 1817 to 1881, physician and philosopher active in Leipzig, Göttingen, and Berlin, Grundzüge der Psychologie, Fundamentals of Psychology, Leipzig, 1894, page 19, end of footnote. To see all of this in the right light, we need only to imagine how different the world that we human beings know must appear to lower forms of animal life that possess only a sense of touch of a sort, spread out over the surface of their bodies. Light, color, and sound cannot possibly be present for them in the sense that they are for beings endowed with eyes and ears. The vibrations in the air set off by firing a gun, for example, may also have some effect on these animals if they are actually touched by them. But for these vibrations to register in the soul as a shot, an ear is necessary just as an eye is necessary if certain processes taking place in the very fine matter we know as ether are to appear as light and color. We can know something about the nature of a being or thing only because it has an effect on one of our organs. This relationship between the human being and the world of realities is admirably expressed by Goethe, quote, "In reality, any attempt to express the inner nature of a thing is fruitless. What we perceive are effects, and a complete record of these effects ought to encompass this inner nature. We labor in vain to describe a person's character, but when we draw together his actions, his deeds, a picture of his character will emerge." Colors are the deeds of light, what it does and what it endures. Although it is true that colors and light are intimately related to one another, we must consider both as belonging to all nature. Through them, nature in its entirety seeks to manifest itself, in this case, to the sense of sight, to the eye. Similarly, the whole of nature reveals itself to yet another sense. It speaks to other senses, which lie even deeper, to known, misunderstood, and unknown senses. Thus, it converses with itself, and with us through 1,000 phenomena. No one who is observant will ever find nature dead or silent. Close quote. Italics have been added. Footnote: Scientific Studies, Goethe. Editor and translator Douglas Miller, New York, Suhrkamp Publishers, 1988, page 158. End of footnote. Goethe's statement should not be interpreted as denying the possibility of understanding the essential nature of things. He does not mean that we perceive only the effects of things, while their true nature remains concealed behind these effects. Rather, he means that we should not talk about a concealed nature at all. The being is not behind its manifestation, but comes into view through its manifestation. However, this being may be so rich that it can disclose itself in other forms when appearing to other senses. What is disclosed does belong to the being in question, but because of the limitations of our senses, it is not the whole being. Goethe's view of this is the same as the spiritual scientific one presented here. Within our body, our eyes and ears develop as organs of perception, as senses for bodily processes. Similarly, we can develop soul and spiritual organs of perception that will open up soul and spirit worlds to us. For anyone who does not have such higher senses, these worlds are dark and silent, just as the physical world is dark and silent to a being without eyes and ears. However, we relate differently to these higher senses than to our physical ones, which, as a rule, are fully developed in us by good Mother Nature, without our doing anything about it. But we ourselves must work at developing our higher senses. Just as nature develops our physical body so that we can perceive our physical surroundings and orient ourselves in them, so we must cultivate our own soul and spirit if we want to perceive the soul and spirit worlds. There is nothing unnatural about cultivating the higher organs that nature itself has not yet developed, because, in a higher sense, everything that human beings accomplish also belongs to nature. Only those who contend that we should all stay at the level of development where nature left us could call developing these higher senses unnatural. For such people, these organs and their significance are misknown in Goethe's sense. Such people might as well oppose any and every kind of education for human beings, because that too goes beyond the work of nature, and should also be especially opposed to operating on anyone who is born blind. What happens to a blind person after a successful operation is very much like what happens to those who awaken their higher senses in the way described in the last section of this book. The world now appears to them full of new qualities, new processes, and new facts that their physical senses never revealed. They see clearly that there is nothing arbitrary or capricious about supplementing reality through these higher organs, and that without these organs, the essential part of this reality would have remained hidden from them. The soul and spirit worlds are not next to or outside the physical world, not separated from it in space. The formerly dark world is suddenly radiant with light and color for a person born blind who has undergone an operation. Similarly, the soul and spiritual qualities of things that until now had appeared to us only in a purely physical way are revealed when we are awakened in soul and spirit. Of course, this new world is also full of occurrences and beings that remain totally unknown to anyone who has not undergone a soul and spiritual awakening. Parenthesis. Later on in this book, the development of the soul and spiritual senses will be discussed in greater detail. But first, the higher worlds themselves will be described. Those who deny the existence of these worlds only demonstrate that they have not yet developed their own higher organs. Human development is never complete at any given level. It must always be taken further. Close parenthesis. We often tend unintentionally to imagine these higher organs as being too much like our physical ones. It is important to remember that these organs are soul or spiritual formations, and that we must not expect that what we perceive in the higher worlds to be only a misty and diluted form of material substance. As long as we expect anything of that sort, we will not come to a clear idea of what is actually meant here by higher worlds. Many people would find it much easier to actually know something, at first, of course, only the elementary facts, about these higher worlds, if they did not imagine that what they are to perceive is a highly refined version of something physical. That they make this assumption usually means that they do not want to recognize what is really involved. They find it unreal, do not accept it as something that could satisfy them, and so on. True, the higher levels of spiritual development are difficult to reach, but the levels adequate for recognizing the nature of the spiritual world, and that is already a lot, would not be nearly as difficult to reach if people would first get rid of the prejudice that makes them imagine that what is of a soul and spiritual nature is simply a more refined version of what is physical. We obviously do not really know a person if we have only an idea of his or her physical appearance, nor do we really know the world around us if we know only what our physical senses can tell us about it. A photograph becomes intelligible and full of life to us once we come to know the person in the photograph so well that we know his or her soul. And in the same way, we can really understand the material world only once we know its soul and spiritual basis. That is why it is good to talk first about the higher worlds of soul and spirit, and only then come to conclusions about the physical world from a spiritual scientific point of view. Certain difficulties are involved in talking about higher worlds at the present stage of civilization. The greatness of our age is due above all to its knowledge and mastery of the physical world. Our very words bear the stamp and meaning of the physical world, and yet using these ordinary words is our only possible link to what is familiar. This leaves the door wide open for misunderstanding by those willing to trust only their outer senses, since at first much can be expressed or indicated only through comparison and imagery. This, however, is how it has to be, because such images are a means of directing ourselves toward these higher worlds and fostering our eventual access to them. Parenthesis, we will speak about the ascent to higher worlds in a later chapter, in which the development of the soul and spiritual organs of perception will be discussed. Footnote, these spiritual organs of perception, also discussed briefly in a later chapter entitled The Path to Knowledge, are dealt with in greater detail in my books How to Know Higher Worlds and Esoteric Science. End of footnote. Indeed, to begin with, becoming aware of higher worlds by means of comparisons is exactly what we should be doing. Only then can we contemplate learning to see them for ourselves. Close parenthesis. Just as the substances and forces that constitute and govern our stomach, heart, lungs, brain, and other organs come from the material world, our soul qualities, our urges, desires, feelings, passions, wishes, sensations, and so on, come from the soul world. The human soul is a member of this soul world, just as the body is a part of the physical world. If we want to cite a preliminary difference between the physical and soul worlds, we can say that the latter is much finer, more mobile, and more malleable than the former. Meanwhile, of course, we have to realize that we are entering a totally new world when we come to the soul world, and that when we call things coarser or finer in this context, we are drawing comparisons between things that are actually fundamentally different. The same applies to everything we can say about the soul world using words borrowed from the physical. Taking this into consideration, we can say that the formations and beings of the soul world consist of soul substances and are guided by soul forces, just as is the case with physical substances and forces in the physical world. Just as occupation of space and movement within space are characteristic of physical forms, so are impelling desires and responsiveness to stimuli characteristic of the things and beings of the soul world. Thus, we can also call the soul world the world of desires, wishes, or longing. These expressions are all borrowed from the world of the human soul. So, we must keep in mind that in parts of the soul world, lying outside the human soul, things are as different from the soul forces within the human soul as the substances and forces of the outer physical world are from those that constitute the physical human body. Parenthesis, urge, wish, and longing are terms describing the soul world's material, which we will call astral substance. If we pay more attention to the soul world's forces, we can use the term, quote, desire being, close quote. But we must not forget that the distinction here between matter and force or energy cannot be as strict as it is in the physical world. An urge can just as well be called a force as a substance. These differences between the soul and physical worlds can be bewildering for anyone looking into the soul world for the first time. But the same is true when a previously inactive physical sense opens and starts to function. After eye operations, people who were born blind must also learn to orient themselves in a world they used to know only through the sense of touch. At first they see the objects as if these were actually in their eyes. Next they see them outside their eyes, but as if painted on a flat surface. Only gradually do they learn to perceive depth and the spatial distance between things. The laws in effect in the soul world are entirely different from the ones in effect in the physical world. Although, of course, many soul formations are linked to those of the other worlds, the human soul, for example, is linked to the human physical body and to the human spirit, and the processes observable in it are influenced by both the physical and spiritual worlds. We must take this into account when observing the soul world, and we must not make the mistake of attributing to a law of the soul world what is actually due to the influence of one of the other worlds. For example, when a wish proceeds from a human being, it is carried by a thought, a spiritual conception, whose laws it obeys. But just as we can establish what the laws of the physical world are by disregarding the influence human beings have on its processes, for example, we can do something similar with the soul world. We can express an important difference between soul and physical processes by saying that the interaction between soul processes is much more inward. In physical space, for instance, the law of impact is in effect. If a moving ivory ball strikes another one at rest, the second ball moves in a direction that can be calculated from the motion and elasticity of the first. In soul space, however, the interaction between two formations that meet depends on their inner attributes. If they are related, they interpenetrate and grow together, so to speak. If their essential natures are in conflict, they repel each other. To take another example, certain laws govern the way we see things in physical space. Distant objects appear reduced in size. When we look down a long tree-lined street, the trees in the distance, in accordance with the laws of perspective, appear closer together than the ones in the foreground. But in soul space, all things near and far appear to the observer at distances from one another that are determined by their inner nature. Of course, this can be a source of any number of errors for anyone who enters soul space and tries to get along using rules brought from the physical world. One of the first things we must learn in order to orient ourselves in the soul world is to distinguish the different types of formations, just as we distinguish between solid, liquid, and gaseous bodies in the physical world. To do this, we need to be aware of the two basic forces that are all important here, which may be called sympathy and antipathy. How these fundamental forces work within a soul formation determines its type. Sympathy is the force with which soul formations attract each other, try to merge with each other, and let their affinity take effect. Antipathy, on the other hand, is the force through which soul formations repel and exclude each other and maintain their own identity. The role a soul formation plays in the soul world depends on the extent to which these basic forces are present in it. First, we must distinguish three types of soul formations on the basis of how sympathy and antipathy act in them. These types differ in their specific interrelationships of sympathy and antipathy, but both basic forces are present in all three. When we look at a soul formation of the first type, we find that it attracts other formations in its surroundings by means of the sympathy at work within it. But in addition to this sympathy, antipathy is also present at the same time, causing the formation to repel certain things in its surroundings. Seen from outside, this type of formation appears to possess only antipathetic forces, but that is not the case. Both sympathy and antipathy are present in it, but the latter is dominant. Formations like this play a self-centered role in soul space, repelling much of what surrounds them and lovingly attracting relatively little. Thus they move through soul space as unchangeable forms. The force of sympathy present in them makes them appear greedy, and their greed appears insatiable, as though it could never be satisfied, since their prevailing antipathy repels so much of what approaches them that no satisfaction can occur. If we were to compare soul formations of this type to something in the physical world, we might say that they correspond to the solid physical bodies. This region of soul substance can be called, quote, burning desire, close quote. The portion of this burning desire that is included in animal and human souls determines what we know as their lower sensual urges, their prevailing self-serving instincts. In the second type of soul formation, the two basic forces are held in balance. That is, sympathy and antipathy work equally strongly. Formations of this sort approach others with a certain neutrality, acting as if they were related, but without especially attracting or repelling them. They do not draw any fixed boundaries between themselves and their surroundings, so to speak, and constantly allow themselves to be influenced by other formations around them. For these reasons, they can be compared to fluid substances in the physical world. There is no trace of greed in the way such formations draw others toward them. The kind of activity meant here is evident, for instance, when the soul receives a sensation of color. If I have the sensation of a red color, I am receiving a stimulus from my surroundings, a stimulus that is neutral to begin with. Only when my liking for red is added to the stimulus does another soul activity enter the picture. The neutral stimulus is caused by soul formations in which a balanced interaction between sympathy and antipathy is maintained. We must describe the soul substance in question as totally malleable and flowing. When it moves through soul space, it is not self-centered like the first type. Its existence is constantly receptive to impressions, and it shows a relationship to much of what comes to meet it. Flowing sensitivity is a term that might be applied to this second type. In the third type of soul formations, sympathy predominates over antipathy. Antipathy brings about self-centered self-assertion. In this case, however, it takes second place to inclination toward things in the surroundings. We can imagine a formation like this in soul space. It appears as the center of a sphere of attraction reaching out over the objects in its surroundings. An appropriate term for these particular formations is, quote, wish substantiality, close quote. This seems to be the right designation because the effect of the antipathy present in them, although it is weaker than the sympathy, is to bring the objects the formation attracts into its own sphere of influence, thus giving the sympathy in it a fundamental note of self-seeking. This wish substantiality can be compared to airy or gaseous bodies in the physical world, since it spreads out in all directions, just as a gas naturally tries to expand on all sides. The higher levels of soul substance are characterized by the total withdrawal of one of the fundamental forces, namely antipathy. Only sympathy exhibits any effectiveness. It can now begin to assert itself within the parts of the soul formation so that these parts attract each other. The force of sympathy within a soul body comes to expression in what we call pleasure. Any reduction in sympathy is called displeasure. Displeasure is simply diminished pleasure, just as cold is diminished heat. Pleasure and displeasure constitute what lives in the world of feelings, in the narrower sense, within a human being. Feeling is the soul's weaving activity within itself, and what we call our comfort depends on how feelings of pleasure and displeasure mingle in our soul. A still higher level is occupied by the soul formations whose sympathy is not confined to the domain of their own lives. They, as well as the above-mentioned fourth level, differ from the three lower levels in that the force of sympathy no longer has any counteractive antipathy to overcome. Only through these higher forms of soul substance can the many different soul formations unite into a common soul world. As long as any antipathy is involved, a soul formation strives toward other things for the sake of its own life, in order to strengthen and enrich itself through the other. When antipathy is silent, the other is received as a revelation, as information. In soul space, this higher form of soul substance plays a role similar to that of light in physical space. It causes one soul formation to absorb the being and essence of others for their own sake, or, as we might also put it, lets itself be shone upon by them. Soul beings first awaken to true soul life by drawing from these higher regions. Their subdued life in the darkness opens up to the outside and starts to shine and radiate out into soul space. Their dull and sluggish inner movement, which attempts to shut itself off by means of antipathy when only the substances of the lower regions are present, is transformed into power and mobility pouring out from within. The flowing sensitivity of the second region comes into effect only on contact, when soul formations meet, in which case one flows over into the other. Actual contact is necessary here, but in the upper regions, a free outraying and outpouring is the rule. Parenthesis, it is quite justified to characterize the essence of this region as, quote, raying out, close quote, since the sympathy developed here works in such a way that this expression, derived from the working of light, can surely be used as its symbol, close parenthesis. A soul formation without the enlivening soul substances of the higher regions grows stunted like a plant in a dark cellar. Soul light, active soul power, and soul life itself, in the narrower sense, belong to these regions, and from here impart themselves to the soul beings. We must thus distinguish three lower and three upper regions of the soul world, and a fourth that mediates between them, yielding the following subdivision of the soul world. Region 1, region of burning desire. 2, region of flowing sensitivity. 3, region of wishes. 4, region of pleasure and displeasure. 5, region of soul light. 6, region of active soul power. 7, region of soul life. In the first three regions, soul formations receive their characteristic qualities from the inner relationship between antipathy and sympathy. In the fourth, sympathy moves and works within a soul formation itself. In the three highest regions, the force of sympathy becomes ever freer. The soul substances of these highest regions waft through soul space, enlightening and enlivening, awakening what would, if left to itself, lose itself in its own existence. Although it should be unnecessary to mention it by now, let us emphasize, for the sake of clarity, that these 7 divisions of the soul world do not represent distinct and separate areas. Just as solid, fluid, and gaseous substances intermingle in the physical world, burning desires, flowing sensitivity, and the forces of the world of wishes interpenetrate in the soul world. On the physical level, heat penetrates and light shines on bodies. In the soul world, the same thing happens with pleasure and displeasure, and with soul light. Something similar is also true of active soul power and soul life. Part 2. The soul in the soul world after death. The human soul is the connecting link between the human spirit and the human body. Its forces of sympathy and antipathy, which through their interplay bring about the soul's expressions of desire, sensitivity, wish, pleasure and displeasure, and so on, are not only active between soul formations, but also express themselves in relationship to the beings of the other worlds, the physical and the spiritual. While the soul is living in a body, it participates to some degree in everything that goes on in this body. When the functions of the physical body are proceeding smoothly, pleasure and comfort arise in the soul. But when these functions are disturbed, displeasure and pain appear. But the soul also takes part in the spirit's activities. One thought fills it with joy, another with disgust. It applauds a correct judgment and disapproves of a false one. A person's level of development depends on whether his or her soul leans more in the one direction or in another. Individuals are the more nearly perfect, the more their souls sympathize with manifestations of the Spirit, and, the less perfect, the more their soul's inclinations are satisfied through bodily functions. The Spirit is at the center of each human being, and the body is the instrument through which the Spirit observes and knows, and also acts in the physical world. The soul, however, mediates between the two. For example, it releases the sensation of tone from the physical impressions that air vibrations make on the ear, and then it experiences pleasure in this tone. It imparts all this to the Spirit, which grows in its understanding of the physical world as a result. A thought that appears in the Spirit is converted by the soul into the wish to bring the thought into being. And only then, with the help of the bodily instrument, can the thought become an accomplished deed. We human beings can live up to our calling only by letting all of our activity be directed by the Spirit. Left to itself, the soul can as easily turn its inclinations toward the physical world as toward the spiritual. Its, quote, feelers, close quote, so to speak, extend down into the physical as well as up into the spirit. Through this extension into the physical world below, the soul's own essential being is permeated and colored by the nature of this physical world. And since the spirit can only work in the physical world by means of the soul's mediation, the spirit itself points in the direction of the physical. Its formations are drawn toward the physical through the forces of the soul. Death is a fact of the physical world that signifies a change in the functioning of the body. At death, the body ceases to be a vehicle for a soul and a spirit, and from then on its functions become totally subject to the physical world and physical laws. It passes into the physical world in order to disintegrate in it. Our physical senses can observe only what happens to the body after death. What happens to the soul and spirit eludes them. Even when a person is alive, the soul and spirit can be observed only to the extent that they take on an outer manifestation in physical processes. After death, this is no longer possible. Therefore, sciences based on physical sense perception do not apply to the destiny of the soul and spirit after death. At this point, a higher form of knowledge appears, a knowledge based on the observation of processes taking place in the soul and spirit worlds. After freeing itself from the body, the spirit is still linked to the soul. Just as the body bound it to the physical world during physical life, the soul now binds it to the soul world. But the spirit's ultimate being is not to be found in this soul world, whose purpose is only to link it to its field of activity, to the physical world. To be able to reappear in more perfected form in a new incarnation, the spirit must draw energy and strength from the spiritual world. Through the soul, however, the spirit has been entangled in the physical world, bound up with a soul being permeated and colored by physical nature. And it also took on this orientation itself. After death, the soul is no longer bound to the body, but only to the spirit. It then lives in a soul environment, and only the forces of this soul world can influence it. To begin with, the spirit is bound to the soul's life in the soul world, just as it was bound to the body during physical incarnation. The moment of the body's death is determined by the body's own laws. In general, the soul and spirit do not leave the body. It is rather dismissed by them when its forces can no longer function as the human physical organization requires. Footnote, publisher's note. This passage reads, quote, "They are rather dismissed by it," close quote, in the 19th through the Stuttgart 1922 through the 26th Stuttgart 1948 editions. In all editions since the 27th Stuttgart 1955, the wording of the 1st through 18th editions has been restored. It is not certain that the changes introduced in 1922 stem from the author, so both versions have been presented here. End of footnote. The same thing applies to the relationship between soul and spirit. The soul will release the spirit into the higher world, the spiritual world, when the soul's forces no longer function as the human soul organization requires. The spirit is set free as soon as the soul surrenders to dissolution everything it can experience only in the body, and retains only what is able to live on with the spirit. This remainder, although experienced in the body, can be imprinted on the spirit as the fruits of a lifetime, and links the soul to the spirit in the purely spiritual world. To become familiar with the soul's fate after death, we must observe the process of its dissolution. Its task had been to orient the spirit toward the physical, and as soon as this task is fulfilled, the soul itself moves in the direction of the spiritual. Because of the nature of its task, it would actually be immediately obliged to be only spiritually active once the body falls away from it, and it can no longer be a connecting link. This would happen if the soul had not been influenced by the body for a whole lifetime, and had not been drawn toward the body in its own inclinations. Without the coloring it assumed through being bound up with the body, the newly disembodied soul would immediately start to obey only the laws of the spirit and soul world. This would be the case if the person in question had lost all interest in the earthly world before dying, if all the desires, wishes, and so on, linking that individual to the physical existence left behind, had been satisfied. But to the extent that this is not the case, what remains of this orientation clings to the soul. To avoid confusion at this point, we must clearly distinguish between something that binds a person to the world in a way that can be resolved in a future incarnation, and something that binds that individual to one particular incarnation, namely the most recent one. In the first case, the situation is resolved by karma. In the second, it can only be discarded by the soul after death. For the human spirit, death is followed by a time in which the soul strips itself of its inclinations toward physical existence, so that it can, once again, obey only the laws of the spirit and soul worlds, and can set the spirit free. Of course, this takes longer in cases where the soul has been more tightly bound to the physical. It takes little time in cases of individuals who have not been very attached to physical life. Longer in cases of those whose interests were totally bound up with that life, and who therefore still have many desires, wishes, and so on present in their souls at death. Gaining an idea of the state in which the soul lives during the time right after death will be easiest if we take a fairly crass example. For instance, the pleasure of a gourmet. This pleasure, of course, is not of the body, but of the soul, in that both the pleasure and the desire for this pleasure belong to the soul. However, satisfying this desire requires the corresponding bodily organs, palate, taste buds, and so on. After death, the soul does not immediately lose its desire, but the physical organs that used to be the means of satisfying it are no longer there. The person in question then experiences something similar to suffering from extreme thirst in an area where there is no water for miles around. Parenthesis, although the reason for the suffering is different, its effects are similar, but much stronger. Close parenthesis. Because of the lack of the physical organs through which pleasure was experienced, the soul suffers burning pain at being deprived of this pleasure. The same applies to any of the soul's desires that can be satisfied only by means of physical organs. This state of burning deprivation can be called, quote, the place of desires, close quote, although, of course, it is not an actual place. It lasts until the soul has learned to stop craving what can be provided only by the body. When the soul enters the soul world after death, it is subject to the laws that prevail there, and their effects determine how the soul's inclination toward the physical will be eliminated. The effects will have to be different according to the types of soul, substances, and forces involved, but each type will make its cleansing and purifying influence felt. The process is such that any antipathy in the soul is gradually overcome by the forces of sympathy, and the sympathy itself is taken to the ultimate degree. At this highest level of sympathy toward all the rest of the soul world, an individual soul merges with the rest, so to speak, becomes one with it, its self-seeking exhausted. It ceases to exist as a being inclined toward physical sensory existence. And through this, the spirit is set free. The soul undergoes purification in all the regions of the soul world described previously, until in the region of perfect sympathy, it becomes one with the soul world in general. Because the spirit has spent a lifetime in intimate association with the soul, it is bound to it until the very last moment of liberation. Having been directly linked to the soul which was its very life, the spirit is much more closely related to it than to the body, to which it was linked only indirectly through the soul. The spirit is bound to the soul that is gradually freeing itself, but not to the disintegrating body. Because it has a direct link to the soul, the spirit can only feel free of the soul once the soul has become one with the soul world in general. As the human being's residence during the time immediately after death, the soul world can be called the, quote, place of desires, close quote. The different religious systems that have incorporated an awareness of this situation into their teachings know this place of desires under different names, such as, quote, purgatory, close quote, the fire of purification, close quote, and so on. The soul world's lowest region is the region of burning desire, where the soul's crudest, self-serving desires, those relating to the lowest aspect of bodily life, are eliminated after death. Through such desires, the soul can experience the effect of this region's forces. These forces take as their point of attack all the unfulfilled desires that remain in the soul from physical life. The sympathy in such a soul extends only to what will nourish its own self-seeking being, and is far outweighed by the antipathy in it which pours out over anything else. However, after death, its desires focus on physical pleasures that cannot possibly be satisfied in the soul world, and this impossibility intensifies its greed to the greatest possible degree. At the same time, however, this impossibility gradually extinguishes the greed. The burning lusts and desires slowly consume themselves, and the soul learns from experience that eliminating these lusts is the only way to prevent the suffering that must stem from them. During physical life, such desires are repeatedly satisfied, effectively concealing the pain of burning greed behind a kind of illusion. After death, however, in the fire of purification, this pain is fully exposed, and the corresponding deprivation must be suffered to the full. This is indeed a dark state of affairs for the soul. Of course, only individuals whose desires focused on the coarsest things in physical life fall into this state. Those with few desires, on the other hand, have little connection to the region of burning desire, and pass through it without noticing it. It must be stated that the souls spending the longest time under the influence of this region are those who became most related to its fire during physical life, and therefore have the greatest need to be purified in it. Since the soul actually longs for its own purification after death, we should not regard this purification as suffering in the sense of any comparable experience in the world of the senses. It is the only way the imperfection remaining in the soul can be eliminated. Processes of a second type take place in the soul world, processes in which sympathy and antipathy are in balance. A human soul, in this condition, will be influenced after death by these processes for a period of time determined by the extent to which it gave itself in life to superficial frivolities, to the pleasures of transitory sense impressions, and to the influence of daily trivialities that typify this condition. People live in this condition as long as they are affected by inclinations of this sort. They let themselves be influenced by every daily triviality. But the influences fade quickly, since their sympathy is not extended to any one thing in particular. Anything not belonging to this trivial realm is antipathetic to them. After death, when a soul in this condition lacks the sense-perceptible physical things needed for satisfaction, the condition must slowly die off. Naturally, the deprivation that prevails before it is fully extinguished in the soul causes suffering. In the school of this suffering, we learn to destroy the illusions in which we wrapped ourselves during physical life. Processes of a third type in the soul world are those in which sympathy and a wish-like character prevail. Our souls experience the effects of these processes through everything that maintains an atmosphere of wishing after death. This wishing, too, gradually dies off because of the impossibility of satisfying it. The region of pleasure and displeasure in the soul world, designated above as the fourth region, subjects the soul to special trials. As long as the soul occupies a body, it takes part in everything that affects that body, such as the interweaving of pleasure and displeasure that determines the body's comfort and well-being, its discomfort and displeasure. During physical life, a human being feels the body to be the self, the basis of individual identity. The more sensuous a person's inclinations are, the more his or her feeling of identity takes on this character. After death, however, although the feeling of identity persists, the body that was its object is gone. And as a result, the soul feels hollow and empty, as if it had lost itself. This lasts until the recognition dawns that the true human being is not physical in nature. Thus, the effects of this fourth region destroy the illusion of the bodily self. The soul learns to no longer perceive this bodily basis as essential, and is purified and cured of its attachment to bodily existence, overcoming what used to bind it so strongly to the physical world. It can now fully unfold the forces of sympathy which move outward. The soul has broken free from itself, as it were, and is ready to pour itself actively into the soul world in general. At this point, we should note that suicides, having left their bodies by artificial means, while the feelings bound up with their bodies remain unchanged, undergo the experiences of this region to an exceptional degree. When death is due to natural causes, the disintegration of the body is accompanied by the partial demise of the emotions that cling to it. But for suicides, in addition to the anguish caused by feeling suddenly hollowed out, all the unsatisfied desires and wishes that prompted them to undergo disembodiment in the first place are still present. The fifth level of the soul world is the level of soul light. Here, sympathy for others already carries considerable weight. Souls are related to this region to the extent that they took joy and pleasure in their surroundings during physical life, rather than giving themselves up to satisfying their lower needs. What undergoes purification here includes, for instance, a sensuous over-enthusiasm for nature, which must be distinguished from a loftier living in nature that is spiritual in character and seeks the spirit that reveals itself in the things and processes of nature. This higher feeling for nature is among the things that contribute to the development of the spirit and establish something permanent in it. This must be distinguished from a sense-based pleasure in nature, which leaves the soul in need of purification as much as any other inclinations based on purely physical existence do. Many people idealize practical arrangements that serve our sensuous well-being. such as a system of education that leads to sensuous comfort above all else. We cannot say that these people are serving only their own self-centered impulses. Nevertheless, their souls are still oriented to the sense-perceptible world, and must be cured of this tendency by means of the power of sympathy that prevails in the fifth region of the soul world, where any external means of satisfaction is lacking. Here, the soul gradually recognizes that this sympathy must take other directions. Sympathy for its soul surroundings must prompt the soul to pour itself out into soul space. Those souls who expect their religious observances to enhance their sensuous well-being are also purified here, regardless of whether they yearn for an earthly or for a heavenly paradise. They find this paradise in the soul world, but only in order to recognize its worthlessness. Of course, these are all only individual examples of purifications undergone in this fifth region. Many more could be added. The purification of the part of the soul that thirsts for action takes place in the sixth region, or region of active soul power. Although this action is not egotistical in character, it is still motivated by the sensuous satisfaction that it provides. The kinds of people who develop this pleasure in activity give the outward appearance of being idealists and self-sacrificing individuals, but on a deeper level, they are still motivated by the heightening of sensuous pleasure. Many artistic people, as well as those who devote themselves to scientific activity for the pleasure of it, belong in this region. What binds them to the physical world is their belief that art and science exist for the sake of such pleasure. The seventh region, that of the actual soul life, frees us from our last inclinations toward the sensory physical world. Each preceding region has absorbed that aspect of the soul that is related to it. All that is left surrounding the spirit is the belief that its activity should be totally devoted to the physical world. Many extremely gifted people think about little else than events in the physical world. Their persuasion can be called materialism. In the seventh region, these beliefs must be and are destroyed. Our souls realize that in actual reality, a materialistic point of view is without object, and their materialistic beliefs melt away like ice in the sun. The being of the soul is now absorbed into its own world, and the spirit, free of all restraints, wings its way upward into regions in which it lives only in its own element. The soul has completed its most recent earthly task, and in the time that has elapsed since death, any aspects of this task remaining as bonds for the spirit have dissolved. In overcoming this last earthly remnant, the soul is returned to its own element. From what has been described, we can see that the experiences in the soul world and the circumstances of soul life after death become less and less repellent as we dispose of more and more of what still clings to us from our earthly union with and affinity for material existence. Depending on the circumstances created during its physical life, a soul will belong to the different regions for longer or shorter periods of time. Wherever it feels an affinity, it remains until the affinity is wiped out. But where no affinity exists, it passes through without feeling any of the possible effects. This section was intended to describe in broad strokes only the most basic features of the soul world. and the nature of the soul's life within it. The same is true of the following description of the country of spirit beings. To describe further characteristics of these higher worlds would go beyond the limits of this book. Without going into very great detail, the phenomena in these higher worlds that can be compared to spatial relationships and time spans cannot be discussed in an intelligible way, since these are all quite different from their counterparts in the physical world. Some important points on this subject are included in my Esoteric Science. Part 3. The Country of Spirit Beings. Before we can follow the spirit as it continues its journey, we must first look at the territory it is entering. This is the world of the spirit, and it is so different from the physical world that everything we have to say about it will seem sheer fantasy to those willing to trust only their physical senses. We had to use comparisons and imagery to describe the soul world, and that is even more the case here. Our language, which for the most part serves only the purposes of sense-perceptible reality, is not exactly richly endowed with expressions that can be applied directly to the country of spirit beings, in quotes. So it is especially important to take much of what is said here as nothing more than indications. Since everything described here is so different from the physical world, this is the only possible way of depicting it at all. Because of the inadequacy of our language, which is intended for communication in the physical world, the statements being made here can only crudely correspond to actual experience in the spiritual field. It must be emphasized above all that this spiritual world is woven out of the substance that constitutes human thought. Substance, in quotes, in a very figurative sense, of course. But thought, as it appears in human beings, is only a shadowy image of, or phantom of its real being. A thought appearing by means of a human brain corresponds to a being in the country of spirit beings, as a shadow on the wall corresponds to the actual object casting the shadow. But when our spiritual senses are awakened, we actually perceive the thought being itself, just as our physical eyes perceive a table or a chair. We are surrounded and accompanied by thought beings. Our physical eyes perceive a lion, and our sense-oriented thinking perceives the idea of the lion merely as a phantom, a shadowy image. But in the country of spirit beings, the idea of the lion is as real and visible to our spiritual eyes as the physical lion is to our physical eyes. The comparison we used in connection with the soul world is also pertinent. Just as people who were born blind, but have had their sight restored through operations, suddenly perceive their surroundings as having the new qualities of color and light, those who have learned to use their spiritual eyes perceive their surroundings as filled with a whole new world of living thoughts or spirit beings. The first things to be seen in this world are the spiritual archetypes of all the things and beings that exist in the physical and soul worlds. If you imagine a painting as existing in the spiritual world before the artist paints it, you will have an image of what is meant by the term archetype. That the painter may not have this archetype in mind before starting to paint, that he may only come to it gradually as the painting is actually being worked on, is beside the point. In the spiritual world, these archetypes exist for all things. Physical things and beings are copies or imitations of their archetypes. Quite understandably, people who trust only their outer senses will deny the existence of this archetypal world and insist that archetypes are only abstractions that the intellect works out by comparing sense-perceptible things. Such people cannot perceive at all in this higher world. They are aware of the world of thoughts only in its shadowy abstractness. They do not know that individuals capable of spiritual vision are as familiar with spirit beings as they themselves are with their dogs or cats, and that the reality of the archetypal world is actually much more intense than physical sense-perceptible reality. It is true that looking into this country of spirit beings for the first time is even more confusing than looking into the soul world, because archetypes in their true forms are very unlike their sense-perceptible copies, and they bear equally little resemblance to their shadows, our abstract thoughts. In the spiritual world, everything is in constant activity, constant motion, constant creation. Resting, in quotes, or staying in one place, in quotes, does not exist there, as it does in the physical world, simply because the archetypes are creative beings, the master builders of everything that comes into existence in the physical and soul worlds. Their forms change quickly, and each archetype has the potential to assume countless specific forms. Footnote: although it is true that, quote, there is no such thing in the spiritual world as resting or staying in place, as there is in the physical world, it would be incorrect to assume that the spiritual world is a place of constant unrest. In this world where, quote, the archetypes are creative beings, close quote, although there is nothing that can be called, quote, resting in one place, close quote, there is a peace of a spiritual kind that is totally compatible with active mobility. The spiritual equivalent of rest is peaceful contentment and bliss manifesting in activity rather than inactivity. Close quote. End of footnote. It is as if the specialized forms well up out of them. One form has hardly been created before its archetype is ready to let the next one pour out. In addition, archetypes do not work alone, but stand in closer or more distant relationship to each other. One archetype may need the help of another to do its creating, and often innumerable archetypes work together so that some particular being can come to life in the soul world or the physical world. In addition to what can be perceived by means of spiritual sight in the country of spirit beings, the experience of spiritual hearing must also be taken into account. For as soon as a clairvoyant ascends from the soul world into the spirit, the archetypes also begin to resound. This resounding is a purely spiritual process that must be conceived of without any thought of physical sound. To an observer, it is like being in an ocean of sounds and tones in which the beings of the spiritual world are expressing themselves. Their interrelationships and the archetypal laws of their existence reveal themselves in the chords, harmonies, rhythms, and melodies of this spiritual music, which reveals to our spiritual ear what reasoning in the physical world perceives as an idea or natural law. Hence the Pythagoreans called this perception of the spiritual world, quote, the music of the spheres, close quote. To those with functioning spiritual ears, this music of the spheres is no symbol or allegory, but a familiar spiritual reality. To acquire an idea of this spiritual music, we must dispense with all our sensory concepts of music as we perceive it by means of our material ears. Spiritual perception is involved here, perception of a sort that remains silent for the physical ear. For simplicity's sake, all references to spiritual music will be omitted in the following descriptions of the country of spirit beings. We must imagine, however, that everything described as an image, as quote-unquote shining or radiant, is also sounding. Every color, every sensation of light corresponds to a spiritual tone. Every interaction among colors corresponds to a harmony or a melody, and so on. We must keep in mind that spiritual seeing does not cease where spiritual sound prevails. The sounding simply augments the radiance. And where archetypes or archetypal images are mentioned, we need to imagine primal tones as well. Other modes of perception that could be called spiritual tasting, and so on, are also involved. But we will not go into these processes now, since the point is simply to alert us to a conception of the spiritual world, taking certain modes of perception as examples. First of all, we need to be able to distinguish between different kinds of archetypes. Here in the country of spirit beings, as in the soul world, there are a number of different levels or regions that we must be able to differentiate in order to orient ourselves. Here, too, these individual regions are to be imagined as if interpenetrating rather than layered or piled on top of one another. The first region contains the archetypes of things in the physical world that are not endowed with life. The archetypes of minerals are to be found here, and those of plants, but all only to the extent that they are purely physical. That is, to the extent that they do not take their inherent life into account. In the same way, we also find the physical forms of animals and human beings here. This is not an exhaustive list of what is to be found in this first region, but only a few illustrative examples. This region constitutes the basic structure of the country of spirit beings, and can be compared to the solid land masses of our physical earth. It is the continental mass of this spirit country. Of course, its relationship to the physical bodily world can be described only by means of comparisons. We can get some idea of it as follows. Imagine a finite space filled with a wide variety of physical bodies. Then imagine that the physical bodies are gone, and visualize hollow spaces of the same shapes in their places. Imagine that what used to be the empty spaces between the bodies is filled with a wide variety of forms that relate to the former bodies in many different ways. This is somewhat similar to how things appear in the lowest region of the world of archetypes. Things and beings that are embodied in the physical world exist as hollow spaces here, and the mobile activity of the archetypes and the spiritual music goes on in between them. When the time comes for physical embodiment, the hollow spaces are then filled in with matter, so to speak. Anyone looking into space with both physical and spiritual eyes would see physical bodies, and among them the mobile activity of the creative archetypes. The second region of the country of spirit beings contains the archetypes of life, but here this life forms a perfect unity. It streams through the spiritual world like a fluid element, and is similar to blood in how it pulses through everything. It could be likened to the physical world's oceans and other bodies of water, although its distribution more closely resembles that of the blood in animal bodies than that of oceans and rivers. This second level of the country of spirit beings might be described as, quote, flowing life formed from thought substance, close quote. In this element are the creative archetypal forces for everything that appears in physical reality as enlivened being. It is apparent here that all life is a unity, that the life within us as human beings is related to the life of all our fellow creatures. The archetypes of everything of a soul nature make up the third region of the country of spirit beings. Here we are in a much thinner and finer element than in the first two regions, in an element that can be described, figuratively speaking, as the atmosphere of this country of spirit beings. Everything taking place in souls, in the two other worlds, has its spiritual counterpart here. All sensations, feelings, instincts, passions, and so on are also present here once again, but in spiritual form. The atmospheric processes taking place in this air, in quotes, corresponds to the sorrows and joys of creatures in the other worlds. The longing of a human soul appears as a light breeze, a passionate outbreak as a stormy blast. Those capable of visualizing what is going on here can penetrate deeply into the sighs of any ensouled being if they turn their attention to it. Here, for example, we can talk about thunderstorms with flashing lightning and rolling thunder. If we pursue the matter further, we find that these spiritual storms express the passions of battles being fought on earth. The archetypes of the fourth region do not relate directly to the other worlds. In a certain respect, these archetypes are beings that govern the archetypes of the three lower regions and mediate their coming together, ordering and grouping them. It follows that the activity proceeding from this region is more encompassing than that of the lower regions. The fifth, sixth, and seventh regions are fundamentally different from the previous ones, because the beings at home in them provide the archetypes of the lower regions with the impulses required for their activity. There, the creative forces of the archetypes themselves are to be found. When we can ascend as high as these three regions, we become acquainted with the quote-unquote intentions underlying our world. Footnote: terms like intention are used here in a metaphorical sense, as will be obvious from previous discussion of the difficulties involved in expressing these things through language. Reviving the old teleological, quote, doctrine of purpose, close quote, is not what is intended. The terms purposes and intentions must be used here with regard to the driving forces behind world evolution, even though this makes it tempting to misinterpret these powers in terms of purposes or intentions on the human level. This temptation can be avoided only by raising these words to a new level of meaning, where they can be free of anything that would restrict them to the merely human level, and can assume a meaning we human beings approach in those moments in our lives when we transcend ourselves to a certain extent. The end of footnote. The archetypes lie ready here like germinal points of life, waiting to assume the various forms of thought beings. When these germinal points are projected into the lower regions, they immediately well up and manifest in the most varied forms. The ideas through which the human spirit appears creatively in the physical world are reflections or shadows of these germinal thought beings of the higher spiritual world. On ascending from the lower regions of spirit country to these upper ones, observers possessing the, quote, spiritual ear, close quote, become aware that sounds and tones are transformed into spiritual language. They begin to perceive the, quote, spiritual word, close quote, through which objects and beings communicate their nature, not only in music, but also in words, speaking out what can be called in spiritual science their, quote, eternal names, close quote. Footnote: Esoteric Science, his book, contains more on the subject of the spiritual word. End of footnote. We must imagine these germinal thought beings as composite in nature. Only the germ sheath, which surrounds the actual life kernel of these beings, is taken from the elements of the world of thoughts. At this point, we arrive at the limits of the three worlds. Since the life kernel itself has its origin in still higher worlds. When in an earlier chapter, we considered the human being as made up of various component members, this life kernel was described, and its parts called the, quote, life spirit, close quote, and, quote, spirit body, close quote. Other cosmic beings also have similar life kernels that originate in higher worlds and are moved into the three we have discussed in order to perform their tasks there. At this juncture, we will follow the human spirit as it continues its pilgrimage through spirit country between two incarnations or embodiments. As we do so, the circumstances and distinctive characteristics of this country will once again become clear to us. Part 4. The Spirit in Spirit Country after Death. Once a human spirit has passed through the world of souls on its journey between two incarnations, it enters the country of spirits, where it remains until it is ready for a new bodily existence. We can understand the meaning of this stay in spirit country only if we are able to interpret properly the purpose of our life's pilgrimage in an incarnation. While we are incarnated in physical bodies, we human beings work and create in the physical world. But we work and create as spiritual beings. What we imprint on physical forms, materials, and forces, our spirits think out and develop. Our task as messengers of the spiritual world is to incorporate the spirit into the material world. Only through incarnating in physical bodies can we work in the material world. We must take on physical bodies as our tools, so that we have something material through which to work on the material world, and through which the material world can work on us. However, what works through our human bodily nature is the spirit. The intentions and directions for our work in the material world come from the spirit. As long as the spirit is active in a physical body, it cannot work in its true form as spirit, but can only shine through the veil of physical existence, so to speak. In reality, our human thought life belongs to the spiritual world, but as it appears within our physical existence, its true form is veiled. We might also say that the thought activity of physical human beings is a shadowy image, a reflection of the true spiritual being to which it belongs. During physical life, the spirit interacts with the earthly material world by using a material body as its basis. It is true that one of the tasks of the human spirit, as long as this spirit is proceeding from incarnation to incarnation, is to work in the physical world. But this task could not be completed appropriately if the spirit lived only an embodied existence. The intentions and goals of an earthly task are no more worked out and determined within an earthly incarnation than the blueprint for a building comes about on the site where the builders are already at work. The plan for the building is worked out in the architect's office, and the goals and intentions of earthly endeavor are developed in the country of spirits, where each human spirit must dwell again and again between incarnations in order to equip itself for work in a physical lifetime. The architect draws up the plan for a house in the office according to architectural and other standards, and does this without touching actual bricks and mortar. Similarly, the architect of human creativity, the spirit, or higher self, develops the necessary goals and capabilities according to the laws of the country of spirit beings, in order to then send them into the earthly world. Only by returning again and again to its own realm will a human spirit be able to bring the spirit into the earthly world by means of its physical material instrument. In the physical arena, we learn to know the characteristics and forces of the physical world. While working, we gather experience about what the physical world requires of those who want to work in it. We also learn to know the characteristics of the matter we intend to use to embody our thoughts and ideas, although these ideas and thoughts themselves cannot be derived from matter. Thus, the physical world is the setting for both work and learning. Afterward, in spirit country, what has been learned is transformed into the active abilities and capacities of the human spirit. To make things clearer, the comparison we used above can be taken further. An architect works out a design for a house, and this plan is carried out. In the process, the architect gains experience in a number of ways, so that his or her capabilities are enhanced. When the next design has to be drawn up, all these experiences flow into it. The second design is enriched by everything learned in the process of carrying out the first. It is the same with successive human lifetimes. In the intervals between incarnations, the spirit is at home in its own realm, and is able to devote itself totally to the requirements of spiritual life. Released from physical existence, it develops in all directions and incorporates the fruits of its experience in previous lifetimes into this process. Its attention is thus always directed to the earthly context of its tasks. To the extent that the earth is the spirit's field of action, the spirit is constantly working to keep pace with the earth's evolution, and is working on itself so that in each incarnation, the service it performs corresponds to the earth's situation at that time. Of course, this is only a very general picture of successive human lifetimes. Reality never conforms totally to this picture, but only approximates it. Circumstances can dictate that a person's next life is much less perfect than the preceding one, but on the whole, these irregularities are balanced out within precise limits in successive incarnations. The course of our spirit's development in the country of spirit beings takes place through our becoming fully involved in the life of each of its different regions. Our own life dissolves into each region in succession. We temporarily assume the characteristics of each of these regions. As a result, their being permeates our being, so that we are strengthened in our work on earth. In the first region of the country of spirit beings, we are surrounded by the spiritual archetypes of earthly things. During our earthly lifetime, we only learn to know the shadows of these archetypes, which we grasp in our own thoughts. What is merely thought on earth is experienced in this region. We are surrounded by thoughts as we proceed on our way, but these thoughts are real beings. What we perceived through our senses during earthly life now works on us in its thought form. But the thought appears to us not as a shadow hiding behind the things, but as a living reality that creates the things. We are in the thought workshop, so to speak, where earthly things are shaped and formed. Everything in the country of spirits is full of lively activity and movement. Here, the thought world is at work as a world of living beings, creating and forming. We see here how what we experienced during earthly existence is shaped and formed. In our physical bodies, we experience sense-perceptible things as realities, but now, as spirits, we experience spiritual formative forces as real. Also present among the thought beings here is the idea of our own physical bodily nature, from which we now feel quite removed. We experience only our spiritual being as actually belonging to us. When we do become aware, as if in memory, of the body we have laid aside, we see it no longer as a physical being, but rather as a thought being. And then the fact that it belongs to the outer world becomes a direct observation. We learn to regard it as something belonging to the outer world, as an extension of the outer world. As a result, we no longer consider our own physical existence to be more closely related to ourselves, so we cease to separate it from the rest of the world. We experience the entire outer world, including our own physical embodiments, as a unity. Our personal physical embodiments merge into a unity with the rest of the world. At this stage, we view the archetypes of physical bodily reality as a unity to which we ourselves once belonged. Through observation, we gradually learn to recognize our relationship to, our unity with, our surroundings, to realize that we ourselves once were what is spread out around us here. This is one of the fundamental ideas of ancient Indian Vedanta wisdom. The sage acquires, during earthly life, what other people experience only after death, namely the ability to grasp the thought that we ourselves are related to all things, the thought, quote, "that is you," close quote. In earthly life, this is an ideal that our thinking can aspire to. But in the country of spirit beings, it is an immediate fact that it becomes ever clearer as we gain spiritual experience. We become ever more aware that in our essential being, we belong to the spiritual world. We perceive ourselves as spirits among spirits, as organs of the primal spirits. We feel in ourselves their word, quote, "I am the primal spirit," close quote, or, in the terms of Vedanta wisdom, quote, "I am Brahman," close quote. That is, I am part of, an organ of, the primal being from which all beings spring. Thus we see that what we grasp during earthly life as a shadowy idea, and the object of all wisdom's aspiration, is a matter of direct experience in the spirit world. This idea can be thought during earthly life only because it is an actual fact in spiritual existence. During spiritual existence, we see the relationships and circumstances that surrounded us during earthly life from a more elevated vantage point, as if from outside. While we live in the spirit country's lowest region, this is how we relate to earthly circumstances having to do directly with physical bodily reality. We are born on earth into a family and an ethnic group, and we live in a particular country. All these circumstances determine our earthly existence. We find that the circumstances in the physical world cause us to become friends with particular people or to pursue a particular line of work. They determine the general character of our life. In the first region of the country of spirit beings, all this confronts us as a living thought entity. In a certain sense, we live through it all again, but from the active spiritual side. Our love for our family and the friendship we extended to others are now enlivened in us from within, and our capacities in this direction are enhanced. What works in the human spirit as the force of love of family and friends is strengthened, and in this respect we later enter earthly existence as more perfected human beings. For the most part, our daily relationships in earthly life are what ripen into fruit in this lowest region of the country of spirit beings. The aspect of the human being that in its interests is wholly bound up with these daily circumstances will feel related to this region for the greatest portion of the spiritual life between incarnations. The people with whom we lived in the physical world are encountered again in the spiritual world. Just as everything that the soul once possessed through the physical body falls away, so does the bond that once linked soul to soul in physical life free itself from the circumstances that only had meaning and reality in the physical world. But what one soul was to another in physical life lives on after death, lives on in the spiritual world. Of course, words coined to describe physical circumstances can only inexactly express what takes place in the spiritual world. Taking this into account, however, it is certainly correct to say that souls who belonged together during physical life meet again in the spiritual world and continue their lives together under the circumstances of that world. The next region is the one in which the life that is common to the thought being of the entire earthly world flows and streams as the fluid element of the spiritual world, so to speak. As long as we are observing the world from the vantage point of physical embodiment, life appears bound to individual living things. In the country of spirit beings, however, life is released from individual things and flows throughout like the blood of life, as a living unity that is present in all things. During earthly life, we get only a glimmer or a reflection of this, which is expressed in any devotion we bring toward the whole, toward the unity and harmony of the world. Our religious life derives from this reflection, making us aware of the extent to which the comprehensive meaning of existence does not lie in anything individual and transitory. We come to regard transitory existence as an image or likeness of something eternal, of an harmonious whole, and we look up to this unity reverently and worshipfully in performing our religious rituals. In the country of spirit beings, however, living thought nature appears in its true form rather than as a reflection, and we can actually unite with the unity we worshipped on earth. Our religious life and everything related to it bears fruit in this region. Here, spiritual experience teaches us that our individual destinies cannot be separated from the community to which we belong, and the ability to recognize ourselves as parts of a whole develops. Religious feeling and everything in us that struggled for pure and noble morality during our lifetime will draw strength from this region during the greater part of the interval we spend in it, and we are then re-embodied with our abilities enhanced in this regard. In the first region, we were in the company of the souls to whom we were most closely linked in the physical world in our previous lifetime. In the second region, we come into the presence of all those with whom we felt united in a wider sense through a common devotion, a common faith, and so on. It must be emphasized that our spiritual experiences in preceding regions continue in the next. So we are not torn out of the context of family, friends, and so on when we take part in the life of the second and successive regions. The regions of the country of spirit beings are not separate, quote, departments, close quote. They interpenetrate each other. We experience being in a new region not because we have entered it in any outward way, but because we have only now acquired the inner ability to perceive something that has been surrounding us all the time. The third region of the country of spirit beings contains the archetypes of the soul world. Everything that lives in that world is present here as a living thought being. We find here the archetypes of desires, wishes, emotions, and so on. But no self-seeking clings to the soul here in the spirit world. Just as all life constitutes a unity in the second region, all desires, wishes, pleasures, and displeasures form a unity in this third region, so that what others wish and desire is indistinguishable from what I wish and desire. The sensations and feelings of all beings form a common world that encloses and surrounds everything else, like the air that surrounds the earth. This region is, so to speak, the atmosphere, in quotes, of the country of spirit beings. Everything done during earthly life in the service of the common good and in selfless devotion to our fellow human beings will bear fruit here in this third region. Because by living in service and devotion, we were already living in its reflection. Humankind's great benefactors, devoted individuals who perform great services for their communities, acquired their ability to do so in this region, after having prepared themselves for a special relationship to it in earlier lifetimes. Obviously, the three regions of spirit country that have been described so far relate in a particular way to the worlds below, to the physical and soul worlds, in that they contain the archetypes or living thought beings that assume physical or soul existence in the other two worlds. The fourth region is the first that is pure spirit country, although not in the fullest sense of the word. It differs from the three lower regions in that they contain the archetypes of things and beings we find as givens before we ourselves intervene in these worlds. The word givens is in quotes. Our everyday life on earth is related to these transient things, which, however, direct our attention to their basis in eternity. These transient things, and also our fellow creatures, to whom we turn our selfless attention, are not there because of us. But what is in the world because of us is everything created through the arts and sciences, through technology, the state, and so on. Everything we incorporate into the world as original works of our spirit. Without our participation, no image of these things would exist in the world. The archetypes for these purely human creations are to be found in the fourth region of the country of spirit beings. Everything human beings develop during earthly life by way of scientific accomplishments, artistic ideas and forms, and technological thinking bears fruit in this fourth region. Artists, scholars, and great inventors draw their impulses from this region during their stay in the spirit world. Here, their genius is enhanced, so that during later incarnations, they can contribute still more to the further development of our civilization. But we must not imagine that this fourth region is of significance for outstanding individuals only. It is of significance for all of us. Any concerns during physical life that transcend the sphere of mundane activity, wishes and desires, have their ultimate source in this region. If we spent the interval between death and a new birth without passing through this region, in the next life we would have no interests reaching beyond the narrow circumference of our own personal life to universal human concerns. As it has just been said, not even this region can be called, quote, pure spirit country, close quote, in the fullest sense of the word, because the condition in which we have left the earth's cultural development plays into our spiritual existence in this region. In the spiritual world, we can enjoy only the fruits of whatever our own talents and the degree of development of our ethnic group, nation, and so on have allowed us to achieve. In the still higher regions of the country of spirit beings, the human spirit is relieved of all earthly bonds and ascends to a purely spiritual world, where it experiences the intentions and goals it established for earthly life. Everything that is actually achieved in the world brings these highest goals and intentions into existence only in the form of a relatively feeble copy. Every crystal, every tree, every animal, and also everything we accomplish through our own creativity, all these provide only copies of what the Spirit intended. During our incarnations, all we can do is link up with these imperfect copies of perfect intentions and goals. We ourselves can only be copies or imitations of what the kingdom of the Spirit intended us to be. Therefore, what we actually are as spirits in the country of spirit beings is only evident once we have reached the fifth region of spirit country during the interval between two incarnations. Here we are really ourselves. We are what assumes outer existence in our various incarnations. In this region, our true human self, the self that appears anew in each incarnation, can come to full expression, since it brings with it abilities that have matured in the spirit world's lower regions. It carries the fruits of earlier lifetimes over into succeeding ones. It is the vehicle for the results of earlier incarnations. When the self is in the fifth region of the country of spirit beings, it dwells in the kingdom of intentions and goals. In the fifth region, like an architect who learns from imperfections that have become evident, and who includes in future designs only what he or she has been able to perfect, the self discards any of the results of experience in earlier lifetimes that have to do with lower worldly imperfections. It is now at home with the intentions of the country of spirit beings, and fructifies them with the results of earlier lifetimes. Clearly, the strength that can be drawn from this region depends on the extent to which the embodied self has achieved results that are fit to be taken up into the world of intentions. A self that has attempted to realize the intentions of the Spirit by means of its active thought life or wise and loving work during earthly life will be a good candidate for this region. On the other hand, nothing that is totally given over to mundane circumstances, nothing that dwells on and in transitory things, can sow seeds capable of playing any role in the purposes of the eternal order of the world. Only those few things that have had an effect extending beyond everyday interests can develop into fruit in these upper regions of the country of spirit beings. However, we must not imagine that worldly renown or any such thing is what is meant here. It is, rather, a question of anything, even in the most restrictive life situation, that leads to an awareness of each single thing's importance in the eternal progressive course of existence. In this region, we become accustomed to assessing things differently than we were able to do in physical life. For instance, if we have acquired very little that relates to this fifth region, we feel an urgent need to imprint on ourselves an impulse that will cause our next life to run its course in such a way that the effect of this deficit becomes apparent in the destiny or karma we meet. The, quote, unfortunate fate, close quote, to put it in terms of that lifetime, that meets us there, and that may even provoke bitter complaining, appears in the fifth region as exactly what we need. Since in this fifth region we are dwelling in our true self, we are raised above everything lower worldly that enveloped us during our incarnations. Here, we are what we always have been and always will be in the course of our incarnations. We are living under the authority of the intentions that exist for these incarnations, intentions that we incorporate into our own self. That is, we look back on our past and are aware that everything we have experienced is being absorbed into intentions that we will have to realize in future. A certain capacity to remember earlier lifetimes, as well as a prophetic preview of later ones, flares up. We know that what this book calls the, quote, spirit self, close quote, to the extent that it is already developed, is in its own element in this region. where it continues to develop and prepares itself to be able to fulfill spiritual intentions in earthly reality in a new incarnation. If, through a series of sojourns in the country of spirit beings, this spirit self has developed to the point where it can move about totally freely there, it will seek its true home there more and more in times to come. Life in the spirit becomes as familiar to it as life in physical reality is to earthly human beings. At this stage of development, the viewpoint of the spiritual world begins to prevail as the one the self chooses more or less consciously as the standard for its earthly lives to come. It feels itself to be a member of the world's divine order, and the laws and limitations of earthly life do not touch its innermost being. The strength needed for everything that it carries out comes from the spiritual world. But this spiritual world is a unity, and those who live in it know that the eternal has worked to create the past. They are also able to determine their future direction in accordance with the eternal. Their view, once restricted to the past, has expanded and become perfect. There's a footnote, rather long. The statement that, quote, they are also able to determine their future direction in accordance with the eternal, close quote, is intended to point to the special character of the soul's constitution during the time between death and a new birth. By the standards of life in the physical world, a stroke of destiny in the life of an individual may seem to be in direct conflict with what that person wants and intends. During life between death and birth, however, a will-like force that prevails in the human soul points the way for the person in question to experience that very blow of fate. The soul perceives, as it were, an imperfection clinging to it from previous earthly lives as a result of some ugly deed or thought. During the interval between death and birth, a will-like impulse that arises in the soul urges it to balance out this imperfection. As a result, the soul acquires the tendency to plunge into some misfortune in its subsequent earthly life, something it must suffer in order to restore equilibrium. Once it has been born into a physical body and hit by this stroke of destiny, the soul in question has no inkling that in its pre-birth life in the spirit it had actively pushed itself in the direction of this hard fate. But in actual fact, as unwished for and unintended as this blow may seem from the viewpoint of earthly life, the soul has willed it upon itself in the course of its supersensible existence. Quote, out of eternity, human beings determine their future, close quote, end of footnote. Human beings who have reached this level provide for themselves the goals they are to achieve in their next incarnation. Working out of the country of spirit beings, such human beings influence their own future, so that it proceeds in line with what is true and spiritual. Because they have climbed to the level where they can understand divine wisdom, these human beings spend the intervals between incarnations in the presence of all the exalted beings who have an unrestricted view of that wisdom. In the sixth region of the country of spirit beings, everything that human beings do brings about what is best suited to the true and essential nature of the world. Human beings can no longer seek what is to their own advantage, but only what should happen according to the proper progression of the world order. The seventh region of the spirit world leads to the boundary of the three worlds we have discussed. Here human beings stand face to face with the, quote, kernels of life, close quote, that are transplanted from still higher worlds into these three, where they will complete their tasks. Having arrived at the limits of the three worlds, human beings recognize themselves in their own kernels of life. This means that the riddles of these three worlds have been solved for them. They have acquired a full overview of the life in these worlds. Under ordinary circumstances in physical life, the soul faculties by which we experience the spiritual world in the way described here do not become conscious. They work in unconscious depths on the physical organs to bring about consciousness in the physical world, and thus they remain imperceptible as far as this world is concerned. An I, E-Y-E, too, is incapable of seeing itself because of the forces that make it possible to see other things are at work in it. If we want to assess the extent to which a human life between birth and death is the result of earlier earthly lives, we must take into account the fact that a vantage point situated within this life itself does not allow us to do so. From this point of view, an earthly life might appear to be imperfect, full of suffering, and so on, while to a point of view based outside earthly life, the form this life assumes in all its suffering and imperfection would prove to be the consequence of earlier lives. By setting out on the path to knowledge, as it is described in a subsequent chapter of this book, the soul can free itself from the circumstances of bodily life and perceive an image of the experiences it undergoes between death and a new birth. This type of perception makes it possible to depict the processes taking place in the spirit world, as has been done here in a sketchy form. Only when we remember that the soul's entire constitution is different in the physical body than it is when it is undergoing purely spiritual experiences can we see these depictions in the right light. Part 5. The physical world and its connection to the worlds of souls and spirits. The formations of the soul and spirit worlds cannot be the object of outer sensory perception. Sense-perceptible objects must be reckoned as a third world alongside the other two. During bodily existence, we live in all three worlds at once. We perceive the objects of the sense-perceptible world and work on them. Soul structures work on us through their forces of sympathy and antipathy, while we ourselves stir up waves in the soul world with our likes and dislikes, wishes and desires. The spiritual nature of things, however, is reflected in our thought world, and as thinking spirit beings, we are citizens of the country of spirit beings and comrades of everything that lives in this realm. This makes it clear that the sense-perceptible world is only part of what surrounds us. It is distinct from, and to a certain extent independent of, our overall surroundings, simply because it can be perceived with senses that disregard the soul and spiritual aspects of these surroundings. It is like a piece of ice floating on water. The ice consists of the same substance as the surrounding water, but stands out because of certain qualities it possesses. In the same way, sense-perceptible things are of the same substance as the soul and spirit worlds surrounding them, but they stand out because of certain characteristics that make them perceptible to our senses. To put it somewhat figuratively, they are condensed spirit and soul formations, and the condensation makes it possible for our senses to acquire knowledge about them. Ice is just one of the manifestations of water, and sense perceptible things are just one form in which soul and spirit beings exist. Having grasped this, we can also understand that the spirit world can change into the soul world, and the soul world into the sensory world, just as water can turn to ice. From this perspective, it also becomes clear why we human beings are able to think thoughts about sense-perceptible things. Every thinking person must ask the question, quote, what is the relationship of my thoughts about a stone to the stone itself? Close quote. For people who are able to look into nature, especially deeply, this question appears clearly to their mind's eye, EYE. They experience the world of human thoughts as being in harmony with the structure and order of nature. Kepler, the famous astronomer, put it very beautifully, quote, the truth is that the divine calling that bids us study astronomy is inscribed on the world itself, not in words and syllables, but in the very fact that our human concepts and senses are adapted to perceive how heavenly bodies, heavenly circumstances are linked. Close quote. Footnote, Johannes Kepler, 1571 to 1630. This passage is from the, quote, commentaries, close quote, on his book Astronomia Nova, Part 2, Chapter 7, end of footnote. Only because sense-perceptible things are nothing other than condensed spirit beings, can we, human beings who can lift ourselves up in thought to the level of spirit beings, think about and understand them. Sense-perceptible things originate in the spirit world and are simply another manifestation of spirit beings. When we formulate thoughts about things, we are simply inwardly directed away from their sense-perceptible forms and toward their spiritual archetypes. Understanding an object by thinking about it is a process that can be compared to melting a solid body so that chemists can study it in its fluid form. The spiritual archetypes of the sense-perceptible world are to be found in the different regions of spirit country. In the 5th, 6th, and 7th regions, they still exist as living germinal points, while in the 4 lower regions, they take shape as spiritual formations. When the human spirit tries to come to an understanding of sense-perceptible objects by means of thinking, it perceives shadowy copies or imitations of spiritual formations. In aspiring to a spiritual understanding of our surroundings, we raise the question of how spiritual formations condense into sense perceptibility. To our sensory perception, the world around us is divided into 4 clearly distinguishable levels: the mineral, plant, animal, and human levels. The mineral kingdom is perceived by means of the senses and understood by means of thinking. When we formulate a thought about a mineral object, we are dealing with 2 things: the sense-perceptible object and the thought. Accordingly, we must imagine this sense-perceptible thing as a condensed thought being. Now, one mineral entity acts outwardly on another. It bumps into it and makes it move, warms it, illuminates it, dissolves it, and so on. This outward way of working can be expressed in thoughts. In the process of having thoughts about how mineral objects influence each other in a regular and lawful manner, our isolated thoughts expand into a thought image of the whole mineral world. This thought image is a reflection of the archetype of the entire mineral sense-perceptible world, and can be found as a whole in the spiritual world. In the plant kingdom, the phenomena of growth and reproduction are added to the fact that one thing outwardly affects another. Plants grow and produce beings of the same kind, so life is added to what we encounter in the mineral kingdom. Simply pondering this state of affairs will lead us to a point of view that sheds light on the subject. Each plant possesses the inherent power to create its own living form and to pass it on to a being of its own kind. The forms of crystals stand midway between mineral substances of the formless sort, such as those we encounter in gases, liquids, and so on, and the living forms of the plant world. In crystals, we find the transition from the formless mineral world to the living capacity of the plant kingdom to produce forms. The outward sense-perceptible process of assuming shape, as it takes place in both the mineral and plant kingdoms, must be seen as a sense-perceptible condensation of a purely spiritual process that occurs when the spiritual germinal points of the three upper regions of the country of spirit beings develop into the spirit formations of the lower regions. The spiritual archetype of crystallization is the transition from a formless spirit germ point to a spiritual formation with a shape. If this transitional process condenses to the point where our senses can perceive its result, it manifests in the sense-perceptible world as the process of mineral crystallization. In the plant world, too, a spirit germ that has assumed form is present. But, in this case, the formed being retains the living sculptural ability that the crystal's spirit germ lost when it took on shape, exhausting its life in the formation it produced. In contrast, plants possess both form and the ability to go on forming. This characteristic of spirit germs is retained from the spiritual world's upper regions. Thus, a plant is both form, like the crystal, and formative force. In addition to the form that archetypal beings assume in the shape of a plant, the plant is also worked upon by another form that bears the imprint of spirit beings from the upper regions. However, the only aspect of the plant that is sense-perceptible is what expresses itself in the completed form. The formative beings that give this form its life are present within the plant kingdom without being perceptible to our senses. Our physical eyes can see a lily that is first small, then larger, but they cannot see the sculpting force that makes it grow. This sculpting force being is the invisibly active component of the plant kingdom. Spirit germs have stepped down one level in order to work in the realm of formations. If we call the archetypal forms that have not assumed specific shape the first elemental kingdom, then the force beings that are invisible to our senses and that work at sculpting the growth of plants belong to the second elemental kingdom. In the animal world, the ability to grow and reproduce is augmented by sensations and impulses. These are manifestations of the soul world. Any being endowed with them belongs to the soul world, receives impressions from it, and exerts an influence on it. Now, every sensation or impulse that comes about in an animal is brought up from the depths of the animal soul. However, the animal's form is more lasting than these sensations or impulses. We might say that the animal's sentient activity compares to its more permanent, enlivened form, as the changeable form of a plant compares to the fixed form of a crystal. The plant, so to speak, is totally taken up with the force that sculpts forms. It continues to incorporate different forms throughout its life, as it produces first roots, then leaves, then flowers, and so on. In contrast, the animal has a finished form within, which it develops. Let me read that again. In contrast, the animal has a finished form within which it develops an ever-changing life of sensations and impulses. This life exists in the soul world. Plants grow and reproduce, while animals perceive, feel, and develop impulses. For the animal, these impulses are something formless that evolves through ever new forms. Ultimately, the archetypal processes of these impulses are to be found in the highest regions of the country of spirit beings, but they are active and at work in the soul world. In animals, then, in addition to the force beings invisibly at work directing growth and reproduction, others are also present that have descended one stage deeper into the soul world. In the animal kingdom, sensations and impulses are crafted by formless beings that slip into soul garments. These are the actual architects of animal forms. In spiritual science, the realm to which they belong can be called the third elemental kingdom. We human beings are equipped not only with the capabilities characteristic of plants and animals, but also with the ability to develop sensations into concepts and thoughts, and to govern our impulses with thinking. Thought, which appears as form in plants and as soul faculties in animals, appears in human beings in its real form, as thought itself. Animals are soul, human beings are spirit. The spirit being shapes the soul in an animal. In a human being, it descends one step further into the sense-perceptible world of matter itself. The spirit is present in sense-perceptible garb within the physical human body, and can thus appear only as a spirit being's shadowy reflection, as thought represents it. The spirit appears within a human being under conditions imposed by the physical organization of the human brain. However, it also becomes the inner being of a human individual. In human beings, the form assumed by the formless spirit being is thought, while in plants it assumes the guise of form, and in animals that of the soul. Therefore, to the extent that we humans are thinking beings, there is no elemental kingdom building us up from outside. Our elemental kingdom works in our sense-perceptible body, and only to the extent that we are formed and sentient beings do the elemental beings work on us in the way they work on plants and animals. Our thought organization, however, is worked on only from within our physical body. In our spiritual organs, in our nervous system, which culminates in a perfected brain, we are confronted in sense-perceptible form with what works imperceptibly as a force being on plants and animals. This means that animals feel themselves, but human beings are conscious of themselves. In animals, the spirit experiences itself as soul, but does not yet grasp itself as spirit. In human beings, however, the spirit recognizes itself as such, although physical circumstances permit it to appear only as a shadowy reflection of the spirit, as thought. Accordingly, the threefold world falls into the following subdivisions. 1. The kingdom of archetypal, formless beings, the first elemental kingdom. 2. The kingdom of form-creating beings, second elemental kingdom. 3. The kingdom of soul beings, third elemental kingdom. 4. The kingdom of created forms, crystal forms. 5. The kingdom of sense-perceptible forms, worked on by the form-creating beings, plant kingdom. The kingdom of sense-perceptible forms worked on by both the form-creating beings and the beings that express themselves as soul, animal kingdom. And finally, 7. The kingdom of sense-perceptible forms worked on by form-creating and soul beings, and in which the spirit appears in the sense-perceptible world in the form of thought, human kingdom. This demonstrates how the constitutional components of an embodied human being relate to the spiritual world. Physical body, ether body, sentient soul body, and mind-soul are to be regarded as condensations in the sense-perceptible world of archetypes in the country of spirit beings. The physical body comes about through the condensation of the human archetype to the point of sense perceptibility. So, we can also call this physical body a being of the first elemental kingdom, condensed to the level of physical perceptibility. The ether body comes about when a form of the same origin remains mobile because of a being that extends its activity into the realm of sense perceptibility, but does not become perceptible itself. To characterize this being fully, we must say that it has its ultimate origin in the highest regions of the country of spirit beings, and then takes shape in the second region as an archetype of life, which then works in the sense-perceptible world. In a similar way, the being that builds up the sensing soul body also originates in the highest spirit regions, but takes shape in the third region as an archetype of the soul world, and as such becomes active in the sense-perceptible world. The mind-soul, however, comes about when the archetype of a thinking human being assumes the form of thought in the spirit world's fourth region, and as such works directly in the sense-perceptible world. This then is how the human beings stand within the physical world, how the spirit works on our physical, ether, and soul bodies, and makes its appearance in our mind-soul. Our three lower members are thus worked upon by archetypes in the form of beings that are external to us in a certain sense. But in our mind-soul, we begin to work consciously on ourselves. The beings that work on our physical body are the same ones that shape the minerals in nature. The ones that work on our ether body are the same kind as those who live in the plant kingdom. And the ones that work on our sentient soul body are the same kind as those that are active in the animal kingdom. Both are invisible to sensory perception, but extend their influence into these kingdoms. We have now seen how the different worlds work together, and how their working together expresses itself in the world in which we human beings live. Having understood the sense-perceptible world in this way, we are also open to understanding beings different from the ones that exist within the four kingdoms of nature. One example of this type of being is what we call our folk spirit, the spirit of our ethnic group or nation. This being does not appear directly in any sense-perceptible way. It lives and expresses itself in the sensations, feelings, inclinations, and so on that we perceive as being shared by an entire ethnic group. It is a being that does not incarnate perceptibly as human beings do, but fashions its body out of the substances of the soul world. The soul body of the ethnic spirit surrounds the members of an ethnic group like a cloud in which they live. Its influence becomes apparent in the souls of the individuals in question, but it does not originate in these souls. If we do not conceive of the ethnic spirit in this way, it will remain an empty abstraction, a schematic mental image devoid of life and being. Another example of this type of being is what we call the zeitgeist, or spirit of an age. Indeed, our spiritual view widens to encompass a multitude of different higher and lower beings that live in our surroundings without becoming perceptible to our senses. However, those who are capable of spiritual perception do perceive these beings and can describe them. The lower beings of this sort include all those described by seers as salamanders, sylphs, undines, and gnomes. It should be unnecessary to mention at this point that such descriptions cannot be taken as literal depictions of the underlying reality. If they were, the world they refer to would not be a spiritual world, but a crudely physical one. In fact, they illustrate a spiritual reality that can only be described by using metaphors and images. Individuals who accept sensory perception alone as valid will believe these beings to be the product of superstition and of an imagination run wild. This is totally understandable. These beings will never become visible to physical eyes because they have no physical bodies. The superstition, however, lies not in believing these beings are real, but in believing that they appear sense-perceptibly. Beings of this sort help to build up the world, and we encounter them as soon as we enter higher territories that are inaccessible to our physical senses. The truly superstitious people are not those who take these descriptions as images of spiritual realities, but both those who believe in their actual physical existence and those who deny the spirit because they feel obliged to reject the sensory images. Beings also exist who never descend into the soul world at all, but whose garments are woven out of the configurations of the country of spirit beings. We perceive them and become their companions when our spiritual eyes and ears have been opened to them. This process enables us to understand many things we could formerly only stare at in total incomprehension. Light dawns around us. We see the causes of the effects and consequences that are played out in the physical world. We grasp things that formerly, when we lacked spiritual eyes, we either had to deny totally or dismiss with the saying, quote, "There is more in heaven and earth than is dreamt of in your philosophy." Close quote. People with a finer, that is, spiritual sensitivity, grow restless when they begin to be dimly aware of the presence of a world in addition to the sense-perceptible world around them, a world they have to feel their way around in, like blind people among visible objects. Clearly recognizing these higher regions of existence and penetrating what goes on in them with understanding is the only path that can really ground us and lead us toward our true calling as human beings. Through insight into what is concealed from our senses, we expand our own being in such a way that our life prior to this expansion seems to have been spent dreaming about the world. Part 6. Thought Forms and the Human Aura. It has been said that the formations of any one of the three worlds are real for us only if we have the faculties or organs needed to perceive them. For example, certain processes taking place in space are perceptible to us as manifestations of light only because we have properly formed eyes. How much of what is real actually becomes evident to any being depends on that being's degree of receptivity. We are never justified in saying that only what we ourselves can perceive is real. Many things can be real, but we simply lack the organs to perceive them. The soul and spirit worlds are just as real as the sense-perceptible world. In fact, they are real in a much higher sense. No physical eye can see feelings and concepts, but they are real nonetheless. We encounter the phenomena of the physical world through our outer senses. Similarly, feelings, impulses, instincts, thoughts, and so on become perceptions for our spiritual organs. How these soul and spiritual phenomena become perceptions by means of our inner senses is analogous to how certain processes in space are perceived as colors. Of course, the full meaning of this statement can be understood only by those who have developed their inner senses by following the path to knowledge described in the next chapter. To such people, the soul phenomena of the soul environment and the spiritual phenomena of the spiritual region become supersensibly visible. They experience another being's feelings as raying out toward them like rays of light. When they turn their attention to others' thoughts, these thoughts radiate through spiritual space. For them, one person's thought about another person is not invisible. It is a perceptible process. The actual content of a thought exists only in the mind of the thinker, but it produces effects on the spiritual world, and it is this process that is perceptible to the spiritual eye, EYE. The thought is an actual reality streaming out from one person toward the other, and how it affects the other person is experienced as a perceptible process in the spiritual world. For someone with opened spiritual senses, then, the physically perceptible person is only one part of the whole human being. The physical person is the center of soul and spiritual streams. It is impossible to do more here than merely hint at the richly varied world that discloses itself to the seer. For example, a thought that is otherwise alive only in the listener's understanding appears as a spiritually perceptible color phenomenon, its color corresponding to the character of the thought. A thought stemming from a person's sensual impulses has a different tinge than one formulated in the service of pure knowledge, noble beauty, or eternal truth. Thoughts springing from sensual activity move through the soul world in shades of red, while a thought that elevates the thinker to a higher form of knowledge appears in a beautiful shade of light yellow. One that stems from loving devotion discloses itself in a radiant rose pink. Footnote: because these descriptions are obviously open to the crassest misinterpretation, a brief further commentary on them has been added at the end of this chapter. End of footnote. The supersensible manifestation of a thought expresses its degree of exactitude as well as its content. A thinking mind's precise thought appears as a formation with distinct contours, while a confused idea appears as a blurred and foggy formation. In this way, a person's soul and spirit nature appear as the supersensible portion of a total human being. These spiritually perceptible colors, which surround an active physical human being like an egg-shaped cloud, constitute that person's aura. The size of this aura varies from person to person, but on the average we may imagine a whole person to be about twice as tall and 4 times as broad as his or her physical body. Within the aura, streams of different colors present a true and ever-changing picture of our inner life in all its variability. However, there are also some lasting, basic colors that express specific permanent traits, talents, habits, and idiosyncrasies of character. People who are currently far from being able to experience the path to knowledge described in the next chapter are likely to misunderstand the nature of what is described here as the aura. They may imagine that the colors described here are present to our mind's eye, EYE, in the same way that physical colors are present to our physical eyes. Such soul colors, however, would be mere hallucinations. Spiritual science has absolutely nothing to do with hallucinatory impressions, and in any case, that is not what is meant by these descriptions. We can get the right idea of what is meant if we keep in mind that we not only experience a sensory impression of a physical color, but also have a soul experience that is different when our souls, by means of our eyes, perceive a yellow surface than it is when we perceive a blue one. Let us call this experience, quote, dwelling in yellow, quote, unquote, or, quote, dwelling in blue, close quote. A soul that has set out on the path to knowledge has this same experience of, quote, dwelling in yellow, close quote, when it encounters the active soul experiences of other beings, and of, quote, dwelling in blue, close quote, when it meets devotional attitudes. The point is not that seers visualizing another soul see, in quotes, blue, in the same way that they see it in the physical world, but rather that they have an experience that justifies their calling visualization, quote, blue, close quote, just as people who are perceiving physically call a blue curtain blue, for example. Furthermore, seers must be aware that this is being experienced in a body-free state, so that they acquire the possibility of speaking about the value and significance of the soul's life in a world not perceived through the medium of the human body. The sense in which this description is intended must be kept in mind, even though seers talk as a matter of course about blue, yellow, or green in an aura. Human auras differ greatly according to individual differences in temperament, personality, and degree of spiritual development. Let me read that sentence again. Human auras differ greatly according to individual differences in temperament, personality, and degree of spiritual development. A person totally given over to animal impulses has a very different aura than someone who spends a lot of time thinking. A religious person's aura is fundamentally different from that of someone who is totally caught up in trivial daily events. In addition, all of a person's changing moods, inclinations, pleasures, and pains are expressed in his or her aura. To learn what different shades of color in the aura signify, we must compare the auras of different types of mental and emotional experiences. We will first look at inner experiences that are penetrated through and through by pronounced emotions. These experiences can be separated into two different types. In one type, the soul is driven to these emotions primarily through the person's animal nature. In the other type, emotions assume a more refined form because they are strongly influenced by thinking and deliberation, so to speak. In the first type of experience, the streams of color flowing through particular parts of the aura are primarily various shades of brown and reddish yellow. In people with more refined emotions, shades of lighter reddish yellow and also green appear in the same places. It can be noted that shades of green appear more frequently with increasing intelligence. People who are highly intelligent but devote themselves totally to satisfying their animal impulses have a lot of green in their aura. But this green always has a more or less pronounced tinge of brown or brownish red. A large part of the aura of unintelligent people is flooded with streams that are brownish red or even dark blood red. The auras of emotional states, such as these, are fundamentally different from those of calm, contemplative, thoughtful moods. There, fewer brownish and reddish tones are present, and various shades of green become more pronounced. During strenuous thinking, the aura's basic color becomes a pleasing green. This is especially prominent in personalities who are said to be able to adjust to practically any situation in life. Shades of blue appear during moods of devotion. The more people place themselves in the service of a cause, the more pronounced these shades of blue become. In this connection, too, we may encounter two very different types of people. The first type consists of passive people who are not used to exerting their powers of thought, who have only their good nature to throw into the flow of world events, so to speak. Their auras glimmer with a beautiful blue. This is also how many devotedly religious personalities appear, as do compassionate natures and people who devote themselves to leading a life of benevolence. If such people are also intelligent, blue streams alternate with green, or the blue itself takes on a greenish cast. In contrast to more passive personalities, more active people typically have their blue suffused from within with light, bright tones. This is most clearly the case in personalities we would call wise, and especially in those who are full of fruitful ideas. In addition, everything that points to intellectual or spiritual activity generally takes the form of rays spreading out from within, while everything originating in animal vitality assumes the form of irregular clouds rolling through the aura. According to whether the ideas that result from our emotional or mental activity serve our personal animalistic impulses or ideal and objective interests, the coloring of the corresponding auric formations will differ. An inventive mind that applies all its thoughts to satisfying its own sensuous passions shows dark shades of blue and red, while one that selflessly places its ideas at the service of an objective interest shows light red-blue tones. A life in the spirit that combines with noble devotion and capacity for self-sacrifice shows rosy pink or light violet colors. However, not only our underlying attitudes, but also our transient emotions, moods, and other inner experiences are present as floods of color in our auras. A sudden outbreak of violent anger produces floods of red. A sudden upwelling of offended dignity appears as dark green clouds. And these color phenomena appear not only in irregular cloud-like formations, but also in figures of regular form and distinct limits. In the aura of a person suddenly seized with fear, we notice wavy stripes of blue with a reddish-blue shimmer moving from top to bottom. The aura of someone who is tensely awaiting some particular event has red-blue stripes constantly radiating from inside outward. Someone capable of precise spiritual perception can distinguish each impression another person receives from outside. People who get excited about every external impression have a constant flickering of little blue and red spots and flecks in their aura, while people who perceive less vividly have similar flecks that are yellow-orange or a lovely yellow color. The auras of so-called absent-minded people have bluish or blue-green specks of more or less variable shape. Within the auric streams and rays surrounding a person, 3 different types of color phenomena are distinguishable to the more highly developed spiritual eye, EYE. The first type of color is relatively dull and opaque in character, although even it seems fleeting and transparent in comparison to the type of color seen by our physical eyes. Within the spiritual world itself, however, these colors make the space they occupy comparatively opaque, as if they were filling it with figures of mist. The second type of color is all light, so to speak. These colors light up the space they occupy, so that it too becomes all light. But the third type of color phenomenon is totally different from the other 2 in its radiating, sparkling, glittering character. These colors do not simply fill the space they light up, they shine and radiate right through it. There is something active and inwardly mobile about them, as if they were constantly creating themselves from within, while the other colors have something quieter and more lackluster about them. Figuratively speaking, the first 2 types of color fill space with a delicate fluid that quietly stays put, while the third type fills it with constantly self-enkindling life and unceasing activity. These three color types are not arranged in distinct layers in the human aura, nor do they occupy separate areas of space. Instead, they interpenetrate in a great variety of ways. It is possible to watch all three kinds mixing and mingling in the same place in the aura, just as a physical object such as a bell can be both seen and heard at the same time. This means that the aura is actually an incredibly complex phenomenon, because we are actually dealing with three interpenetrating auras. However, we can sort things out by turning our supersensible attention to only one of the three at a time. This is similar to shutting our eyes while listening intently to a piece of music in the sense-perceptible world. Seers have three different organs for the three kinds of color, so to speak, and can open one of them to impressions while closing the other two for the sake of undisturbed observation. To begin with, some seers may be able to see only one aura, while the others remain invisible. Others are receptive to the first two types, but not to the third. The ability to observe all three auras and to direct one's attention to one at a time for purposes of study constitutes the higher stage of seership. The threefold human aura is the supersensibly perceptible expression of the three components of the human being's essential nature: body, soul, and spirit. The first aura reflects the body's influence on the soul. The second represents the soul's own life that extends beyond direct sensory stimulation, but is not yet devoted to the service of the eternal. The third reflects the immortal spirit's degree of mastery over the transitory aspect of human nature. It must be emphasized at this point that since these things are even more difficult to describe than they are to observe, this and any other attempt to describe auras should never be taken as anything more than a stimulus to understanding. Thus, to a seer, the idiosyncrasies of an individual's inner life are expressed in that person's auric makeup. Any emotional or mental activity that is totally given over to sensuous impulses, fleeting desires, and momentary external stimuli shows up as garish colors in the first aura, while the second is weakly developed, showing mere traces of colored forms. In a case like this, the third aura is barely visible. Only a flicker of color here and there indicates that even in a person with this attitude, the eternal is present in the form of potentials, even though it may be suppressed by the effect of sensory factors. The more a person rids him or herself of physical urges, the less prominent the first part of the aura becomes. Meanwhile, the second part becomes larger and larger, filling the body of colors within which the physical human being dwells with its radiating energy. And the more a person proves to be a servant of the eternal, the more the third part of the aura is revealed, showing the extent to which that individual is a citizen of the spiritual world. Through this part of the aura, an individual's divine self radiates into the earthly world. To the extent that individuals give evidence of this aura, they are flames used by the divinity to enlighten this world. Through this part of the aura, they show the extent to which they work out of the eternally true, beautiful, and good, rather than out of themselves. The extent to which they have wrested from their narrower selves the capacity to offer themselves up on the great altar of cosmic activity. Thus, what individuals have made of themselves in the course of their incarnations comes to expression in their auras. All three parts of the aura contain many different shades of colors, whose quality changes with an individual's degree of development. In the first portion, a person's undeveloped life of urges and impulses is seen in shades that range from red to blue. These shades are dull and opaque in quality. Pronounced shades of red point to sensual desires, lust, and the pleasures of the palate. Shades of green appear primarily in characters with a tendency to apathy and indifference. Lower natures who give themselves up greedily to any pleasures that come along, but avoid the personal effort it would take to satisfy them. When a person's passions are intent on some goal beyond the reach of his or her acquired abilities, brownish-green and yellowish-green tints appear in the aura. This type of aura is fostered by certain modern lifestyles. The lowest level of egotism, personal vanity rooted in low inclinations, is revealed in muddy yellow to brown tones. But, of course, a life of animalistic urges also has a positive side. Even within the animal kingdom, a pure and natural capacity for self-sacrifice, of which instinctive mother love is the most beautiful and highest expression, is evident to a great extent. Such selfless natural urges are expressed in the first aura in shades of light red to rose, while cowardly trepidation and a timid response to sensory stimuli show up as blue, with a brownish or grayish cast. Various grades of color are also apparent in the second aura. Brown and orange forms express strongly developed vanity, pride, and ambition. Red and yellow flecks point to curiosity. Green expresses an understanding of life and the world, while pale green reflects clear thinking and intelligence. Children who learn easily have a lot of green in this part of their auras. A greenish-yellow coloring in the second aura points to a good memory. Rose pink indicates loving and benevolent wisdom, while blue is a sign of piety, verging on violet as this piety approaches religious fervor. Idealism and a serious, elevated outlook on life are seen as indigo blue. In the third aura, the primary colors are yellow, green, and blue. Here, light yellow appears when thinking is filled with elevated and comprehensive ideas that grasp the place of details in the divine order of the universe. In the case of intuitive thinking that has been purified of all sensory images, the yellow acquires a golden glow. Green expresses love for all beings. Blue is the sign of willingness to make sacrifices for the sake of all. If this capacity for sacrifice intensifies into a forceful will that places itself actively in the service of the world, the blue becomes a light violet. If pride and ambition are still present as remnants of personal egotism in an otherwise highly developed soul, shades verging on orange appear in addition to the yellow. It is important to note, however, that the colors in this part of the aura are very different from the shades we are used to seeing in the sense-perceptible world. The beauty and sublimity that meets us here cannot be compared to anything in the ordinary world. This description of the aura cannot be properly assessed by anyone who does not place primary importance on the fact that seeing auras signifies an expansion and enrichment of our perception in the physical world. The intent of this expanded perception is to recognize that form of soul life which possesses spiritual reality outside of the sense-perceptible world. What has been presented here has nothing to do with reading a person's thoughts or character from an hallucinatory aura and wants no dealings with this questionable art. Its intent is to expand our understanding in the direction of the spiritual world. Addendum to Chapter 3. Of all the chapters in this book, this one on, quote, thought forms and the human aura, close quote, is probably the one most open to misinterpretation by opinions to the contrary, the one to which the most objections can be raised. For instance, it would be quite understandable to insist that a seer's statements in this field be proved by experiments in line with scientific thinking, such as having a number of people who claim to be able to see spiritual auras stand face to face with a number of subjects whose auras they allow to work on them. These seers should then report what thoughts, feelings, and so on they saw in the auras of the people they observed. If their reports agree, and if it turns out that their subjects really did have the feelings and thoughts ascribed to them, belief in the existence of auras would seem reasonable. This is certainly the scientific way to look at the issue. But something else must be taken into consideration. Spiritual researchers' work on their own souls gives them the capacity for spiritual vision. That is the point of their efforts. But whether they are then able to perceive something in the spiritual world in any given instance, and exactly what they perceive, does not depend on them, but comes to meet them as a gift from the spiritual world. They cannot force it. They have to wait until it comes. Their intent to perceive spiritually is never the real cause of it happening, although that is what science would assume in the case of this experiment. The spiritual world will not allow itself to be bossed around. If this experiment were to come about at all, it would have to be initiated by the spiritual world, by a spiritual being's intention to reveal the thoughts of one or more subjects to one or more seers. A spiritual impulse would have to bring these seers together to carry out the observation, in which case their reports would be sure to agree. As paradoxical as it may seem to a strictly scientific mind, this is the fact of the matter. Spiritual experiments cannot come about in the same way as physical ones. If clairvoyants are visited by people they do not know, it cannot simply be assumed that they will be able to see the stranger's auras. It is not a matter of deliberate intent. They will be able to see them if and when there is a reason for it in the spiritual world. The point of these few words is to draw attention to the misconception inherent in the objection described above. Spiritual science is meant to describe how people can learn to see and experience the reality of auras for themselves. All it can say to those who seek this knowledge is, quote, apply these prerequisites to yourselves and you too will see, close quote. It would certainly be more expedient if the demands of scientific thinking could be met, but those who require proofs of this sort have not familiarized themselves with even the most elementary results of spiritual science. This book's statements about the human aura are not intended to accommodate spiritual sensation seekers who will be satisfied only by being presented with something, quote, spiritual, close quote, that can be conceived of no differently than something physical. That is, when they can rest content in the sense world with their usual ideas. What was said at the beginning of this chapter about how auric color is to be imagined was surely calculated to prevent misunderstandings of this sort. But anyone who aspires to genuine spiritual insight has to realize that direct experience of matters of spirit and soul involves seeing the aura spiritually rather than sensorially. Without spiritual perception, the experience remains unconscious. We must not confuse the experience itself with its expression in pictorial form. But we must realize that the experience is very adequately expressed in this pictorial view. It is not something the perceiving soul makes up arbitrarily. It takes shape of itself in supersensible perception. Scientists may be forgiven if they find themselves compelled to describe a human aura of some sort, as Dr. Moritz Benedict does in his book on the rod and pendulum theory. Quote, "There are a small number of people who are adapted to seeing in the dark. Of this minority, a relatively large percentage can see many objects in darkness, but without colors, and only relatively few also see in colors. My two classic cases of seeing in the dark examined a considerable number of scholars and physicians. In my darkroom, and these subjects were left with no justifiable doubt as to the accuracy of their observations and descriptions. People who see colors in the dark see the front of the forehead and scalp, as well as the rest of the right-hand side in blue, while the left side is seen as red, or sometimes yellow and orange. The division and coloring are the same when seen from behind." End of quote. Footnote, Moritz Benedict, 1835 to 1920, physician. His book Ruten und Pendellere, The Rod and the Pendulum, was published in Vienna in 1917. This quotation is from page 17, end of footnote. Spiritual scientists, however, will not be forgiven so easily if they talk about auras. But this author's intention is neither to take any kind of position on Benedict's report, which is one of the most interesting in the annals of modern science, nor to grab at any flimsy opportunity to justify spiritual science by means of the natural sciences. His intent is only to point out how in one case someone investigating natural phenomena can make claims that are not totally dissimilar to those of spiritual science. It should be emphasized, however, that the aura discussed in this book is to be grasped by spiritual means, and is something completely different from the one Benedict is talking about, which can be studied by physical means. We would be surrendering to a gross illusion if we were to believe that spiritual auras could be investigated by any outer scientific methods. They are only accessible to the spiritual vision acquired on the path to knowledge, described in the last chapter of this book. To recapitulate, the idea that the truth of spiritual perception can be verified in the same way that the truth of physical perception can is based on a total misunderstanding. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. You can also hear these podcasts at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and rudolfsteinerpress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 93A by Rudolf Steiner, 31 lecture notes, really, entitled Foundations of Esotericism. And it's translated by Vera and Judith Compton Burnett. Lecture 1, given in Berlin on the 26th of September, 1905. In all esoteric teaching, it is important to learn how we should look at the things around us. Naturally, everyone experiences something or other when looking at a flower or anything else in the environment. It is, however, necessary to gain a higher standpoint, to penetrate more deeply, to connect specific observations with every object. This is the basis, for instance, of the profound medical insight of Paracelsus. He sensed, felt, and perceived the force inherent in a particular plant, and the relationship of this force to some corresponding function in man. For example, he perceived which organ of the human body was affected by digitalis purpurea, foxglove. To make this manner of observation clear, we will take a particular example. All religions have symbols. We hear much about these today, but such explanations are usually external and arbitrary. Profound religious symbols are, however, drawn out of the very nature of the things themselves. Let us consider, for instance, the symbol of the serpent, which was imparted to Moses in the Egyptian mystery schools. We will consider what inspired him, what gave him intuition. A fundamental difference exists between all those animal creatures having a vertebral column and those such as beetles, mollusks, worms, and so on, which have none. The entire animal kingdom falls into the main sections of the vertebrate and the invertebrate animals. In the case of the invertebrates, one can put the question, where are their nerves situated? For the principal nerve cord passes through the spinal column. The invertebrates, however, do also have a nervous system, as is the case with human beings and vertebrate animals. With the latter, it is distributed outside of the spinal column, running alongside it. This, together with the solar plexus, is called the sympathetic nervous system. The invertebrate animals also possess the same system. However, it has more significance for them than for the vertebrates and man. With the invertebrates, this system is much more closely connected with the rest of the world than the nervous system in man's head and spine. The activity of man's nervous system can be obliterated in a condition of trance. Then the sympathetic nervous system comes into action. This occurs, for instance, in the case of somnambulists. The consciousness of the sleepwalker is spread out over the whole life of the environment and goes over into the other beings surrounding us. The somnambulist experiences things that are outside as if they are within him. The life ether is the element which everywhere streams around us, and the solar plexus is its mediator. If we were only able to perceive with the solar plexus, we should live in intimate communion with the whole world. This is how it is with the invertebrate animals. For instance, such a creature feels a flower as being within itself. In the earth organism, the invertebrate animal is somewhat similar to the eye and ear in man. It is part of the organism. There is actually a common spiritual organism which perceives, sees, hears, and so on through the invertebrate animals. The earth spirit is such a common spiritual organism. Everything which we have around us forms the body for this common spirit. Just as our soul creates eyes and ears in order to perceive the world, so does this common earth soul create the invertebrate animals as eyes and ears in order to see and hear the world. In the evolution of the earth, there came a time when a process of separation set in. A part separated itself off, as though in a tube. Only when this point of time was reached did it become in any way possible for some beings to develop, which could become separate entities. The rest are members of the one earth soul. Then, for the first time, a special grade of separation began. For the first time, the possibility arose that one day something would be able to say I, capital, to itself. This fact that there are two epochs on the earth, the first, the epoch when there were no animals having a nervous system enclosed within a bony tube, and the second, the epoch in which such animals came into being. This fact is distinctly expressed in all religions. The snake is the first to enclose within a tube the selfless, undifferentiated gaze of the earth spirit, thus forming the basis of egohood. This fact was impressed on their pupils by the esoteric teachers in such a way that they were able to say to themselves, quote, "Look at the snake, and you will see the sign of your ego," close quote. This had to be accompanied by the vivid experience that the independent ego and the snake belong together. Thus, an awareness of the significance of the things around us was developed, so that the pupils endowed each being in the realm of nature with the appropriate feeling content. Moses also was forearmed by such an experience when he went out from the Egyptian mystery schools, and so he lifted up the snake as a symbol. In those schools, one did not learn in such an abstract way as one does nowadays. One learned to comprehend the world out of one's own inner perception. Today, we have a description of the human being based on the external investigation of the different parts of his organism. But we can also find man described in old mystical and occult works. These descriptions, however, have arisen in quite another way than by anatomical examination. They are indeed of far greater exactitude and much more correct than what is described today by the anatomist, for he only describes the corpse. The old descriptions were gained in such a way that the pupils, through meditation, through inner illumination, became visible to themselves. By means of the so-called Kundalini fire, man is able to observe himself from within outward. There are different stages of this observation. The exact, correct observation appears at first in symbols. If man concentrates, for instance, on his spinal cord, it is a fact that he always sees a snake. He may perhaps also dream of a snake, because this is the creature which was placed out in the world when the spinal cord was formed, and has remained at this stage. The snake is the spinal column projected into the external world. This pictorial way of seeing things is astral vision, imagination. But it is only through mental vision, inspiration, that the full significance is revealed. This path of knowledge leads man to the recognition of the connection between microcosm and macrocosm, so that he is able to divide himself up among the kingdoms of nature and identify which part of the world each one of his organs belongs to. The old Germanic myth distributes the giant Ymir in this way. The dome of the heavens is made from his skull, the mountains from his bones, and so on. That is the mythological presentation of this inner vision. Each part of the world reveals to the esotericist its connection with something in himself. The inner relationship then becomes apparent. All religions point to this kind of intensive development. The Gospels also indicate it. The esotericist says to himself, everything in the surrounding world, stones, plants, and animals, are signposts along the path of my own evolution. Without these kingdoms, I could not exist. This consciousness fills us not only with the feeling that we have risen above these kingdoms, but also with the knowledge that our existence depends upon them. There are 7 grades of human consciousness: trance consciousness, deep sleep, dream consciousness, waking consciousness, psychic, super-psychic, and spiritual consciousness. Actually, there are in all 12 stages of consciousness. The remaining 5 others are creative stages, those of the creators, of the creative gods. These 12 stages are related to the 12 signs of the zodiac. The human being must pass through the experiences of these 12 stages. He has ascended through the trance, deep sleep, and dream consciousness up to the present clear day consciousness. In the succeeding stages of planetary evolution, he will reach still higher stages. All those which he has already passed through, he will also retain within him. The physical body has the dull trance consciousness, as this was gained by man on old Saturn. The human etheric body has the consciousness of dreamless sleep, as this developed on old Sun. The astral body dreams in the same way as one dreams during sleep. Dream consciousness derives from the old moon period. On our present earth, man achieves waking consciousness. The ego, the I, has clear day consciousness. Higher development consists in this, that one casts out what is in one's own being in the same way as man has cast out the snake, thereby retaining the snake on a higher level in his spinal cord. With still further development, human beings will not only cast out stones, plants, and animals into the world, but also stages of consciousness. In a hive of bees, for example, there are 3 kinds of beings which have a soul in common. Seemingly quite separated beings carry out a common work. In the future, this will also be the case with man. He will separate off his organs. He will have to control consciously, from outside, all the single molecules of his brain. Then he will have become a higher being. This will also be so with his stages of consciousness. One can imagine a lofty being who has put forth from himself all 12 stages of consciousness. He himself is then present as the 13th and will say, I could not be what I am if I had not separated off from myself these 12 stages of consciousness. The 12 apostles represent the stages of consciousness through which the Christ passed. This can be recognized in the 13th chapter of St. John, in the description of the washing of the feet, which indicates that Christ is indebted to the apostles for his attainment of the higher stages of consciousness. Quote, Verily, verily I say unto you, the servant is not greater than his Lord. Close quote. The more highly developed being has left the others behind on the way and has himself now become their servant. Not many people understand the meaning of these words. Nevertheless, when they hear this story, feeling prepares them for understanding. And, for example, in the first centuries after Christ, through these stories, our feeling life has been prepared. Otherwise, our causal body would not have been sufficiently prepared to receive the truth. It is through pictorial forms that the soul is prepared. That is why in earlier times the great initiates, with their outlook far into the future, taught people by means of stories. Even today, such teachers have a conception of what will be brought about in the future by the teachings of theosophy. At present, man has both good and evil in himself. In the future, this will become apparent outwardly as a kingdom of good and a kingdom of evil. And how those who are good will have to deal with those who are evil at some time in the future. This is what is being implanted in the soul today through the concepts of theosophy. At first, people were given pictures. Today, they receive concepts. And in the future, they will have to act in accordance with these in their practical life. The end of Lecture 1. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are 2 publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 93A by Rudolf Steiner, 31 lecture notes, entitled Foundations of Esotericism, translated by Vera and Judith Compton Burnett. Lecture 2, given in Berlin on the 27th of September, 1905. Today we will concern ourselves with 3 important ideas connected with parts of human nature. These may be said to form guiding threads through the entire world. They are as follows: activity or movement, wisdom, which is also called word, and thirdly, will. When we speak of activity, we usually mean something very general. The esotericist, however, sees in activity the foundation of the whole universe as it surrounds us. For the esotericist, the original form of the universe is a product of activity. What seems finished is still really a stage of continuous activity, a point in continuity. The whole world is in ceaseless activity. In reality, this activity is karma. When speaking about the human being, we speak of his astral body as being karma, as being activity. Actually, the astral body is that part of the human being which is closest to him. What man experiences, so that he differentiates between well-being and misfortune, happiness and sorrow, emanates from his astral body. Love, passion, joy, pain, ideals, duty are bound up with the astral body. When one speaks of joy and sorrow, desires, wishes, etc., one is speaking of the astral body. Whereas the human being continually experiences his astral body, the seer perceives its form, which is in continuous transformation. At first, so long as man has not yet worked upon it, it is undifferentiated. In our time, however, man works upon it constantly. When he distinguishes between what is allowed and what is forbidden, he works into it out of his ego, his I. Since the middle of the Lemurian age, the third root race, and until the middle of the sixth root race, man works upon his astral body. Why does the human being work upon the astral body? He works upon it because in the sphere of activity, every single activity calls forth a counter effect. If we rub our hand on a tabletop, it becomes hot. The warmth is the counter effect of our activity. Thus each activity calls forth another. Through the fact that certain animals migrated to the dark caves of Kentucky, they no longer needed their eyesight to find their way about, but only sensitive organs of touch. As a result, the blood withdrew from their eyes and they became blind. This was the result of activity, of their migration into the caves of Kentucky. The human astral body is in continual activity. Its life consists in this. In a narrower sense, this activity is called human karma. What I do today has its expression in the astral body. If I give somebody a blow, that is activity and calls forth a counter blow. This is balance, restoring justice, karma. Every action calls forth its counteraction. With this must be considered the concept of cause and effect. In karma, there is always something needing to be brought into balance. Something further is always demanded. The second guiding thread in human nature and in the universe is wisdom. Just as karma has something needing to be balanced, wisdom has something of rest, of equilibrium. It is therefore also called rhythm. All wisdom, according to its form, is rhythm. In the astral body, there may perhaps be much sympathy, then there is much green in the aura. This green was once called forth as complementary color. Originally, instead of the green, there was red, for a selfish instinct. That has been changed into green through activity, karma. In wisdom, in rhythm, everything is completed, balanced. In man, everything rhythmical, filled with wisdom, is in the etheric body. The etheric body is therefore that in man which represents wisdom. In the etheric body, repose, rhythm holds sway. The physical body actually represents the will. Will, in contrast to absolute rest, is the creative element, that which is productive. Thus we have the following ascent. Firstly, karma, activity, what needs to be balanced. Secondly, wisdom, what has been brought to rest. Thirdly, will, such an overabundance of life that it can sacrifice itself. Thus, activity, wisdom, will are the three stages in which all being flows. Let us study from this point of view the human being as he stands before us. In the first place, man has his physical body. As he is at the present time, he has no influence at all upon his physical body. Physically, what man is and does is brought about from outside by creative forces. He cannot himself regulate the movement of the molecules of his brain. Neither can he control of himself the circulation of the blood. In other words, the physical body is produced independently of man and is also sustained for him by other forces. It is as if it were only lent to him. Man is incarnated into a physical body, produced for him by other forces. The etheric body, too, is in a certain respect produced for him by other powers. On the other hand, the astral body is formed partly by other powers, partly by man himself. That part of the astral body which is formed by man himself becomes his karma. What he himself has worked into it must have a karmic effect. This is the undying, the non-transient in him. The physical body has come about through the karma of other beings. But that part of man's astral body, in which he has worked since the Lemurian age, that is his karma. Only when man, through his work, has transformed the whole of his astral body, will he have reached the stage of freedom. Then the whole of his astral body will have been transmuted from within. He is then entirely the result of his own activity, of his karma. If we select some particular stage of development, we always find a part of man's astral body which is his own work. However, that part which is the result of his own work lives also in the etheric body and the physical body. So, in the physical body lives also what man has made out of himself. Through the physical body it lives in the physical world. He would be unable to form concepts about the physical world if he did not work in it through his organs. What the human being experiences in his astral body, he builds into himself. In what he observes in the physical world, his three bodies are active. For instance, when he sees a red rose, all three bodies are engaged. To begin with, he perceives red. In this, the physical body is engaged. In a camera obscura, the rose makes the same impression. Secondly, the rose is conceived in the etheric body as a living idea. Thirdly, the rose gives pleasure to the person, and in this the astral body is engaged. These are the three stages of human observation. The innermost part of man works into the external world by means of the three bodies. What man takes in from the outer world, he takes in through these three bodies. Desire underlies all those things involving human activity or karma. Man would have no reason to be active if he had no desires. He has, however, the desire to take part in the world surrounding him. This is why we also call his astral body his body of desires. An inner connection exists between man's activity and his organs. He needs his organs both for the lowest and the highest impulses. He also needs them in art. When someone has once and for all absorbed everything from the world, he has no further use for his organs. Between birth and death, man accustoms himself to perceive the world through his organs. After death, what he is thus accustomed to must slowly be put aside. Still wishing to make use of his organs to perceive the world, he finds himself in the condition which is called kamaloka. It is a condition in which there is still desire to perceive through organs, which are, however, no longer there. If after death a person had no further desire to use his organs, Kamaloka would no longer exist for him. In Devakan, everything which man formerly perceived around him with his organs is there perceived from within, without organs. Karma, man's activity through the astral body, is something which has not reached a state of balance. When, however, the activity gradually comes into a state of balance, equilibrium is brought about. If one strikes a pendulum, it gradually reaches a state of balance. Every activity which has not reached a state of balance finally comes to rest. Irregularities, which are small in number, can be observed. But when they are extremely numerous, they balance each other. By means of an instrument, for instance, one can observe the irregularities caused in a town by electric trams. In a small town, where the trams are fewer, the instrument continually shows strong oscillations. But in a big town, where the movement is greater and more frequent, the instrument is much quieter, because the many irregularities dampen each other and equalize themselves. So also is it in Devakan, with each single irregularity. In Devakan, man looks into himself. He observes what he has taken in. He must observe this for as long as is needed for it to reach a rhythmical condition. A stroke calls forth a counterstroke, but only through many intermediate happenings does the counterstroke return. The effect, however, persists during the intervening period. The interrelationship between stroke and counterstroke is worked over in Devakan and transformed into wisdom. What has been worked over and transformed into wisdom is metamorphosed in man into rhythm in contradistinction to activity. What has been changed into rhythm passes over into the etheric body. After Devakan, one has become wiser and better, because in Devakan all experiences have been worked over. That part of the astral body which has been worked into the etheric body as rhythm is immortal. When a man dies, that part of the astral body which he has worked over and transformed is preserved. Also, the very small part of the etheric body which has been worked through. The remaining part of the etheric body is dissolved in the cosmic ether. Insofar as this very small part has been worked through, to that degree is his etheric body immortal. Hence, when he returns, he again finds this small part of the etheric body. What needs to be added to bring about completion determines the duration of his stay in Devakan. When a human being has progressed so far that he has transformed his entire etheric body, Devakan is no longer necessary. This is the case with the occult pupil who has perfected his development and who has transformed his etheric body so that it remains intact after death and has no need to pass through Devakan. This is called the renunciation of Devakan. It is permissible to allow someone else to work on one's etheric body when one is certain that he no longer brings anything of evil into the rest of the world. Otherwise, he would work his harmful instincts into it. Under hypnosis, it can happen that the one hypnotized works into the world the harmful instincts of the hypnotist. In the case of normal people, the physical body prevents the etheric body from being dragged and drawn hither and thither. When, however, the physical body is in a state of lethargy, it is possible for the etheric body to be worked into. If one person hypnotizes another and works harmful instincts into him, these also remain with him after death. Many of the practices of black magicians consist in their creating willing servants by this means. It is the rule of white magicians to allow nobody to have his etheric body worked into unless by someone whose instincts have passed through catharsis. In the etheric body, rest and wisdom prevail. When something bad enters into it, this element of evil comes to rest and therefore endures. Before the human being, as pupil, is led to that point at which of his own choice he can work on his etheric body, he must, at least to a certain extent, be able to evaluate karma in order to achieve self-knowledge. Meditation, therefore, should not be undertaken without continual self-knowledge, self-observation. By this means, at the right moment, man will behold the guardian of the threshold, the karma which he has still to pay back. When one reaches this stage under normal conditions, it merely signifies the recognition of his still existing karma. If I begin to work into my etheric body, I must make it my aim to balance my still remaining karma. It can happen that the guardian of the threshold appears in an abnormal way. This happens when a person is so strongly attracted to one particular life between birth and death that his very small degree of inner activity means he cannot remain long enough in Devachan. If someone has accustomed himself to be too outward looking, he has nothing to see within. He then soon comes back into physical life. His desires remain present. The short Devachan is soon over, and when he returns, the collective form of his earlier desires still exists in Kamaloka. He comes up against this also. He incarnates. The old is then mingled with his new astral body. This is his previous karma, the guardian of the threshold. He then has his earlier karma continually before him. This is a specific form of the double. Many of the popes of the notorious papal age, as for example Alexander VI, have had such a double in their next incarnation. There are people, and at present this is not uncommon, who have their previous lower nature continually beside them. That is a special kind of insanity. It will become ever stronger and more threatening because materialistic life becomes ever more widespread. Many people who now yield themselves up completely to materialistic life will, in their next incarnation, have the abnormal form of the guardian of the threshold at their side. If now the influence of spirituality were not to be very strongly exercised, a kind of epidemic seeing of the guardian of the threshold would arise as the result of materialistic civilization. Of this, the neurotic tendency of our century is the precursor. It is a kind of losing oneself in the periphery. All the neurotics of today will be harassed by the guardian of the threshold in their next incarnation. They will be pursued by the difficulties of incarnating too early, a sort of cosmic premature birth. What we have to strive for in theosophy is a sufficiently long time in Devachan in order to avoid incarnating too early. From this aspect, we must consider the entrance of Christ into world history. Previously, anyone who wished to achieve a life in Christ had to enter into a mystery school. There, a state of lethargy was induced in the physical body, and only through the purified priesthood could there be added to the astral body what was still needed for its purification. This constituted initiation. But through the coming of Christ into the world, it came about that a man who felt himself drawn to Christ could receive from him something which could take the place of this old form of initiation. It is always possible that someone, through union with Christ, can preserve his astral body in so purified a condition that he is able to work into his etheric body without doing harm to the world. When one bears this in mind, the expression, quote, vicarious atonement through death, close quote, receives a quite other significance. This is what is meant by the atoning death of Christ. Before this, death in the mysteries had to be suffered by everyone who wished to obtain purification. Now, the One suffered for all, so that through the world historic initiation, a substitute has been created for the old form of initiation. Through Christianity, much that is of a communal nature has been brought about, which previously was not communal. The active power of this substitution is expressed in the fact that through inner vision, through true mysticism, community with Christ is possible. This has also been embodied in language. The first Christian initiate in Europe, Ulfilas, himself embodied it in the German language, in that man found the Ich within it. Readers aside, Ich is I-C-H, the German word for I, end of readers aside. Other languages expressed this relationship through a special form of the verb. In Latin, for instance, the word amo. But the German language adds to it the Ich. Ich is JCH, equals Jesus Christ. It was with intention that this was introduced into the German language. It is the initiates who have created language. Just as in Sanskrit the Aum expresses the Trinity, so we have the sign ICH to express the inmost being of man. By this means, a central point was created whereby the tumultuous emotions of the world can be transformed into rhythm. Rhythm must be instilled into them through the Ich. This center point is literally the Christ. All Western nations have developed activity, passionate desires. An impulse must come from the East in order to bring into them a more tranquil condition. There is already a precursor of this in Tolstoy's book titled On Doing Nothing. In the activity of the West, we find chaos in many spheres. This is continually on the increase. The spirituality of the East should bring a central point into the chaos of the West. What, throughout long periods of time, had its function as karma, passes over into wisdom. Wisdom is the daughter of karma. All karma finds its compensation in wisdom. An initiate who has reached a certain stage of development is called a sun hero, because his inner being has become rhythmical. His life is an image of the sun, which in its rhythmical course traverses the heavens. The word Aum is the breath. The breath is related to the Word as the Holy Spirit is to Christ, as the Atma is to the I, capital. The end of Lecture 2. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, these podcasts can be heard at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 93A by Rudolf Steiner, 31 lecture notes entitled Foundations of Esotericism, translated by Vera and Judith Compton Burnett. This is Lecture 3, given in Berlin on the 28th of September, 1905. There are three elements in evolution which must be differentiated: form, life, and consciousness. Today we will speak about the different kinds of consciousness. We can regard plants and lower animals as the means whereby higher beings extend their senses into the world in order to behold this world through them. Let us take our start from the sense organs of the plants. When we speak of these, we must be clear that we are not only dealing with the sense organs of the single plants, but with beings in higher worlds. The plants are, as it were, only the feelers, which are extended by the higher beings. They gain information through the plants. All plants have cells, more especially at the root tip, but also in other places, in which granules of starch are to be found. Even in otherwise non-starch containing plants, these starch granules appear at the root tips. Members of the lily family, for instance, which otherwise contain no starch, possess these starch granules in the cells attached to the roots. These starch granules are loose and movable, and the important point is whether they are situated in one place or another. Whenever a plant turns even slightly, one starch granule falls toward the other side. This the plant cannot stand. It then turns again in such a way that the granules come back to their right position. And these starch granules actually lie in a symmetrical relationship to the direction of the gravity of the earth. The plant grows upward because it senses the direction of gravity. By observing the starch granules at the root tips, we learn to recognize a kind of sense organ. This is for a plant the sense of gravity. This sense belongs not only to the plant, but to the soul of the whole earth, which regulates the growth of the plant in accordance with this sense. This is of primary importance. The plant takes its direction in accordance with gravity. Now, if one takes a wheel, for instance a water wheel, into which plants can be inserted, and turns the wheel together with the plants, another force is added to the force of gravity, a revolving force. This is now in every part of the plant, and its roots and stalks grow in the direction of the tangent of the wheel, in the direction of the tangential force, not the force of gravity. In accordance with this, the starch granules adjust their position. Let us now consider the human ear. At first we have the outer auditory passage, then the tympanum, and in the inner ear the little auditory bones, hammer, anvil, and stirrup, quite minute bones. Hearing depends upon these little bones, bringing the other organs into vibration. Further in we find three semicircular, membranous canals arranged according to the three dimensions. These are filled with fluid. Then we find further inside the ear the labyrinth, a structure in the form of a snail shell, filled with very fine little hairs. Each of these is tuned, like the strings of a piano, to a particular pitch. The labyrinth is connected with the auditory nerve that goes to the brain. The three semicircular canals are especially interesting. They stand in relation to one another in the three directions of space. They are filled with tiny otoliths, similar to the starch granules of the plant. When these are disturbed, a person cannot hold himself erect or walk in an upright position. In the case of fainting, the rush of blood to the head can cause a disturbance in the three canals. The sense of direction in man depends on these three semicircular canals. This is the same sense which in the plant as sense of balance is localized in the root tips. What occurs in the root tips is, in the human being, developed up above in the head. In surveying the whole of evolution, plant, animal, and human being, one discovers definite relationships between them. The plant is reversed in man. The direction of the animal lies midway between them. The plant has sunk its roots into the earth and directs its sexual organs upward toward the sun. If we turn the plant halfway round, we have the animal. If we turn it right round, we have man. That is the original significance of the cross: plant kingdom, animal kingdom, human kingdom. The plant sinks its roots into the earth. The animal is the half-reversed plant. The human being is the completely reversed plant. This is why Plato said, "The world soul is stretched on the cross of the world body." In the plant, the organ of direction lies in the root tips. In man, it is in the head. What in man is the head is the root in the case of the plant. The reason why in man the sense of direction is connected with the sense of hearing is that hearing is the sense which raises man into a higher kingdom. The last faculty to be attained by man is the faculty of speech. Again, speech is connected with the upright carriage, which, without the sense of direction or balance, would not be possible. The sound which man produces through speech is the active complement to the passive sense of hearing. What in the plant is simply a sense of orientation has become in man the sense of hearing, which bears within itself the old sense of orientation in the three semicircular canals, which are arranged in accordance with the three dimensions of space. Every being possesses consciousness. This is also true of the plant, but its consciousness lies on the devachanic plane, the mental plane. A diagram of the consciousness of the plant would have to be made in the following way. And there's a diagram. The plants can also speak and answer us, only we must learn to observe them on the mental plane. There they tell us their own names. Man's consciousness reaches down to the physical plane. Here his consciousness depends upon the same organ with which the plant is made fast to the earth. We first learn to know man in a true sense when we see how he produces speech, and in speech the word ich, I. This I, capital, has its roots in the mental plane. Without the faculty of uttering the little word I, we might regard the human form also as that of an animal. The plant has its roots in the mental plane, and man, by means of his organ of hearing, is an inhabitant of the mental plane. This is why we connect the, quote, es denkt, close quote, it thinks, with speech. The ear is a higher development of the sense of direction. Because, in relation to the plant, the human being has reversed his position and turned again to the spirit, he has, in the organ of hearing, the old residue of the sense of direction. He gives himself his direction. These are, therefore, two opposite kinds of consciousness. The plant's consciousness on the mental plane, and here the consciousness of man, who carries his being down from the mental world into the physical world. This earthly consciousness of man is called kama manas. Each of the sense organs has a consciousness of its own. These different forms of consciousness, the consciousness of the visible, the audible, the sense of smell, and so on, are brought together in the soul. The consciousness only becomes, in quotes, manasic, when its separate forms are gathered together in the center of the soul. Without this integration, man would fall apart into the consciousness of his organs. These were originally fashioned through the solar plexus, through the sympathetic nervous system. When man himself was a sort of plant, he too was not yet conscious on the physical plane. At that time, the higher consciousness first developed the organs. In a condition of deep trance, the central consciousness is silenced. Then the separate organs are conscious, and the person begins to see with the pit of the stomach and the solar plexus. Such a consciousness was possessed by the seeress of Prevorst. She describes correctly light forms, which are, however, only to be observed by the consciousness of the organs. The lowest consciousness is that of the minerals. A somewhat more centralized consciousness, one more like the consciousness of present-day man, is astral consciousness. The development of consciousness in the whole astral body finds its expression in the spinal cord. Then a person perceives the world in pictures. Only those people whose physical brain does not operate have such a consciousness. Idiots, for instance, see the world in pictures. Their soul life is analogous to dream life. They can only say that they know nothing of what is going on around them. Other beings in the world have a similar consciousness. When someone develops astral consciousness, so that he experiences dreams consciously, he can undertake the following. Let us assume that we are in a position to develop this consciousness. Imagine ourselves standing before the flower called the Venus flytrap. If we gaze at it long enough and let it work upon us quite exclusively, there comes the moment when we have the feeling that the center of consciousness sinks down from the head and creeps into the plant. One is then conscious in the plant and sees the world through it. One must transfer one's consciousness into the plant. Then one becomes aware of how things appear to the astral perception of this being. One then experiences this soul. A sensitive plant's consciousness is quite similar to that of an idiot, not a purely mental consciousness. Such a plant has brought consciousness down to the astral plane. Thus there are two kinds of plants, those which only have their consciousness on the mental plane, and those which have it also on the astral plane. Certain kinds of animals also have a consciousness on the astral plane, which is likewise the plane of idiot consciousness. Helena Petrovna Blavatsky mentions especially certain Indian night insects, nocturnal moths. Spiders also have an astral consciousness. The delicate spider webs are actually spun out of the astral plane. Spiders are merely the instruments of astral activity. Ants, too, like spiders, have a consciousness on the astral plane. There the anthills have their soul. This is why the behavior of ants is so precisely regulated. The minerals also have consciousness. This lies on the higher mental plane, in higher regions than that of the plant. Blavatsky called it kama prana consciousness. Man, too, can later achieve this consciousness while retaining his present state of consciousness undisturbed. He then no longer needs to enter into a physical body, no longer needs to be incarnated. Stones are below on the physical plane, and their consciousness is in the higher regions of the mental plane. Crystals are governed from above. When a man is able to raise his consciousness to this level, he then forms his physical body for himself, out of the minerals of the world. The three parts of the brain, thinking, feeling, willing, must later become completely separated. Then man's consciousness must be master of his brain, as in an anthill a higher consciousness rules. But as in the anthill, one can separate the workers, the males and females, from one another, so later a complete separation into three parts can also take place in the brain. Then man becomes a planetary spirit, a creator who brings things into being. As the earth spirit builds the crust of the earth, so at that stage man also will build a planet. For this he must have a kama pranasic consciousness. Today he has only a kama manasic consciousness. This consists in the consciousness of the organs being saturated, impregnated with understanding, manas. The consciousness becomes, as Blavatsky says, rationalized. The process of rationalization is brought about during the ascent from animal to man. Organ consciousness by itself can recognize the objective, but does not know the means whereby it can be achieved. Rationalized consciousness can direct that means. Blavatsky says quite rightly, quote, a dog, for instance, which is shut into a room, has the instinct to get out, but he cannot do this because his instinct is not as yet sufficiently imbued with understanding to enable him to take the necessary steps. Whereas man immediately grasps the situation and frees himself, close quote. We therefore differentiate with Blavatsky, number one, the organic consciousness possessed by the organs. Number two, the astral consciousness possessed by animals, certain plants, and idiots. Number 3, the kama pranasic consciousness of the stones, also to be achieved later by man. Number 4, the kama manasic consciousness, dependent on understanding. In this way, one must differentiate the members of the cross of world existence. The real meaning of the cross is infinitely deep. The old sagas also are pictures drawn out of such depths. A great service was bestowed on the human soul by the sagas, as long as man in earlier times could understand their truths in his feeling life. An example of this is the old saga of the Sphinx. The Sphinx propounded the riddle. In the morning it goes on 4, at midday on 2, and in the evening on 3. What is that? It is man. To begin with, in the morning of the earth, man in his primal state went on 4s. The front limbs were at that time organs of movement. He then raised himself to the upright position. The limb system separated off into 2 categories, and the organs divided into the physical sensible and the spiritual organs. He then went on 2. In the distant future, the lower organs will fall away, and also the right hand. Only the left hand and the 2-petaled lotus flower will remain. Then he goes on 3. That is why the Vulcan human being limps. His legs are in retrogression. They cease to have significance. At the end of evolution, in the Vulcan metamorphosis of the earth, man will be the 3-membered being that the saga indicates as the ideal. The end of Lecture 3. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There is also 2 publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 93A by Rudolf Steiner, 31 lecture notes, entitled Foundations of Esotericism, translated by Vera and Judith Compton Burnett. This is Lecture 4, given in Berlin on the 29th of September, 1905. We have spoken about the consciousness of the different kingdoms of nature. Man's organs have an organ consciousness. In idiots, this consciousness develops an abnormal condition. It is the consciousness possessed by nocturnal insects, ants, spiders, and so on. We find a totally different consciousness in the case of bees. We will use the example of bees to show how one arrives at such truths and then can make use of them to find one's bearings in the world. An occult schooling is something completely different from our usual schooling. It does not start by cramming into the pupils a great deal of educational matter. In a strict occult schooling, the pupil receives no educational matter whatever, but is given a pregnant sentence filled with inner power. So it was also in earlier times. The pupil had to meditate on the sentence in a state of complete inner calm, through which eventually he became inwardly suffused with light, completely illuminated. When a person has advanced to the stage of seeing into his inner self, he can sink his consciousness into other beings. For this, he must have gained control of the point midway between the eyes, and from there direct his consciousness downward into the heart. Then he can transfer his consciousness into other things. For example, he can then investigate what lives in an anthill. Then he can also perceive the life in a beehive. Here, however, a phenomenon presents itself which is otherwise not to be experienced on earth. In the way a beehive functions, one experiences something which is outside our earthly existence, something which is not found anywhere else on planet Earth. Now, what takes place on other planets cannot be discovered merely by thinking. Unless one is able to transfer one's consciousness into the life and functioning of a colony of bees, one cannot experience what is taking place on the Sun or Venus, for example. The bee has not gone through the whole course of evolution, as we have. From the outset, it has not been connected with the same evolutionary sequence as other animals and the human being. The consciousness of the beehive, not of the single bee, is immensely lofty. The wisdom of this consciousness will only be attained by man in the Venus existence. Then he will have the consciousness which is necessary in order to build with a substance which he creates out of his own being. In the case of the ants, they build the anthill out of all sorts of things, but as yet build no cells. The building of cells is something absolutely different on higher planes. Through transferring one's consciousness into the beehive, through taking on the Venus consciousness, one learns something entirely different from anything else on earth, the complete recession of the element of sex. With the bees, what is sexual is vested only in the one queen. The kama sexuality is almost entirely eliminated. The drones are killed. Here we have the prototype of something which will actually be accomplished in a future humanity, when work is the highest principle. It is only through the impulse of the spirit that one gains the faculty of transferring oneself into the community of the bees. In order to progress further, let us now come to a true concept of alchemy. As late as the 18th century, one could read in the German paper Reichsanzeiger articles on alchemy. Kortum, the poet who wrote Jobsaida, was one of the most significant alchemists of the 18th century. Readers aside, Jobsaida is spelled Jobsiade. End of readers aside. At that time, a number of articles dealt with the so-called Urmaterie, primal matter, bringing this into connection with the philosopher's stone. Kortum, who was deeply immersed in these things, said at that time, "To search for the philosopher's stone is very difficult, but it is everywhere. You meet it every day, are well acquainted with it. You make use of it constantly, but do not know that it is the philosopher's stone." This is an apt description. In nature, everything is ordered with infinite wisdom, with an infinitely wise economy. All living beings possessing kama, astrality, animals and human beings, and all etheric living beings, plants, are interrelated. We breathe in oxygen and breathe out carbonic acid. The animals do this also. Now, if this were simply to continue, the air would soon be quite full of carbonic acid. But the plants assimilate carbonic acid and breathe out oxygen. Animals and human beings cannot live without plants. Now, carbonic acid consists of carbon and oxygen. The plants retain the carbon and breathe out the oxygen. Man, on the other hand, takes in the oxygen and, through his life processes, transforms it into carbonic acid by uniting it with carbon. The plants build up their bodily form out of the carbon which they have retained. In earlier times, the appearance of the earth was quite different from what it is now. Then, even in this district, there grew forests of gigantic ferns and horsetails, aquasidums. These disappeared. At first, the earth became covered with a layer of peat, the remains of the dead plants. Then the former forests of fern and aquasidums were transformed into the immense coal fields of the earth. The rock formations developed gradually, either from the plant kingdom or the animal kingdom. When one looks at a lump of coal, one can say to oneself, this was once plant. If one were to go still further back, one would also be able to find the plants out of which rock crystals, malachite, and so on developed. The central zone of the Alps arose out of the primeval plants before coal. A diamond is exactly the same as a piece of coal. Nature has created the diamond from a coal still older than that which we have today. This rock crystal also has arisen out of plants. Limestone is derived from animals. The Uras, for example, consist of such an accumulation of calcium. They were previously covered by the sea, and are formed from the cast-off shells of sea creatures. Thus the younger limestone mountains have arisen out of animals, and the primeval rocks out of plants. The plant kingdom gradually passes over into the mineral kingdom. Everything solid on the earth has arisen out of a, in quotes, plant earth. This mineralizing process can be studied through the development of coal out of plants. The mineral kingdom, in its present state of separation, only came into existence during the fourth round. After this, the entire mineral kingdom will be spiritualized by man. He transforms it with the, quote, plow of his spirit, close quote. Everything that man does today, the entire world of industry, is the transformation of the mineral kingdom. When someone quarries a rock in order to use the stones for the building of a house, when he builds a cathedral, all this changes the nature of the mineral kingdom by artificial means. In the fourth round, man can work upon the mineral kingdom in this way. With the plant, on the contrary, he can as yet do nothing of this kind. The whole mineral kingdom will be transformed by man. To a great extent, this will be brought about by oscillating electricity, no longer requiring wires. Here, man will be working right into the molecules and atoms. At the end of the fourth round, he will have transformed the entire mineral kingdom. From the fifth round onward, man will do the same with the plant kingdom. He will be able consciously to carry out the process which is now carried out by the plant. As the plant takes in carbonic acid and builds up its body from the carbon, so the human being of the fifth round will himself create his body out of the materials of his environment. Sex will cease to exist. Man will then himself have to work on his body, will have to produce it for himself. The same process of transforming carbon, which the plant now carries out unconsciously, will then be carried out consciously by man. He will then transform matter, just as today the plant transforms air into carbon. That is the true alchemy. Carbon is the philosopher's stone. The man of the 18th century who pointed this out was indicating the transformation which is now carried out by the plants and which later will be carried out by man. When from the higher planes one studies consciousness as it functions in a beehive, one learns how, later on, man will produce matter out of himself. In the future, the human body will also be built up out of carbon. It will then be like a soft diamond. Then one will no longer inhabit the body from within, but will have it before one as an external body. Today, the planets are built up in this way by the planetary spirits. From a being requiring a body produced by others, man will transform himself into a being who manifests himself through emanation. At that time, he will consist of three members. Quote, man in the evening goes on three, close quote, as the Sphinx says. The original four organs have undergone metamorphosis. At first, the hands were also organs of movement. Then they became organs for the spiritual. In the future, only three organs will remain. The heart as buddhi organ, the two-petaled lotus flower between the eyes, and the left hand as the organ of movement. This future state is also related to Blavatsky's indication of a second spinal column. The pineal gland and the pituitary gland organize a second spinal column, which later unites itself with the first. The second spinal column will descend in front from the head. To arrive at such guiding threads as these, one must bring one's consciousness into a state of being which is at a higher level than we normally have at the present stage of earthly evolution. All this was taught in the mystery schools, and in a certain way put to practical use. One must accustom oneself to developing one's way of thinking, and then one will develop in oneself a feeling that nothing is valueless, but that everything has its own inherent value. There is nothing in all nature that we can obliterate through thinking without thereby disturbing nature as a whole. The ant hill also has a much higher consciousness than present-day man. The consciousness of the ant hill is to be found in the higher regions of the mental plane. On the other hand, the consciousness of the bees is to be found in the higher regions of the buddhi plane. How then did the ant consciousness enter into our earth? This took place through beings who stand higher than we do, who had already gone through the process of creating their body for themselves. Males, females, and workers, the three members of the ant hill, comprise the body of a higher spiritual being. The human spirit also comes, gradually, to the point of dividing itself into three parts. Willing, feeling, and thinking become separated in the case of the esoteric pupil. The molecules of the brain divide into three groups. The esoteric pupil must then, out of himself, connect a definite feeling with a mental picture. In order to experience pity when he sees suffering, he must consciously add this feeling to it. To the front of the head lies the thinking part, on top the part of feeling, to the back of the head that of willing. The esoteric pupil learns to bring these consciously into connection with one another. Later, these three parts become completely separated. He must then control the three parts in the same way as an ant heap controls the males, females, and workers. Now, we might ask why higher beings manifest themselves in an anthill. Well, if formic acid had not been introduced, the whole earth would have been different. The foreseeing wisdom of higher intelligences was aware of the moment when formic acid had to be brought into the earth. We can thus gain a comprehensive understanding of the whole earth, so that we know and recognize what lives and has its being within it. This was the case with Paracelsus, who built up his concepts in such a way that he was able to perceive how things could be used as remedies, because he knew in what relationship they stood to man and his organs. For instance, digitalis purpurea, foxglove, is connected with the heart and can therefore still be rightly used as a heart remedy. Nowadays, new remedies are sought by means of experiment, in which one tests their effects on a number of people. In those days, remedies were sought through intuition, because their inner connections were observed. Remedies discovered in this way always retain their effect, whereas with the others, in the course of time, after effects usually show themselves, which eluded observation when the experiments were first carried out. The end of Lecture 4. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 93A by Rudolf Steiner. It is the lecture notes of participants, I should have made that clear earlier, of 31 lectures that Steiner gave in the early years. Translated by Vera and Judith Compton Burnett. This is in Lecture 5, given in Berlin on the 30th of September, 1905. It is always stressed that in order to progress in occult matters, one should be as positive as possible and as little as possible negative. That one should speak less about what is not than about what is. When this is practiced in ordinary life, it is a preparation for work in the sphere of the occult. The occultist must not ask, has the stone life? But where is the life of the stone? Where is the consciousness of the mineral kingdom to be found? That is the highest form of non-criticism. Particularly in regard to the highest questions, this is the attitude of mind that must be cultivated. In ordinary life, we differentiate three bodily conditions: the solid, the fluid, and the gaseous, or airy. The solid must be distinguished from the mineral. Air and water are also mineral. Theosophical writings add 4 other finer conditions of matter to these 3. The first element, finer than the air, is the one which causes it to expand, which always increases its spatial content. What expands the air in this way is warmth. It is really a fine etheric substance, the first grade of ether, the warmth ether. Then follows the second kind of ether, the light ether. Bodies which shine send out a form of matter, which is described in Theosophy as light ether. The third kind of ether is the formative ether, the bearer of everything which gives form to the finest matter. It is also called the chemical ether. It is this ether which, for example, brings about the union of oxygen and hydrogen. And the finest of all the ethers is that which constitutes life, prana, or life ether. Science lumps together all 4 kinds of ether. Nevertheless, it will gradually distinguish them in this way. Our description tallies with that of the Rosicrucians, while Indian literature also speaks of 4 different grades of ether. To begin with, let us take everything that is solid. What is solid has apparently no life. When one transposes oneself into the life of the solid, which becomes possible through living in waking consciousness in the condition described as the dream world, and when one then seeks to discover the solid, for instance by entering into a rocky mountain landscape, then one feels in oneself that one's own life is altered. One feels life rippling through one. One is not there with consciousness, but with one's own life, the etheric body. One is then at a place, in a condition, which is called the Mahapara Nirvana plane. On this Mahapara Nirvana plane, the life of the solid is to be found. This plane is the other pole of the solid. Through life on the Mahapara Nirvana plane, one acquired another means of perception. When one returns, one has experienced the activity of beings in the Mahapara Nirvana plane. It is there that the solid stone has its life. Secondly, there follows what is fluid, water. When in the dream condition one transposes oneself into the sea, then one becomes imbued with the life of the fluid on the para nirvana plane. Through this method, one learns to know something of the different planes. Thirdly, when one transposes oneself in dream into the air-forming element, one finds oneself on the nirvana plane. Nirvana means literally, quote, to be extinguished, close quote, as one extinguishes a fire. When one seeks for life in it, one is with one's own life on the nirvana plane. Man breathes in the air. When he experiences in himself the life of the air, then that is the way to reach the nirvana plane. This is the reason for the breathing exercises of the yogis. No one can attain to the nirvana plane if he does not actually practice breathing exercises. They are only hatha yoga exercises when they are carried out on the wrong level. Otherwise, they are raja yoga exercises. One actually inhales life, the nirvana plane. Fourthly, after the nirvana plane is the buddhi, or shushupti plane. There, warmth has its life. When buddhi is developed in man, all kama is transformed into selflessness, into love. Those animals which develop no warmth are also without passion. At higher levels, man must again achieve this passionless condition, because he has his life in the shushupti plane. Fifthly comes the devakan or mental plane, hence the interconnection between wisdom and light. When in dream consciousness one experiences the light, one experiences wisdom within it. This was always the case when God revealed himself in the light. In the burning thorn bush, that is to say, in the light, Jehovah appeared to Moses in order to reveal wisdom. The sixth is the astral plane. On the astral plane, the chemical ether has its life. On this plane, a somnambulist perceives the qualities of the chemicals, the chemical characteristics, because here the chemical ether has its life. The seventh is the physical plane. There the life ether lives in its own element. With the life ether one perceives life. This ether is also called the atomic ether, because on this plane it has its own life, its own central point. What lives on a particular plane has on this same plane its central point. As an actual fact, everything we have around us contains the seven planes. We must only ask, where has each element, the solid, the gaseous, etc., its life? We have now heard that warmth has its own life on the buddhi or the sushupti plane. Thus, between all things, definite relationships exist. Very striking is the relationship between the ear and speech. In evolution, the ear was present much earlier than speech. The ear is the receptive organ. Speech is the organ which produces sound. These two, ear and speech, essentially belong together. Sound, as it manifests, is the result of vibrations in the air, and each single sound arises from a particular vibration. When you study what exists outside yourself as sound, then you are studying the arithmetic of the air. Undifferentiated space would be soundless. Space which is arithmetically organized produces sound. Here we have an example of how one can look into the Akashic record. If one can rise to the perception of the inner arithmetic which is preserved from sound in space, then at any time one can hear again a sound which someone has spoken. For instance, one can hear what was spoken by Caesar at the crossing of the Rubicon. The inner arithmetic of sound is still present in the Akashic record. Sound corresponds to something we call manas. What the ear experiences as sound is the wisdom of the world. In the perception of sound, one hears the wisdom of the world. In the act of speaking, one brings forth the wisdom of the world. What is arithmetical in our speech remains in the Akashic record. When he hears or speaks, the human being expresses himself directly in wisdom. At the present time, thinking is the form in which man can bring his will to expression in speech. Today, it is only in thinking that we can unfold the will. Only later will it be possible for the human being rising above the level of thought to unfold the will in speech. The next step is connected with warmth. Man's activity is to be sought in what streams out from him as inner warmth. Out of what proceeds from warmth, passions, impulses, instincts, desires, wishes, and so on, karma arises. Just as the parallel organ to the ear is the organ of speech, so the parallel organ to the warmth of the heart is the pituitary gland, the hypophysis. The heart takes up the warmth from outside, as the ear does sound. Thereby it perceives world warmth. The corresponding organ, which we must have in order to be able to produce warmth consciously, is the pituitary gland in the head, which at the present time is only at the beginning of its development. Just as one perceives with the ear and produces with the larynx, so one takes up the warmth of the world in the heart and lets it stream forth again through the pituitary gland in the brain. Once this capacity has been achieved, the heart will have become the organ it was intended to be. There is a reference to this in words from Title Light on the Path. Quote, "Before the soul can stand in the presence of the masters, its feet must be washed in the blood of the heart." Close quote. Then our heart's blood streams out as today our words stream out into the world. In the future, warmth of soul will flood over mankind. Somewhat deeper in evolution than the warmth organ stands the organ of sight. In the course of evolution, the organs of hearing, warmth, and sight follow in sequence. The organ of sight is only at the stage of receiving, but the ear already perceives, for instance, in the sound of a bell, its innermost being. Warmth must flow from the being itself. The eye has only an image. The ear has the perception of innermost reality. The perception of warmth is the receiving of something that rays outward. There is an organ which will also become the active organ of vision. This is today germinally present in the pineal gland, the epiphysis, the organ which will give reality to the images which today are produced by the eye. These two organs, the pineal gland and the pituitary gland, as active organs, must develop into the organ of vision, eye, and the organ of warmth, heart. Today, fantasy is the preliminary stage, leading to a later power of creation. Now, man has at most imagination. Later, he will have magical power. This is the Kriya Shakti power. It develops in proportion to the physical development of the pineal gland. In the reciprocal relationship between ear and larynx, we have a prophetic model, in German Vorbild. Thinking will later be interpenetrated with warmth, and still later man himself will learn to create. First he learns to create a picture, then to create and send forth radiations, then to create beings. Freemasonry calls these three forces wisdom, semblance, or beauty, and power. See Goethe's fairy tale. Warmth has its life on the Sushupti plane. To make conscious use of this is possible for one who understands and controls the life of warmth, as in a certain sense man today controls the life of the air. In his development, man must now approach the forces of the Sushupti plane, Buddhi Manas. The fifth sub-race has mainly the task of developing Kama Manas. One finds Manas in everything which is placed in the service of the human spirit. Our age has placed its highest powers at the service of these needs, whereas the animal is satisfied without such achievements. Now, however, Buddhi Manas must also begin its development. Man must learn something beyond speech. Another force must be united with speech, such as we find in the writings of Tolstoy. It is not so much a matter of what he says, but that behind what he says stands an elemental force that has in it something of Buddhi Manas, which must now enter into our civilization. Tolstoy's writings work so powerfully because they are consciously opposed to Western European culture and contain something new and elemental. A certain barbarism, which is still contained in them, will later be brought into balance. Tolstoy is just a small instrument of a higher spiritual power, which also stood behind the Gothic initiate Ulfilas. This spiritual power uses Tolstoy as its instrument. The end of Lecture 5. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there is steinerbooks.org in America and rudolfsteinerpress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 93A by Rudolf Steiner. There are lecture notes of participants, 31 lectures, entitled Foundations of Esotericism, translated by Vera and Judith Compton Burnett. This is Lecture 6, given in Berlin on the 1st of October, 1905. Today we will take as our subject the different ranks of beings to which man belongs. Man, as he is at present, is a developing being who is not always as he is now. There are not only stages of development lying before and behind him, but also beings coexistent with him, just as the child today has the old man beside him, who is at another stage of development. Today we will deal with 7 ranks of beings, and in this connection we must clearly differentiate between receptive and creative beings. Let us take as an example a color which we perceive with our eyes, for instance, red or green. In this respect, we are receptive beings. The color must, however, first be produced in order that we may perceive it. We must therefore be confronted with another being who produces the color, for instance, red. Through this, we recognize the different stages of beings. If we consider everything which approaches our senses, there must be a soul to receive it. However, there must also be something there to bring the sense impressions to us. There are beings who can manifest. These have a more godlike or deva character. Beings whose nature is more adapted to receiving have a more elemental character. Godlike beings are of a manifesting nature. Elemental beings are of a receptive nature. In this domain, we have the creative wisdom, which manifests outwardly, and a wisdom which is received by the human soul. Wisdom is in light and discloses itself in all sense impressions. Behind what is revealed, we must assume the revealers, beings of will nature. Wisdom is that which is revealed. The human being is both receptive and creative. On the one hand, for instance, with regard to all sense impressions, he is receptive. With regard to thinking, however, he is creative. Nothing gives rise to thoughts unless he first produces perceptions. Thus he is, on the one hand, a receptive being, and on the other hand, a creative being. This is an important difference. Let us imagine that man was in a position to create everything he perceives, sounds, colors, and so on, just as today he creates thoughts. Today he is only creative in one sphere, in thinking. And in order to have perceptions, he needs creative beings around him. At first, in bringing forth his own being, he was creative. In the beginning, he himself created his own organism. For this, he now needs other beings. Man must now incarnate in a bodily form determined from outside. Here he is closer to the elemental beings than to the sphere of perception and thinking. Let us imagine, for instance, that man were able to bring forth sounds, colors, and other sense perceptions, and in addition, his own being. Then we should have the human being as he was before the Lemurian race, the pure man, as he is called. Man becomes impure through the fact that he does not produce his own being, but incorporates something other into his nature. This pure man was called Adam Kadmon. When at the beginning of Genesis the Bible speaks of man, it speaks of this pure human being. This human being had as yet nothing comic, astral, within him. Desire first appeared after he had incorporated other elements into himself. Thus there arose the second stage of humanity, the kama-rupic man, that is, man with an astral body. The higher animal is to be seen as at a lower stage of this development. All warm-blooded animals are derived from man. Without warm blood, no beings can possess an independent kama-rupa, astral body. Thus, to begin with, we have the pure man who, up in the Lemurian age, actually led a supersensible existence and brought forth out of himself everything that lived and was part of him. Present-day cold-blooded animals and the plants have developed in a different way from the warm-blooded animals. Those which exist today are remnants of strange, gigantic beings. Some of these can be verified by science. They are decadent animals which are descended from those which the pure man made use of in order to incarnate in them, so that he might have a body for what is kamic or astral. At first, the pure man had found no means of incarnating on the earth. He still hovered above what was manifested. From among these huge, powerful beings, animals, man made use of the most developed in order to incarnate in them. He attached himself to these beings, and thereby he was in a position to bring his own kama astral body into them. Some of these beings developed further and then became the animals of Atlantis and of humanity today. However, it was not possible for all of them to adapt themselves. Those who failed became the lower vertebrate animals. Kangaroos, for instance, are such attempts as proved unsuccessful on the way to becoming man, like pottery vessels, which are rejected and left behind. Now, man tried to introduce kama into the animal forms. In the human form, kama is first to be found in actual fact in the heart, in the warm blood, and in the circulation of the blood. Attempts were made again and again, and in this way there was an ascent from stage to stage. We see unsuccessful attempts, for instance, in the sloths, the kangaroos, the beasts of prey, the monkeys, and apes. All these remained behind on the way. The warm-blooded animals are unsuccessful attempts to become human forms endowed with kama. Everything in them, which is of the nature of kama, man also could have within himself, but he unloaded it into them, for he was unable to use this kind of kama. There is an important occult axiom: every quality has two opposite poles. So we find just as positive and negative electricity complement one another, so we have warmth and cold, day and night, light and darkness, and so on. In the same way, every kamic quality also has two opposite aspects. For instance, man has cast rage out of himself into the lion, and this, on the other hand, when ennobled by him, can lead him upward to his higher self. Passion should not be annihilated, but purified. The negative pole must be led upward to a higher stage. This purifying of passion, this leading upward of its negative aspect, was called by the Pythagoreans catharsis. At first, man had within him the rage of the lion and the cunning of the fox. Thus, the kingdom of warm-blooded animals is a comprehensive picture of kama qualities. Today, the opinion is commonly held that the, quote, tat tvam asi, close quote, that art thou, is to be understood as something general and undefined. But one must conceive something quite definite underlying it. Thus, in the case of the lion, man must say to himself, that art thou. We have therefore in the kingdom of warm-blooded animals spread out before us the kama-rupic human being. Previously, there only existed the pure man, Adam Kadmon. The philosopher of natural science, Oken, who in the first half of the 19th century was a professor in Jena, was acquainted with all these ideas and expressed them in a grotesque way in order to nudge people to attention. Here we find an example which points to a still earlier stage of human development, before man separated off from himself the kingdom of the cold-blooded animals. Oken connected the cuttlefish with the human tongue. In this analogy of the tongue with the cuttlefish, one can find an occult significance. Also, beings are then, for the first time, being conjured up as byproducts, as it were. Man has ejected from himself the cunning of the fox and retained its opposite pole. However, in the fox's cunning, the germ of something else is beginning to develop. For example, something similar to the way in which the black shadow of an object has a secondary shadow when light enters it from outside. Out of our inner being, we incorporated cunning into the fox. Now, spirit is directed toward him from the periphery. The beings which in this way work from the periphery into what is kamic are elemental beings. What the fox has received from us is in him animal. What coming from outside attaches itself to him from the spirit is elemental being. On the one hand, he originated through the spirit of humanity, and on the other hand, through an elemental being. Thus we differentiate. Firstly, elemental beings. Secondly, the kama-rupic man. Thirdly, the pure man. Fourthly, the man who in a certain respect has overcome the pure man, who has taken into himself what is outside and around him and is creatively active. He has contacted and taken into himself everything which is around him in earthly existence. This gives him the plans, the directions, the laws which create life. Once man was perfect, and he will again become so. But there is a great difference between what he was and what he will become. What is around him in the outer world will later become his spiritual possession. What he has won for himself on the earth will later become the faculty of being creatively active. This will then have become his innermost being, one who has absorbed all earthly experiences so that he knows how to make use of every single thing and has thus become a creator, is called a bodhisattva, which means a man who has taken into himself to a sufficient degree the bodhi, the buddhi of the earth. Then he is advanced enough to work creatively out of his innermost impulses. The wise human beings of the earth are not yet bodhisattvas. Even for such a human being, there always remain things to which he is as yet unable to orient himself. Only when, in order to be able to create, one has absorbed into oneself the entire knowledge of the earth, only then is one a bodhisattva. For example, Buddha and Zarathustra were bodhisattvas. When man ascends still further in evolution, so that he is not only a creator on the earth, but possesses forces which reach out beyond the earth, only then is he free to choose either to use these higher forces or to work further with them on the earth. In this case, he can bring into the earth something coming from higher worlds. Such an epoch occurred before man began to incarnate, in the last third of the Lemurian age. The human being had developed his physical, etheric, and astral bodies. He had brought these members of his being with him from an earlier earth evolution. The two next impulses, kama and manas, he could not have found on the earth. They do not lie in its evolutionary sequence. The first new impulse, kama, was only to be found as a force on Mars. It was added shortly before man incarnated. The second impulse, manas, came from Mercury in the fifth subrace of the Atlanteans, with the original Semites. The stimulus of these new principles had to be brought to the earth from other planets, through still higher beings, through the Nirmanakayas. From Mars they added kama, from Mercury manas. The Nirmanakayas are yet another stage higher than the bodhisattvas. The latter are able to order evolution which has continuity, but they cannot bring into it what comes from other regions. This can only be done by the Nirmanakayas. In yet another stage higher than the Nirmanakayas stand those beings who are called pitris. Pitris equals fathers. For indeed, the Nirmanakayas can bring something into evolution coming from other regions, but they cannot sacrifice themselves as substance, so that on the following planet they can bring forth a new cycle. This can, however, be done by the Pitris. They had evolved on the moon and had now come over. They became the activating impulse toward Earth evolution. When man has gone through every possible experience, then he is in a position to become a Pitri. The next and even higher stage, the last that it is possible to mention, is that of the gods themselves. Thus we have 7 ranks of beings. First the gods, second Pitris, third Nirmanakayas, fourth Bodhisattvas, fifth pure human beings, sixth human beings, seventh elemental beings. This is the sequence of which Helena Petrovna Blavatsky speaks. Now, we can add the question, what kind of organ is it which has made man kama-rupic? It is the heart, with the veins and the blood that pulsates through the body. The heart has a physical part and an etheric part. Aristotle speaks about this, for in earlier times it was only the etheric man which was held to be important. The heart has also an astral part. The etheric heart is connected with the 12-petaled lotus flower. Not all the physical organs have an astral part. For example, the gallbladder is only physical and etheric. The astral is lacking. The end of Lecture 6. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 93A by Rudolf Steiner, 31 lecture notes by participants, entitled Foundations of Esotericism, translated by Vera and Judith Compton Burnett. This is Lecture 7, given in Berlin on the 2nd of October, 1905. Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, entitled The Secret Doctrine, called Jehovah a moon god. There is a deep reason underlying this. In order to understand it, we must be clear about the further development of man. In the human being as he is today, his higher forces are intermingled. His further development depends on the emergence of his higher self from the sheath of the lower forces and organs. The brain is divided into three actual parts, into thinking, feeling, and willing sections. Later, these three parts, like the three divisions of an anthill, will be directed by man from outside. The parts, however, from which the higher has been withdrawn do not remain as they are today, but they then descend a further stage lower. This is the reason why many people, practicing a one-sided spiritual development, suffer a moral decline. In the case of Western cultural life, there is less danger of this, for Western science does not yet compel the higher things of the mind to rise up out of the lower body. On the other hand, through theosophy, the human being actually absorbs a wisdom through which the ego, the I, capital, is partially torn out of the usual environment of the organs. It can happen that when a person who through his conventional milieu had observed ordinary moral standards takes up theosophical teachings, his more questionable qualities, which up to that time had remained hidden, actually make their appearance. Frequently the lower comes to the surface, because one occupies oneself with spiritual things without, at the same time, strengthening one's morality. This fact brings with it a certain tragedy. Certain individuals of academic standing, who in the sphere of Western knowledge had been quite admirable people, suffered through having come into the Theosophical Society. In their case, the lower nature made its appearance without being mastered by the higher. The same law is also to be found on a larger scale. The beings whom we meet with on the old moon had not as yet incorporated their power of thinking in a physical brain. In the case of the moon Nirmanakayas, Bodhisattvas, Pitris, and pure human beings, the power of thinking did not yet work in the physical brain, but in the ether masses surrounding them. The environment on the old moon consisted not just of air, but also of ether filled with wisdom. On the old moon, thoughts were not in the individual beings, but flew hither and thither in the ether. In occultism, therefore, the old moon is also called the cosmos of wisdom. The old moon was surrounded by warmth ether and other forms of ether. In these ethers lived intelligence and reason, as they now live in the human brain. Underlying this, however, there was development. At the beginning of the moon evolution, wisdom still impressed itself into beautiful forms. The beings who only possessed the lower human members, physical body, etheric body, and astral body, were directed by these streams of wisdom. In the course of further development, the three lower bodies descended more deeply. When the old moon evolution came to an end, the beings who were wise, but did not possess wisdom in a brain, had progressed so far that they could completely relinquish these lower bodies. These beings, who had now become Pitris, and who no longer needed to enter into such physical, etheric, and astral bodies, made up the hosts of the Elohim in different stages. The lowest rank of these Elohim is the Jehovah stage. Jehovah, therefore, is an actual moon divinity, who on the old moon passed through physical development. Nevertheless, on the moon, he was never able to work on the physical surroundings, using a brain as the vehicle of thought. Only his physical, etheric, and astral bodies had worked on the physical environment. He did this through pictures, however. Thinking hovered above. The name Jehovah does not designate a single being, but a rank in the order of the hierarchies. Many beings can take on the Jehovah rank, or assume it for a purpose. Eliphas Levi repeatedly emphasized that with the designations Jehovah, Archangeloi, Angeloi, we have to do with ordered ranks of beings. The first human beings to receive teaching on the earth received it in pictures from Jehovah. That is why Genesis is the sum of great pictures, pictures which Jehovah had experienced on Old Moon. On Old Moon, while, on the one hand, only the lower being of man was developed in physical, etheric, and astral bodies, on the other hand, the higher Trinity was being cherished and fostered. These principles had reached a certain degree of maturity after having been implanted. Atma on old Saturn, Buddhi on old Sun, Manas on old Moon. They could then develop further on the earth. What came over to the earth from the old moon as physical, etheric, and astral bodies are the grotesque animals in which Atma, Buddhi, and Manas gradually incorporated themselves. The moon Pitris had left aside the lower parts, but to make up for this, they had cherished and fostered Atma, Buddhi, and Manas in an objective way. Through their fostering care, they brought it about that a thinker could develop on the earth. If one looks at the external creatures on Old Moon, these are the sheaths which surrounded man, not man himself. The sheaths could be made use of because what had to leave them had departed. Bracket, there is a gap in the text, close bracket. Now the remaining material could be condensed to form the brain. In a germinal condition, the matter for the brain was there, but could only condense after the Pitris had left. What took place in the pre-Lemurian age is a preparation. The human body is so worked upon that Atma, Buddhi, and Manas can sink into it. These principles envelop themselves with Kama substance. Let us now imagine a jelly-like being, which had freed itself from what had come over from Old Moon. This provides a physical foundation. In addition to this, there are Atma, Buddhi, and Manas, and an astral body, which these principles organize around themselves. They work on the jelly-like masses from outside until they are able to take possession of them from within. Finally, the spiritual penetrates the physical. Now, two kinds of beings have amalgamated. The moment the brain is formed, they interpenetrate one another. Through this, birth and death entered into Earth evolution. Previously, human beings had themselves built up the physical body. In the future, this will be so again. But because two beings are united, who are only partially suited to one another, we have birth and death. And every period of time, between birth and death is a continual attempt to make these two beings fit together better, a swinging to and fro of the pendulum, until eventually a rhythmical condition is brought about. Up to the middle of the sixth root race, epoch, this will continue, until this rhythmical condition is attained and the one being has become completely adapted to the other. And karma is nothing else than the measure of balance which the human being has already brought about. In each single incarnation, one attains a certain degree of adaptation. After each incarnation, man must ascend again to Devachan in order to survey what has still to be done. Only when the balance is achieved is karma overcome, and the human being can take up something new, the true wisdom, buddhi, which until that time must be fostered and cherished. Future evolution must be prepared for. What man already produces from himself as preparation for the future human being is the word, speech. What man speaks remains in the Akashic record. It is the germinal beginning for the future human being. Speech is one half of the former means of reproduction. Through speech, man propagates himself spiritually. The breaking of the male voice is connected with this. One half of what is sexual has been carried over into speech. The voice is the future organ of reproduction. In ancient Hebrew, the same word was used for sex and speech. Today, man thinks, and the thought passes outward through the larynx. The next stage will be that feeling, warmth, passes outward. Then the word will be the expression of the inner warmth of the body. This can happen when the pituitary gland, hypophysis, develops in the brain. The stage following this appears when the pineal gland, epiphysis, is developed. Then not only the warmth-imbued word will go forth, but the word will remain, will be given form through the will, which then lives within it. Then when one utters the word, it becomes an actual being. Related to this is, quote, I think, I feel, I am, close quote, in parentheses, will. The word in this sense is, in quotes, the word, which undergoes a transformation from thinking into feeling and then into willing. This is a threefold process. First, the word is, in quotes, consciousness in thinking, then, in quotes, life, the warmth-permeated word, and lastly, form, the word shaped through the will. This latter is the word become objective. So here too, following one another, we have consciousness, life, form. Everything which today is form stems from earlier times and has arisen through such a process. The physical body, the form, is the most perfected body. Less developed are the etheric body, life, and the astral body, consciousness. The end of Lecture 7. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this as well, it is at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron.
With the brother Rod Hayes, we back with the brother making his return to the channel, his second appearance on the channel. Ani Asaru, welcome back, my brother.
It's good to be back, brother. How you been?
Hey, I'm doing great, my brother, doing great. I'm excited about tonight's conversation. Candle magic is something that I tap into the science of the flame and the fire a lot. So I definitely look forward to what you have to say. I know the elements are important. There's a certain calm and tranquility and something that maybe I can't even explain, my brother, about the fire and about the flame when I'm meditating, that just puts me in a whole nother zone where ideas come, or problems may go away that I may be entertaining in my mind. So I know there's definitely science behind it. And I know I think what's important, my brother, is people think that a lot of the stuff we talk about is hocus pocus. And when it's explained in a certain way, they're like, oh shit, wow, that wasn't just pseudoscience. There was actually a science behind the flame, behind this, behind that. So I look forward to the presentation and to what you got to say, my brother. What's going on with you? How you been, my brother?
I've been doing pretty good. We've been teaching a lot of classes on Patreon and breaking some of this science down lately, especially acknowledging the gods and the ancestors here on this land. Very important for us being a part of the American lineage. So to have to recognize the energy here, Manato or Wakan Tonda or Mictlantecuhtli, that's the Osiris over here. And he's one of the candle magic deities that a lot of people, they don't really talk about. But I feel like it's very important for us to understand it. But candles is a part of tradition, birthday candles. What they tell you? Tell you to make a wish.
Make a wish, yep.
Blow out the candles at the birth. During the birthday funerals, you'll see candles lit. It goes way back to Babylonia and Kemet. The usage of candles. And we have to recognize, just looking at the whole entire symbology of what the candle represents, it's a spiritual body. The fire represents Kabbalistically Kether at the top, and the wax represents the simulation, the physical realm breaking down, because we have to be broken down alchemically to be built back up into what we are. Because after you let your candle burn for a while, it liquidates. And then when the fire goes out, what happens? That liquidation, it calcifies and it comes back. And then you have to find the flame again and burn it again. This is a process that we're going through in transmutation and transformation within life. And I'm prepared to show you guys some research that I've been putting together to connect some of these things so we can understand how to advance our spirituality and increase what we're doing already with our practice.
Even the soul is described as an eternal flame. So that's interesting. And I know in Kemet, they talking about the stars or something burning forever. And what's interesting is growing up, we were taught to be so fearful of fire because of the concept of hell. So fire always got associated with hell and the devil. So that kind of, separated us from that particular magic. Because when you think about fire, you think about the pitchforks and you think about this red guy running around. So they did a very clever job separating us from. I mean, you got to give it to them. I mean, they did a wow. Whoever came up with this shit. I mean, they went to work, man.
The pitchfork red man, or in the mind, the psychology, man. This the whole entire thing. And even when you think of tradition with hoodoo or lighting candles during a ceremony, is connected to the occult, which is associated, they'll go straight into Satanism, anything separate to that. But even when you go in the church, they got candles up in there. What's up with that? It's because the candles open the portal to the divine feminine. The role of the candles, how you position the candles is how you open a portal, and how the energy is seeping in. It's an etherical device, that you utilize is a candle. And it's essential because when you come into someone's house, the first thing you do, for yourself, if you got that lady friend coming over, what you do, you put them candles on, you cut them lights down and them candles at that mood. But not only, like, candles today give out certain fragrances.
Brought to you by Rogue.
Come on, Tom, let's go!
What is that?
Work, Tom! Work!
Right.
is psychic energies, clear aliens that you inhale, and that starts to work on the spiritual bodies. And now you're recognizing it's a mood that you have to get to, and that changes things spiritually, setting that premise. And also just burning candles to keep a certain fragrance or smell in your household is something essential, because spirits are attached to smell. So that's that a lot of people do. They'll keep the burning of candles or incense, or it's called supplementation, magically, to keep that energy going, which is also astrological as well.
It's interesting. You was talking about the alignment of candles, and in the hood, the only community. I mean, I grew up in New York City, right? So the communities are separated. So you may have black people in Harlem, then you got Spanish Harlem, you got Spanish people in the Bronx, you got white people in the Upper West Side, you got Chinatown, you got all these areas, right? You got the Africans got their community in Harlem, like they got like a block where it's just African, like everybody got their communities. And when you get to a Caribbean or Black American community, because if somebody passed away, them candles is out there. I mean, and they got that they design them in the shape of a heart. They spell out the person's name. I mean, the candles are cover damn near half a block, bro. So when you're in the Black community, because you see them candles. Other communities don't really do it like that. But the brothers, and the sisters, they got the candles. Then they pour out the liquor. But man, some of the displays of the candles when people pass away, I mean, it'd be intricate. I mean, it'll cover half a block. It's designed, it's spelling out names. It's like, wow. Us as a people, naturally, no matter how much they try to separate us from this stuff, you'll see our people still gravitate right back toward this stuff, my brother.
Yeah, the melanin has a spiritual intelligence. And the creative physics of the melanin, we do our candles in certain ways. And we're very specific setting up those candles, because we know that there is energy being fed and imbued the way that we set it up, throughout when someone passes away or when a tragic event happens. So it's to settle and to establish whatever link that we're making there spiritually. No one does it quite like how we do it. And that tells you that it is indigenous, working with candles is very indigenous to us. So we should be at the forefront of understanding the physics of why. And you said earlier, when they're pouring out the liquor, I used to do that for one of my friends, my close friends that passed away, rest in power, Warren. He used to be like a bodyguard to me when I was a party promoter. He was very close to us. Every time I could remember, I would randomly be out somewhere. And sometimes when you're getting inebriated, drinking, sometimes you start to think about people that's passed or things that's traumatic to you. And I will make sure to give them that libation, to my what word I use, dub. I would always, pour that out. And that pertains to us respecting the energy and understanding the energy is real.
Indeed, man. Yes, it's amazing stuff, and I look forward to it. Listen, let me. You got me excited, man. Let me see this presentation. Yeah.
My bad. I didn't even have my screen.
It's all good.
On setup. Let me just have it here.
You said that's how it is with us Blacks and Hispanics on the West. Okay, shout out to the West Coast. Shout out to everybody. I know y'all coming from all over in the chat room. Shout out to all of y'all. This is gonna be a good one, y'all. This is gonna be a real good one. All right.
So, let me know if you can see the image.
Yeah. We got it. We got it up on the screen.
All right. So that's what I was saying. Pertaining to the work, we have to respect the ground that we're on. Here in America, I'm just speaking because that's where we're at. So there's deities pertaining to candle work here, like Black Hawk, Manito. That was a word used for prayer. So a lot of people don't know we have certain terms through all of these thousands of tribes of the indigenous tribes we had over here. Manito was a circulated word for prayer, and also great spirit like Wakatwanda That's where Wakanda comes from in the Black Panther film. It's not African, it's actually American when you research that, and pertaining to the jaguar deities over here. That's our version of the Sphinx. And then you have Mictlantecutli. This is a big one people need to understand. That is the Osiris that's over here. And so understanding candles, they are the alchemical somatonetic process to open portals to the magical radiation that we have. And I'm going to explain magic again for people that don't really understand before I get into these terminology of words. So magic is if chaos is an energy that's unending. It's a rapid energy. It can be a destructive energy, but it's something that's unending. And our master teacher, Bobby Hemmett, taught on this a lot. But chaos is a raw field of infinite potential. And magic is the art of directing that raw field into an intention. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
So chaos can be destruction and disorder. And magic is the ability to weave, meaning the manifestation from the destruction and the disorder. So in physics, especially quantum theory, it hints that reality is shaped by consciousness, and magic is the esoteric practice of mastering that influence. So does that make sense as far as what magic is in a different terminology?
Indeed, indeed.
Okay, so if you're looking at chaos as a force that manifests in a person's life, whether through events, whether we have emotions or outcomes, it's worth exploring multiple dimensions, which are spiritual, metaphysical, and dimensional. Let's look at a dimensional perspective. Chaos as an energetic force could stem from higher dimensional influences beyond our typical 3D experience. I had a graphic to show that on. I'm not sure if it's still in here, but let me check how it pours down into the dimension. It's just like in Kabbalah. It's going to show in Kabbalah how it does it the same way, but there is a actual dimensional graphic that I had to show the process. And excuse me, because I have thousands and thousands of graphics. If anybody is coming from class over here from Patreon, y'all know how long graphics we have. You're like, Ani, still looking for that graphic. But yeah, it's a process of how higher dimensional planes, here it is, pours into our planes. So you heard as above, so below.
Yep.
So the candle is establishing this, the hyper wormhole to what's above. When we were lighting, when we were setting up the ceremony for this, for it to pour down into this realm and manifest on this level. So chaos is an energetic force that could stem from higher dimensional influences beyond our typical 3D experience. In some theories, it suggests that there's quantum uncertainty in probability waves. What that means is that our reality is being shaped by quantum probabilities, meaning that at a fundamental level, reality is always fluctuating and unpredictable. That sounds right. You know, you have things that happen during the day that you could never fathom it happening. And sometimes it comes at the worst times, you know, or something good may happen that you're not expecting. Then you have something relatable to higher dimensional interference. And that means in some esoteric traditions, they describe these higher dimensions influencing the 3D reality. Now, our ancestor called these influences the gods. The gods were whatever the influence was coming from the higher dimensions. And if chaos originates from these realms, the chaos is the divine feminine, Brother Rich. Chaos originates from these higher dimensions. It means not only does it originate, it's creating these higher realms. It could suggest that disorder or randomness in a person's life is a byproduct of shifting timelines, energetic interference, or the breakdown of structured energy patterns. And what happens? We get into the hyper wormhole, and that is the 0 point field, which is what? A gateway. The gateway is what we're doing in ceremony of aligning candles. We're setting up a gateway. If all things emerge from the quantum vacuum, which is the 0-point energy field, chaos could be seen as an expression of underlying infinite potential manifesting when ordered structures collapse. So we understand that perspective. That's the dimensional perspective. Let's go back to a spiritual.
Now that I use Monday service, AI makes solving tickets my form of meditation. Monday
perspective. And I don't have my graphics organized here, guys, but I'm going to do my best to show you some of these things. So spiritually, chaos often represents transformation, initiation, or an agent of change. So some examples of that, we have archetypical or archetypal chaos. What is that? That's the primordial energy. And that's from spiritual traditions. They speak of this primal force that comes before creation. In mythology, we hear about Tiamat, we hear about Tyrt, the goddesses of that proportion. Or we hear about Shiva, the destruction before the rebirth in the Vedic tradition, or Idaros. All of these different deities can exemplify these things. Next, we have a karmic or soul evolutionary influence. And that means that some believe that chaos enters a person's life as a spiritual lesson, either as a catalyst for growth or as a karmic pattern that must be resolved. So we have lives here, and we have formal lives that connects to these multi-dimensional forms that we exist in. We are in the multiverse, Brother Rich. That means what I said last time when I was explaining on the last video we did together. The dreams that's happening right now is a fusing of different multiverse conscious fields of other version of ourselves in parallel realities being seen through the dream archetypical forms. That means the reason why you're having these weird dreams of places that you probably never even been in, but the dream resonates as if you're actually there, is because you're witnessing the phenomenon of a conscious field of another multiverse form of yourself. Does that make sense?
Yep.
That's been happening a whole lot. And I'm Pisces in Western Sun. Man, I've been having some crazy dreams. The Piscean people, y'all know our dreams is out of this world, spiritual wise. Then you have collective and personal chaos. At times, chaos is not just personal, but it's collective. And that could be wars, natural disasters, or societal breakdowns. We're going through a whole lot of change right now. I just posted something I posted it today. Within 5 years, did you know that the cost of purchasing a house went up 79% in 5 years?
It's crazy, man.
That's ridiculous. So we're going through all types of stuff, and that's a part of this collective chaos. So this could indicate what? A larger energetic shift happening on a grand scale, affecting individuals within. So these things are affecting us within. And then we have personal manifestation of chaos. So chaos in an individual's life can stem from both internal and external sources. And by the way, those who's coming in here, I'm explaining magic, and I'm explaining how chaos in physics pertains to what we're doing in candle magic. So I'm gonna get back to that in a second. So chaos in an individual's life can stem from both internal and external sources. An internal source would be emotions, or the energy behind emotions, a person's unresolved subconscious patterns. The first thing I do in a consultation, I find where the trauma is from the inner child. The inner child trauma is very important in identifying. That's a part of the subconscious. From that inner child trauma, from that one stem that branches out to how you've become in your adult life is where these patterns that serve you and don't serve you begin to happen. And the thing that I help the person to do first is to eliminate a habit, a pattern that they do that no longer serves them. That means you're doing something that is either at a detriment or is not going to really cause anything positive. You have to eliminate these things. And this is very critical to spirituality. Spirituality isn't just dressing up and looking like a shaman or a priest and doing psychedelics and doing all of this types of going to events and all of that. You have to be able to assemble your patterns, very critical, and eliminate patterns that don't serve you, or you've moved on to a higher vibrational field, and it's time to change those patterns. We have to leave these things behind as we go into more spiritual bodies that we're experiencing. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so then you have emotional turbulence that happen from those subconscious patterns, and then you have conflicting desires. Our desires can manifest as chaos, and the desires is a part of the root chakra, what we want out of the physical realm. And then you have external effects from physical or personal manifestation of chaos. So sometimes life events seem chaotic due to unseen forces guiding change. This could be divine intervention. You have to have a higher self recalibration or even timeline shifts due to our